Honey, I'm sure the highway is only a couple more miles up this road. Alyssa's father sipped a lime green liquid from a plastic bottle. It made the car smell of sickly sweetness, and the lights from the dashboard shimmered through it. Alyssa imagined monsters made of glowing red glaring at her. Her mother looked back at her with wide eyes. She worked her lips. But she offered no soothing words of comfort. We've been driving for who knows how long. Face it, Craig, we're lost, it's late, and we have a 2-year-old in the car. My parents will understand if we go back. You put more spin on your directional ability than the news. Something was wrong. They'd left Grandma and Grandpa's new house that day, but now it was late. The glowing clock said it was past midnight, way past Alyssa's bedtime. Only her parents' nerves kept her awake. The car crunched gravel. Her father let out a breath. If it weren't for that blockade making us take this detour, we'd be there already. I swear it wasn't there when we came through earlier. Her mother responded quickly. That's why we should go back. Was she scared? We should have taken the long way around. Honey, there's only a slim chance of them finding us. They mostly stalk the cities. We're in more danger once we get back to Cumberland. They've been reporting more vampire attacks lately and even some werewolf ones. One woman got drained so much that she died before they got her to the hospital. That Russell Fox guy bites as many people as he can. Alyssa yawned, and her mother faced her. She plastered on a fake smile. You're awake. Alyssa, honey, go back to sleep. We'll be home in an hour. Alyssa yawned again. Her eyelids drooped, and she imagined her brightly colored bed back home. Wow. No one's out here, her father muttered under his breath. Craig! Her dad slammed the brakes. Alyssa lurched forward, but the belts of her car seat held her in place. Standing in front of the car was a tall man. A short, pale man in a white t-shirt. He stood still in the headlights, staring in at them. The car had stopped just feet from him. Terror bloomed in Alyssa's chest. Streaks of red filled the man's eyes, where brown or blue might otherwise be. Back up, her mother ordered as the locks all clicked. That's him. Her father said some terrible words and seized the gear shift. But before the car could move, his door opened from outside as if an enormous force had grasped it from the other side and pulled. It came open with a great screech. A woman's hand with deadly, pointed fingernails seized her father's arm and pulled him out of the car. He cried out as his seatbelt snapped. Alyssa screamed. The red demons laughed in silence. Her father had vanished. Then her mother's door squealed open. The red-eyed man had vanished. Struggling followed as another hand seized her and pulled her out of her seatbelt. It fell to the now empty seat with a thunk. Alyssa shrieked, shouting for her parents, but something thumped against the car as bodies struggled. There were more of them. A group of scary people. Her mother stood outside the door. Alyssa recognized her curly hair but had never seen the man before. Only a bearded chin and the leather vest of a man stood out against the pale light. The rest was trees. Mama! Alyssa fumbled with the straps of her car seat. Her parents yelled at her often for that. Alyssa. Put on your seatbelt. Keep it on. But Mama needed help. What about Daddy? He grunted somewhere as if in pain. The bad people had. She undid herself and pushed herself from the seat. But the man pulled her mother closer to the trees. Then he opened his mouth. He had the teeth of a monster. Two came to points, making Alyssa freeze halfway out of her car seat. And then he bit her between her shoulder and her neck. Alyssa's heart stopped. Her mother screamed again. A tiny stream of blood, crimson in the car's light, ran down her shoulder. These people were hurting her parents. Alyssa beat on the window. Stop! The bearded man released her mother, who fell against a tree and grabbed her neck. The man turned to her. He ripped open the door with another screech, breaking the lock. He stared down at her as the short, pale man appeared. Alyssa beat on the man's legs. She should have run, but she was too angry. Who were these people, and why would they want to hurt her parents? The man seized the back of her shirt. He lifted her up and out of the car. Cold and darkness wrapped around Alyssa. Her throat tightened as her shirt cut into it. Slowly, she rose to the man's eye level. He had a pointed beard and the same pale skin as the man in front of the car. Even though it was dark here, almost too dark to see, she could make out the red, jagged lines in his eyes. They held no mercy. No! The man shook his head and said something low. This is the one? We need to go, Russell, a woman said. Do it, and don't take too much. He needs her to survive this. Somewhere, her father groaned. The man opened his mouth, revealing wicked teeth. Alyssa screamed and closed her eyes. He bit. Horrendous pain exploded where her neck met her shoulder. Alyssa screamed. The man sucked at her neck, and pressure built and built. He was drinking her blood. Alyssa ground her teeth together as tears shot into her vision. Someone shouted, and the monster dropped her after what felt like an eternity. She hit the ground, barely feeling it. Weeds rose to eat her. The scary woman shouted something again. Alyssa grabbed her wound to stop the bleeding. Pain screamed, and every time Alyssa blinked, lights exploded in her vision. The woman's words came through the ringing in her head. We've done enough. Let's go. Darkness swallowed her. Alyssa swam through oblivion until she opened her eyes sometime later. Her neck still hurt, and she was lying in a bed under a ceiling light that hurt her eyes. Her mother sat next to her, along with her father. They wore white bandages on their necks, and her father hung his head. A man in a white coat stood behind them, frowning. He was a gentle, older man who reminded Alyssa of her grandpa, and she had to blink to make sure it wasn't him. But her grandparents were nowhere. The rest of the pastel-colored hospital room was empty. Mama clasped her hand, shaking. She could barely groan. But it's so rare, her mother said. My daughter can't be turning. Her father held back sobs. It's my fault. I gave her the gene. Now, if she doesn't end up in a cage, she will grow up with. He didn't finish the sentence. The doctor frowned, then looked at his laptop. 1 in 500 people turns after being bitten. I believe it's genetic and rare. I'm sorry, but your husband and daughter are in that 1 in 500. Her mother let go of Alyssa's hand. What are my parents going to think? She rose and paced around the pastel-colored room, stopping at the marker board. Alyssa felt too weak to lift her head or understand the adult's words. Sickness filled her tummy. Her arms and legs tingled, and the light hurt her eyes. Her father rose and faced the doctor. Please don't tell the authorities. I'm begging you. If you call them, only tell them about me. The doctor hesitated. I won't call them. Alyssa tried to speak. But she held back. Why did she feel so strange? But then her father left, checked the door to the hospital room, and returned. He scooped Alyssa up and pulled out an force she didn't know was there. Come on, Mel. We're going into hiding. Chapter 1. Present day. My day was going great. First, I had probably bombed my algebra test, and there would be hell to pay when Dad found out. Second, the sun was out in full force, which meant I had to fake a migraine and stand in the doorway of Cumberland High School. At the same time, my friends Maisha and Janine enjoyed soccer practice with all the other normal girls. And third, a creepy guy stood at the football field gate, silently watching me. I didn't notice the weirdo at first because I was busy stewing about my plummeting grade in math, again, and about the fact that I couldn't stand being out in the sun for over 5 to 10 seconds without wishing I were dead. Thank you, other creepy people, who bit me and my family years ago. And I had a special thanks to the rare gene that let their disease take hold. Janine kicked a killer goal, and Coach Lancy blew her whistle and shouted something. She stared into my shadowy sanctuary. I drew back as Lancy gave off an aura of terror 24/7. She'd spent her earlier years chewing out recruits at some military base. Now, she took out her power trips on young athletes. Especially athletes who have migraines. That was when I saw the guy, a kid who had to be around 16, like me. He stood silent, leaning against the fence like he was comfortable in his leather trench coat, brimmed hat, and sunglasses. Typical creeper gear. He was only about 50 feet away, not close enough to make me uncomfortable, but close enough for me to know he was studying me hard. My vision was better than normal eyesight, even during normal daylight hours. Still, those sunglasses were so dark they looked like black pits. I did not like it when people studied me. I took precautions, like filing down my teeth each morning and pretending to eat normal food, but they caught people like me constantly trying to hide. And most of us, I knew, wanted none of that. Coach Lancy blew her whistle again. Over on the soccer field, she brandished her fist at two girls who chatted on the perimeter. I adjusted my sunglasses to block the unbearable light and rechecked the guy. Already, he had moved closer. Much closer. Mr. Creeper now leaned against a traffic pillar only 10 feet away. He slowly folded his arms across his chest. He stood a full head taller than me. His face was smooth and young, unshaven. His hair was long and scraggly. I hadn't heard him take a step. I should have with my senses. We stared at each other. No normal could pull that off. He couldn't be. I hadn't met another supernatural besides Dad since I was 2, and the fateful bite happened on that country road. And if I had, I hadn't known. They were out there. Schools taught kids to avoid shifters, magic users, fae, and the rest. The human ones who had magic were okay, sometimes. Still, the ones like me, capable of preying on normals or, worse, infecting them, were guilty without a trial. Lost jobs, family disownments, and becoming society's punching bag were only the beginning. The guy stared some more. You should leave. For all you know, he's an agent here to get your trust. Then he can report you. I hated Miss Paranoid, that voice in my head, but she had a good point sometimes. The tension built, and I could no longer focus on the soccer practice. Clearly, creepy dude was waiting for me to react. Maybe he thought I was normal, and he was messing with me? I'd wound up on the wrong end of a prank for all I knew. But Miss Paranoid didn't think so. She kept beating at the inside of my head. And sadly, I didn't want to flee. Killer instincts came with the disease Russell Fox had passed to me 14 years ago. I'd never killed or attacked anyone, but now might be the time. It beat getting caught. Going into a cell for just existing. If I got into the shadows enough, my strength would return, and I might fight the guy. But if he dragged me into the sun, I'd become too useless to slap someone. And I'd get caught by Coach Lancy, of all people. I was stronger than the normal girls, a fact I had to hide during practice, but I wasn't sure what I was doing here. I could fence, but my equipment was at Thorne's fencing school, and that foil might tickle the guy. And my actual swords were at home. I'd had it with Miss Paranoid. I turned to the guy and leaned against the doorframe. Do you have a problem? I licked my teeth. Yes. I'd filed them earlier. They were sharpening again like they always did later in the day, but it was all right. Or are you a pervert? You're even dressed for the part. The guy smiled at me and patted his trench coat. Oh. You mean this. Would you like a flash? He had a deep voice, a scrumptious voice even. But he'd branded himself a jerk in 5 seconds. That was almost worse than a possible ATC agent. Before I could respond, he forced a nervous laugh. Okay. That was a terrible impression. But it's best if we hide, you know? I've got a few parks I want to hit after this. We hide. I took a breath. Calm down, Alyssa. But that would be stupid. Even if this guy was a supernatural, probably a human mage of some sort, the ATC hired them sometimes to track down the rest of us. I looked around to make sure no one else was standing there. All clear. Coach Lancy had everyone going with the practice. They were so far away, across a forbidden field of light. Until Janine gave me a ride home and gave me my official migraine blanket to hide under, I couldn't leave. I just had to deal with it, knowing that Janine could never know the nightmare I dealt with every day. Okay. Are you trying to do some cosplay thing? What character are you? I scrambled for anything and to not sound all freaked out. I had a friend at my old school who loved cosplay. I had to steer this conversation in another direction and fast. The guy stepped forward, keeping his sunglasses trained on me. The wind blew, and the air got warm, almost crackling as he approached. Yes. He had magic. And then he said one word that shook me to my core. Alyssa. The world dropped out from under me. I hadn't heard my real name spoken in years since Dad moved me here after our bites. The sun didn't shine here much. It was hundreds of miles from our old home in Northern California. And the legal loopholes here let him buy us new identities on the black market. Even he called me Roslyn now, and the last time someone spoke my name was when Mom called us to check in a couple of years ago. Then, as I stood there in stunned silence, I scented Mr. Creeper's blood. Most people gave off whatever they'd eaten last. I endured the afternoons in a cloud of greasy pizza, Mountain Dew, and Cheetos, but this guy gave off the scent of wood smoke and something I couldn't identify. He was human, but I had never encountered anything like it. Alyssa, he repeated, trying to make it sink in. I shrunk back. I needed all my fighting skills. Are you from a therapy center? I'd heard too many stories about supernaturals forced into special therapy to become more normal, and none about them ever coming back. How do you know my real name? And by the way, it's still rude to stare. The guy said, wavering for a bit. He was nervous as he stepped closer. You can't hide much longer, Alyssa. I tried to devise something to say to blow this creepy thing out of the water, but nothing happened this time. I felt naked like this guy could see every flaw that was me. My disease. My secret that I hadn't dared utter to even myself for years. So, I did the last thing I should have done. I backed away, searching around for a weapon. A dust bunny was on the floor, and someone's cell phone case smashed into pieces. If he attacked, I'd have to use my fists. And if it came down to that, I didn't want to go to prison for murder. Look. I don't know how you know my real name, but please. Someone could see you dressed all weirdly like this. You're standing out. And I'm not hiding. You are. Every day. The guy looked up and down my body, checking out my legs and the shorts I had thrown on because I'd been too dumb to check the forecast this morning. You know. He said, flashing me a grin. You're missing a good tan for such a hot girl. And not to mention, you should be skin and bones since you eat nothing at lunch. He knew everything. A stranger knew my secret. Why? How? Agent. Miss Paranoid said. She smiled at me, and her teeth had that awful shine only found in commercials. Ugh. I needed answers, and punching him wouldn't get me there. If you'll let go of me, I'll tell you why I'm here. I checked up and down the hall for any other agents who might be ready to jump out and cuff me. But I smelled nothing but the cleaner and heard a mop sloshing around the corner. You're not here to turn me in? I kept my voice to a whisper. Mr. Creeper molded his face into disgust. Are you kidding? I hate the ATC as much as I hate the mayor of this town. He seemed so genuine that I did something stupid. I released his coat. I wanted to believe my life hadn't fallen apart in 5 minutes. Thanks, he said, brushing himself off. Business. Is there a room around here that's a little more private than this? I'll let you pick to prove I don't have goons waiting. He gestured to the hallway, which remained empty except for the janitor lady rolling a trash can out of one of the foreign language classes. The whistle blew from outside again, and Coach Lancy yelled something else. The practice was still in session, but not for much longer. Okay, I said. Explain how you know what I am. I meet my friend after practice, and she needs to drive me home. Then I need to finish my lit homework. The guy looked at me like I was a freak. Your lit homework? Most supernaturals don't have that problem. Time was ticking. If Janine found him with me or, worse, caught him teleporting, she'd wonder why I'd been talking to a supernatural. In the conference room. I pulled open a door nearby. The light was off in here, which was a welcome relief. I guided Mr. Trenchcoat inside and closed the door, leaving us in almost pitch darkness. I expected him to freak out since he was in my element now, but he stayed calm. My eyes adjusted quickly, and I could make out the conference table within 2 seconds, then the phone on the table, and then the shelf with all the stuffy old books on the walls. Everything was gray in my night vision. I couldn't remember a time I'd feared the dark except for that fateful night. Mr. Trenchcoat banged right into one chair that I could clearly see. Can we turn on the lights? I'm fine. Now spill. This is good enough, I suppose. I'm Xavier, he said. I'm a war mage from Supernatural's underground. He spoke like I should have known what that organization was. Excuse me. From where? I asked, letting my shoulders drop with relief. War mages were some of the stronger ones. They were known to shoot fireballs and roast their opponents, and the media made them look like monsters waiting to happen. They definitely got thrown into cages when caught and would never sell anyone else out to a therapy center. A nature mage would have scared me more. You know. He rubbed his elbow a few feet away. Supernatural's underground. I've never heard of your group. That's because we're underground. Your dad never told you about us? My dad mostly just talks about work. He's an insurance agent. Xavier burst out laughing, leaning over the table. Sorry. I can't help it, he said. A vampire insurance agent. That's the most normal career I've heard of one taking. Why was he laughing about this? I grasped the chair. That's the point. We want to be normal. That's all we want. I felt the familiar pain rising in my chest, constricting my heart like a snake. Mom wouldn't have left us if we were normal. I wouldn't have screwed up so badly when I was 8. But you're not normal, Xavier said, catching a breath and facing me. Neither one of you is. You never will be. Question. Are you happy right now? Where is this going? I asked. Of course, I'm happy. We're not interested if you want us to join your club. Sorry. The practice was getting close to ending. It must be. It went on until 4, and the clock on the wall told me it was 3:50. Sometimes, Coach Lancy wrapped up early if she needed to pick up her daughter from daycare. Xavier took a step closer. His eyes were adjusting. I could tell because he was facing me and not bumping into the chairs. Supernatural's underground is here to protect those of us in hiding from the government, treatment centers, and persecution. I know it sounds like a mission statement because it is. That's great and all, but we also fight those normals who rip us out of our lives and make us disappear. The ATC is doing just that right now. They've got a plan too. No. We need fighters with skills. I fence. That's hardly scary. You do more than that, Alyssa. What about those high-level sword fighting classes you do? We can train you further. You can become one of our agents. It's better than what might happen if they capture you. No. Are you like one of those telemarketers who has a policy of having to be told no 3 times before you give up? Xavier finally shut up. He eyed the table and then looked back at me. Your father registered with us years ago. We helped you both get your new identities and move from place to place. They sent me here to represent us. We protect people like you so they can have regular lives. But the ATC is getting worse lately. They're snatching us up like crazy. It won't last too much longer. It's time for us to recruit new agents. We're getting low on warriors. Now, it was my turn to pause. The abnormal treatment centers? Yes. Them. That company owned by Mayor Kesio? Xavier nodded. Unfortunately. Most people don't know what a real hypocrite he is. You see, This was getting to me. We've been doing fine for now. I'll keep you in mind if things are getting bad. I wanted Xavier and these words away from me. I moved back towards the door and put my hand on the knob. But I remembered that he probably couldn't see the cue. Alyssa, he said. You're a powerful fighter. You have a reason to fight. This city's not a good place to be right now. I started opening the door but stopped when what he said sunk in. Just how much have you spied on me? Xavier let out a breath. Through your kendo classes? And your Aikido lessons? And before you kill me, I'm going to guess that you have a sword collection in your house. I do that to vent so I don't kill people. I've killed no one. My dad has a friend who gets us rejected blood bags from the Red Cross. I had told no one that before. In fact, I never even said it out loud. You know. Xavier said, leaning against the table and looking cool. You're going to have to deal with this, eventually. We both know you'll stop aging in just a few years, and people will notice. You can't carry on like this forever. Then we'll move. We always do. I'm used to it. Dad already moved because of that. Thorne can find me more classes in another state. He's got connections with all the instructors. Now I need to get back to practice. But you'll get sick out there. Could he ever leave me alone? I'll talk to my dad before deciding on anything. Xavier lowered his voice, dropping the smooth talk for a moment. You must hate supernaturals. I know one did this to you, and that sucks, but trust me, we're not all like that. What does it matter to people like the ATC? Maybe Dad was the one I should be angry at. He'd betrayed my trust by dealing with these people. Dad had always told me we would keep this whole thing a secret from the outside world, that the normals would never figure out what we were. But Xavier wasn't a normal. Don't listen to the crap you hear. Xavier said. None of us chose to be what we are. I didn't choose magic. They want us to feel bad, so we'll turn ourselves in. People say those like me chose to turn when they were bitten. That's crap. I often wondered if I had chosen this when I was 2 and just forgot. Scientists had yet to find the bad gene. Xavier waited for my response. Outside, the whistle blew again, but he didn't seem to notice. His wood smoke smell got stronger, and my stomach rumbled. I was shaking and getting hungry. I had to get home soon and have a snack. "I'm sorry," I said. "Please. I have homework tonight and a test to study for." Xavier kept his cool. I couldn't tell what kind of expression he had behind those sunglasses. He reached into one of his coat pockets. "Take my card, at least. You'll never know when you'll need it." He produced a cardboard rectangle and handed it to me. I took it, glad for my impending escape. It was a plain white card, with his shining name sunk into the paper in shimmering letters. Xavier Lovelli. His name was beautiful and perfect in the Gothic font. Underneath it, more shimmering letters read Apprentice Mage for Supernatural's Underground. There was a picture of 2 flaming, crossed swords in the corner, and as I stared, the fire seemed to dance. It was the coolest business card I had ever seen, but I kept my face stony, trying not to show amazement. Artifacts like this got people in trouble. And the card was warm like some life force ran through it. "You don't know what you're missing," Xavier said. "That ink? Dragon scale and incubus blood. Powerful stuff." He paused there. "It's bound to me with a spell." "That's cool, I guess." "Take it out if you're in trouble," Xavier said. "Rub your thumb over the swords." "Okay. Thanks." I'd take this card home and keep it, but using it wasn't something I'd have to do soon. Besides Xavier, I'd skirted along the past few years in Cumberland just fine. I heard footsteps approaching the school, scraping grass and then concrete. Someone was coming. The practice had let out. I had to return to Janine, get under the migraine blanket, and have her take me home. Then, I had to figure out how to get to fencing practice tonight. Dad wouldn't get home until 9 and usually drove me, but he worked late shifts to avoid going out too soon on sunny days. I went to leave the room, but Xavier brushed past me, and the wood smoke smell got even stronger. He opened the door, oblivious to the fact that someone was coming, and made a left down the hall. Before I could stop him, the double doors to outside squeaked open. Chapter 2. "Roslyn, you will not hide this from me much longer." I gulped as Janine's car rolled over a pothole. The old Buick bounced, making the suspension squeal. "Hiding what?" The migraine blanket covered the horror on my face. Thick and army green, it blocked out the sun, mostly. But at least I wasn't lying about the headache. It was the first thing that screamed in with any direct sun exposure. Had Janine figured it out? We'd been friends for 2 years. Great. It was about time. "Who was that guy you were making out with?" He just oozed hotness. Oh. I groaned because of the pinpricks of pain that stabbed through the blanket and into my eyes. That hid my relief. And at least I was in the back seat while Janine drove. She'd seen Xavier running around the corner while I emerged from the conference room, trying to act like sneaking into a forbidden territory with a strange guy was just Tuesday. The problem was, I had never dated. And Xavier would not make me start. In fact, he was leaving a hotness trail behind him as he ran away. "Didn't you see it on the floor in puddles?" "Oh, wait. You were bathing in it." I held back a laugh. My secret was still safe. Janine was a fun friend and a gossip. Oh, yeah, she'd tell everyone. Maybe this was a disaster after all. "You didn't even see his face," I said, struggling for a cover story that didn't sound like I was 1, making out, or 2, talking to a recruiter for Supernatural's Underground. "And judging from that dark room, neither did you. Was it more thrilling that way?" The way she spoke guaranteed a wink that I couldn't see. I don't think he goes to our school. What was up with that outfit? He looked ready to go to a park and flash some little kids. Yikes! I'd hope not. I had to come up with some cover story, and fast. I couldn't just tell Janine that some strange guy had handed me a magical business card, and it wasn't just because I feared the exposure. Xavier might have been a jerk, but he didn't deserve to get caught either. Did he? If these people wanted their hidden club, that was cool. I knew what that was like. I just didn't want a part. The sooner I got home and found a place to tuck the card away, the sooner I could forget about it and get on with my life. Spill. What school does he go to? Janine asked. I wanted to come up with some funny answer, but that was impossible under the migraine blanket, suffering and wanting nothing more than to go to bed. Janine didn't know how lucky she was, being able to just sit in the sun and drive. I had to strategize every minute of the day. Everly. On the other side of town. Look, I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. I'm going to throw up soon. The pain in my head turned from bed, please to I want to die. Even the blanket didn't help forever. Janine made a turn, and I knew we'd reached Cumberland's East District, where all the houses were small, old, and made from the same mold. It wasn't too far from downtown, at least, and only a couple of miles from school. The warnings about sun exposure came to mind. Dad got stuck in some company picnic 2 years ago, and the sun came out that day unexpectedly. He barely avoided having a full seizure and getting a forced ride on the bankruptcy wagon, otherwise known as the ambulance. I wasn't sure how much longer I had. If I started trembling, Janine would drive me to a hospital. They'd find me out in no time. Oh, no, Rosone. I'm sorry. Is it that time of the month? I hated to get snippy with her, but that played right into her suspicion. Please get me home. I'll tell you all the juicy details tomorrow. She gave in. Okay. Her tone promised a barrage of texts later. I had time to do what I did best, live a lie. Janine made another right turn down what had to be my street. I'd memorized the route and the way the street dipped right before my house. She stopped. I could smell the lilacs even from inside the car. Yep. It was my house. Now came the fun part. Look natural. Please, Janine, do not let any horror movie thoughts go through your head during my mad dash. Throwing the migraine blanket down over the seat, I got out and emerged into the stabbing light. The pain in my head went from a death metal concert to a rocket going off. I bolted to the house, but I could feel Janine's gaze on me. In. My skin burned by the time I got into the cool darkness of the house and closed, not slammed, the door behind me. People with migraines did not slam doors. They hated sound. And I leaned against it and sighed. Already, the pain abated. Great day. I listened as Janine drove away. The house was empty. Dad would be at work for the next several hours. He always worked late to avoid driving home in the sun. I leaned against the closed door and let the cool relief of my dark house and its pulled curtains wash over me. The pain in my head settled minute by minute. My senses, which always took a beating in the day, sharpened again. I listened to Janine drive away, slowly rolling to the corner and turning after waiting for 2 cars to pass on the other street. The squeaks and squeals of her motor disappeared. My stomach still heaved. My skin protested. I held up my arm. Burned. Pink. It would take about a half hour for me to feel good enough to do anything again. I should have a meal since it would help me heal faster. The fridge hummed in the storeroom where we kept the blood bags. I might need 2 after this. That was bad. Dad said we were getting low, and his friend at the hospital was out sick. Now that I was feeling better and able to peel myself from the door, I tensed. Hey. I'm Anxiety, and I'm here to remind you that someone knows your secret. Someone knew what we were, someone other than Mom and her supernatural hating side of the family. I hadn't felt this freaked out and unsafe in years, even if it was another supernatural that approached me. I leaned against the counter and closed my eyes. I remembered my parents' panic after the hospital told them Dad and I were turning. And I didn't understand why my parents drove me across the country after. Or why we moved again and again. But I understood why Mom left after the incident when I was 8. And why she hooked up with a normal guy who had nice normal children. I would not think about the incident. I checked my phone. 4:15. Fencing practice started at 8. I'll have to tell Thorne, I said to the wall, wanting to put a hole in it. I just hope Dad kept us close enough for me to go to his classes after we moved yet again. He'd been my favorite instructor so far and knew every fighting art in existence. The man didn't baby me, and yet he had this laid-back attitude like he'd never rat my secret to anyone if he found out. The darkness of my room was inviting. My blackout curtains stayed shut, holding out the deadly light. I flopped down on my bed and stared at the wall, eyeing my rack of katanas. If I slept for 2 hours, I could stay up all night and deal with my homework. Had Dad really gone to Supernatural's underground? I'd never heard of it. The business card was warm in my pocket. I pulled it out again. Xavier Lovelli. The magenta ink shone, made from dragon scales and incubus blood. I'd never heard of such a thing. No one had seen a dragon for thousands of years. Dad's grandfather, who moved here from China way back, used to tell stories about them. Scientists had only dug up bones. And incubi, I had heard little about them. Demons were not a school topic. Don't get too curious. You know what they say about the cat. I was not a cat. I closed my eyes. A distant car screeched its tires as it struggled to stop in time at an intersection. It sounded like it was coming from 2 streets over, where Maple and Cross met. A squirrel darted up a tree outside, its little claws skittering on wood. And footsteps followed. Heavy footsteps, trying to stay quiet as they crept up to the back door. I swore and jumped off the bed. Every muscle tensed as I listened, hoping for these people to turn back and decide that breaking into this house would end badly. I could smell them from here as their scent came through the cracks in the sliding door, which was at the back of the living room. A horrible cologne hit my nostrils first. Another smelled like the cheeseburgers they'd had for lunch. A couple of other faint smells joined in. Bad news bears. They were directionally challenged door-to-door sales agents, or they were. The back doorknob rattled. That was a lot of nope. So, I did what any scared girl home alone would do. I eyed the katanas on the wall. Dad said if this ever happened, I had to hide in a closet, call the authorities, and let the evening news replay the transcript when they reported the break-in. No fighting, Rosone. But after the day I had, the katanas looked better and better. The doorknob rattled again. I hadn't vented my aggression yet this week. Even if these people had guns, I could take a lot of injury before I died. If they had time to shoot. I seized my favorite katana, the one with the red and purple handle. The blade whistled as I swung it through the air. Let them come in. I picked up 4 distinct smells now, Mr. Cologne, cheeseburger, Caesar salad, and even chicken nuggets. The business card got warmer in my pocket as if begging me to use it. I ignored the sensation. No one would bat an eye if a trained girl sliced up some burglars, right? After all, it was self-defense. I'd listen to Dad's lecturing later. The door cracked inward slightly, despite the lock. I couldn't see it, but I'd heard the noise so many times, it was unmistakable. Had they pried the lock with something? And then the scent of crisp suits followed. Ice flowed down my spine, and I frowned. Burglars didn't break into places dressed like that. The abnormal treatment centers people did, for dangerous cases. And they usually brought armed guards, too. They were the ones who dragged supernaturals off for treatment, which was bad because they didn't turn supernaturals into normals like they claimed and made you disappear. Forever. And the cops let them do their thing. Money and all that. I wasn't sure what I hated more, that the ATC had just come knocking or that Xavier was right. Sheer panic shot through me, and all my senses sharpened. I tightened my grasp on my weapon. Burglars would have been child's play. Is she in here? The man kept his voice low, but I could still hear. She could be at school, waiting out the sun, another said nervously. Okay. Don't move. They might just go back out the door, and then you can call Dad and tell him to get home pronto, and then flee the city. Don't make a sound, Anne. My cell phone on my nightstand chirped with an incoming text, and then another and another. No. Not now. So, did he have a muscular chest? How did you meet? Janine's texts kept coming. Someone's home, the first man whispered. Sheesh, what had he done? Held his ear to the glass. It didn't matter now. A hole of terror opened in my chest. Someone had sold me out, and I was on my own. There was another rattle at the back door, and the sound of something cocking back followed. Before my brain could work out what it was, I took my first step toward the hall. A deafening shot rang out, and glass shattered. All the smells of outside washed in along with the scent of lunch-infused blood and the cologne from hell. These people had done a horrible job of cloaking themselves and staying quiet. But no one messed with the ATC. I could go out the window, but I wouldn't make it far with the sun still blazing. They had attacked during the day on purpose. Alyssa Choi, a man announced with a rehearsed, terrifying calmness from the back of the house. He stepped in, crunching glass into the carpet. Little pieces broke over and over. We know you are home. Can you step out and have a chat with us? A chat. Sure. And why did that guy sound like? Another Janine text followed with a chirp. She's down the hall, a woman said. Four sets of footsteps crushed the carpet as the ATC people marched towards me. If I got cornered, that was the end. I'd be riding in one of those faded black vans to some underground place. There I'd spend the rest of my life choking salads in some hope that it could help me decide to be normal again. Or worse. And I still wanted to stab something. Fine. I was doing this. It was the only chance I had. I'm here, I said, stepping into the hall with the katana in hand. For dramatic effect, I kept it raised and pointed at the 4 goons in suits, 3 men and 1 woman who froze halfway down the hall. And the first stood 2 feet from my blade. Oh. I'd seen Mayor Kesio on the evening news plenty of times, and with his dark sunglasses, politician's grin, and bald head that could reflect every corrupt act he'd ever pulled. He looked like the impersonation of an elephant's rear end on TV, but up close, he towered over me in his tan suit and the broadest shoulders I'd ever seen. He kept one hand in his pocket like he was a gentleman, ready to shake hands at some shady deal. The other pocket bulged with a pistol. His sunglasses wrapped around his eyes completely, hiding them from view, and if his face could get any stonier, I'd be able to make out the grains. What the hell? Mayor Kesio? In my house? I whispered a few expletives. This was not good. The woman hung right behind him, with blonde hair spilling down the front of her gray suit. The 2 men also wore sunglasses and gray suits. Obviously, Mayor Kesio was the leader. And not one of them flinched. That was not the reaction I'd hoped for and didn't instill confidence. Then he took his hand out of his pocket as if I wasn't pointing a deadly sharp sword at his chest. He held a wallet and he let it open to show me his fancy badge. Meanwhile, Janine texted me again, punctuating my horror. Yes. Willis Kesio, CEO, Abnormal Treatment Centers. His badge shone under thin plastic. I caught the suburb home, the schoolhouse, the office worker, and the sun on the coat of arms. What a bunch of false hope. As if I could become normal again if I just wished hard enough. Kesio smiled. You know who we are. And you know who I am. I managed, not daring to drop the sword. It was the only space between me and him. Would I have to kill the mayor? Sure, I'd get away with that, and Dad would be happy. They had brought no troops. If he had only a pistol. Something was very wrong with this. The mayor continued as he put away his badge. We have received word that several missing blood bags from the Red Cross have somehow wound up here at your address. We've taken one Eddie Black into custody over this. Eddie Black. Dad's friend. Now he'd get labeled a normal traitor if they let him out of prison. So, he gave us away for his freedom, I said, not daring to lower the katana. I would have to kill and not just hurt people to escape this, the one thing I told myself I would never, ever do. Worst of all, I wanted to. His fate is not your business. We are here for you. Mayor Kesio nodded. Many supernaturals struggle to be normal. We'll fix you. Otherwise, you are a danger to human society. I kept the sword held high. This guy wasn't backing down, and my stomach was rumbling with hunger again. Though Mayor Kesio reeked, the cheeseburger smell from one guy was intoxicating. I should have taken a blood bag the second I got home. I wouldn't be having this problem right now. Sure. Choking down a vegetarian diet is going to fix what's wrong. Your programs must work well if people never come out. The blonde woman flinched, but the mayor stood his ground. I couldn't read him. And Thorne always had us read our enemies before attacking. All I knew was that the mayor's confidence was a bad sign. Something would happen if I made the first move. Kesio went into full politician mode, speaking with eloquence. The reason you don't hear from people who come out of our programs is that most of them take on new identities once they become normal. That's a load of crap. My anger rose to a scary point as I quaked. I wanted this guy to bleed. I'd never felt like this before. It scared me. Just gore him, already. Kesio's crew reached for the guns I could smell in their pockets. Alyssa. We are taking you. Surrender the sword and give us your hands. We will make sure you are out of the sun on the way to the center. The center. The word struck fear in my heart. But more than that, rage. People like the ATC made my life a nightmare. I lunged at Kesio first, stabbing with the blade and striking him right in the chest. And I learned what a huge hypocrite our mayor was. My blade refused to puncture his skin, though his suit ripped and exposed his well-built chest. And second, Kesio just smiled as I tried to drive in the blade with my higher-than-normal strength. He wasn't normal, or even human. He couldn't be. But what was he? Then I made a mistake. I lowered my sword. Kesio backed off and pointed at me just as his goons raised their pistols. Fire! Instinct took over. The world blurred as I jumped past the mayor and raised the blade just as she pulled the trigger to fire. The gun went off as I dodged, grazing my arm. Hot pain flared. I ignored it and swung the blade down. Droplets of my blood flew, making splatters on the wall. She'd shot me. The woman couldn't move away in time. I swung the blade into her shoulder. It made a wet slicing sound like a knife going through fruit. It was satisfying. She was the one who'd had a salad for lunch. The smell of lettuce and tomatoes and vinaigrette filled the hallway as red blossomed on her shoulder. It was even stronger than her scream of pain or the second gunshot going off, which missed. Smoke joined in on the smell. My stomach rumbled. I had to end this quickly. I might not resist. The two gray-suited men backpedaled as the woman grasped her bleeding wound. Fire! Don't just stand there! Despite his shouts, Kesio sounded as if he were having a great time. The woman was out of commission. She leaned against the wall and cradled her shoulder while Mr. Cologne shouted another order to fire. The first man raised his gun and backed towards the living room, but not before I lunged forward, blade first, and stabbed him in the lower abdomen. It punctured so far that the handle almost reached his suit. Wow, the katana was sharper than I thought. I drew it back as the man grunted and wrapped his hands around the result. My blade dripped with thick blood and smelled of overpowering cheeseburger. I felt dizzy with hunger. The man gasped and staggered back, leaning against the boxes and bleeding all over the floor. That stain would never come out. And we would have to move after this. My shoulder tingled as my skin stitched itself back together. My scentless blood ran down my forearm. I bolted into the living room. I could duck behind the couch. The second man raised his gun at me. Another shot fired, and pain exploded in my back. Blood splattered all over the wall in front of me and the world went darker. My vision tilted, and my grasp loosened. The carpet rose slowly, slowly. They'd shot me. Right through my lower abdomen. I staggered and grabbed at the coffee table. Numbness swept over me, and I held in my own scream of pain. I took a deep breath and faced the man I had stabbed. He moaned and cradled his abdomen just a few feet away. Blood soaked his hands. He smelled even more like cheeseburgers than before. The second man stood over him, face pale with horror. He lowered a smoking pistol. And I had dropped my sword right where he was standing now. Mayor Kesio appeared and stood next to the uninjured guy. He split his face into a smug, punchable grin. Good, Robert. Let's get her into the van before she heals. He didn't even care about the guy I stabbed. Great boss he was. I bet he gave his agents outstanding benefits and vacation days, too. Mike's dying. Robert's voice took a hoarse tone as he trembled. Shelley's hurt. I took another breath. My back felt like it was ripping apart. My stomach, too. The inside of my body tingled, trying to heal, but hunger and weakness would slow it down. I thought of the blood on the sword and on Mike. It could help me heal, but I couldn't crawl over there and reach it. And I wouldn't take it. Not in front of these people. Maybe not even in front of me. Good job, Alyssa. You hurt 2 people and maybe killed 1. You are dangerous. The fridge. I needed the fridge. It was way across the house. Now I'd never reach it. You heard what I said, Robert. The mayor stayed completely calm. Drag her to the front door. I'll pull the van up. Robert swallowed and stepped over Mike, who still groaned. I scooted away from him. I could move better now, about as well as a slug on a hot sidewalk, but that wouldn't do much good. Pain exploded. The world tilted. The bullet must have penetrated organs. Maybe even bone. My hearing picked up grinding sounds with each movement. But Robert hesitated. He stared down as if I were a poisonous snake about to bite him. Well, he wasn't that far off. First day on the job? I had to speak through grit teeth. Seize her! Kesio ordered. His voice took on a terrifying growl. You know the terms. A shudder raced down my busted spine. What was he? Robert broke out in sweat. Slowly, he reached down. I had little time before I saw the back of a black van. Only bad things happened there. The business card. As much as I hated the idea of relying on Xavier to bail me out, it was my only option. I thrust my hand into my pocket and rubbed the card between my fingers. It was warm. The card grew hot, then scorching. I took my hand from my pocket as my back crunched again. Robert's hand hovered above my shoulder. "You like your job?" I asked. The card in my pocket still burned, and I didn't know what was going to happen. "Of course," he said in a tone that said that no, he didn't. "Seize her," Kesio repeated. "I bet you get great dental and paid vacations." "Oh." Mike groaned on the floor. "Come on, Xavier. Any time now." "Aren't you going to call an ambulance for that guy?" I asked the mayor. Hiding my gulp, I waited. Shelley was standing there now at the mouth of the hallway, holding her bleeding shoulder. She'd paled. Blood stained her hair. Cheeseburgers and salad. Bad combo. But at least that made me less hungry. Robert was close, and I might not hold back. "I can't." Robert leaned close to me. And I read the horror in his eyes. And he whispered, "Please help us." "Huh?" I asked, but not before a loud crackling sound filled the air and the living room heated. "We have a situation!" Shelley reached for her weapon despite her injury. Robert jumped back and raised his pistol towards the sound. Then I saw the cause. A column of magenta flame rose in the corner of my living room, crackling like a bonfire and casting a sultry breeze through the entire room. Police sirens started in the distance. The neighbors must have heard the shots and called the cops. The column grew thicker, hotter, brighter. The air in the room turned into a furnace and I tried to stand, but the pain was still unbearable. I wasn't healing fast. I might not be healing at all, so all I could do was sit there injured and watch as a dark form took shape inside the column. A trench coat. A hat. Sunglasses. Xavier. I'd summoned him. And now he'd never let me live it down. "Seize her! Now!" The mayor gesticulated. The column of fire remained, and Xavier stepped out, his fist glowing with the same magenta tone as his surprise portal. Without facing me, the war mage made a tossing motion at Robert, and a ball of crackling flame shot for him, sparking and lighting everything in a purple glow. It contacted with a loud fizzling sound, and Robert flew back into the kitchen, doing a catapult over the counter. Things thumped and glass shattered as the entire cabinet of Dad's vintage wine glasses spilled out and onto the floor. Robert groaned, and Shelley bolted to the door as Xavier turned his attention to me. "Alyssa!" He extended his hand. "Get up! It's time to GTFO!" I glanced at Mike, who had gone still on the floor, and at the blood splattered all over the walls. Yes. He had a good idea. Down the hall, my phone blew up with another text, and another. But with everything going to hell around me, I didn't care. I just needed to get out before I licked the blood off the floor. I was seriously thinking about it. Humiliation or Xavier. Mayor Kesio moved to block us from the column of fire, which I guessed was the portal. Xavier it was. I rose and landed in his grasp. That was going to go over well. Kesio stood between us and the portal, tensing and ready to fight. Though he held no weapons in his hands, something was very off. His fingernails slowly darkened, sharpening, and his cheeks flushed to an impossible red. Time to go. "We're leaving!" Xavier summoned a second fireball, throwing it at the mayor. It struck, igniting his suit, and he lifted one hand to put out the magical flames. And Xavier took the chance to drag us both around him and to the waiting column. "We're leaving. This will close behind us." Xavier forced a grin at me. "See, Alyssa? Not only are you hot, but you're a good fighter." Chapter 3. The air got hotter and hotter, almost unbearable, as we stepped through the portal. Seriously, how did Xavier manage this? Everything fizzled and crackled around me as I kept my arms around Xavier and his leather coat. Weakness grasped me so badly that I had to let my head rest on his chest. I hated it was muscular. I hated that Xavier smelled so good, like a novelty shop. And I hated the way we fell through space. Bright light tried to invade my eyelids. I waited for my skin to burn, for motion sickness to join in on the pain party, but it never came. The magical purple light didn't hurt the way sunlight did. I opened my eyes. Purple fire swirled around us as my clothes snapped against my body. And I closed them again as panic rose in my chest. No, I would not freak out in front of Xavier. I'd heard mages could teleport sometimes, but sheesh. Did it have to be so unnerving? And even in magical limbo, I couldn't get the smell out of my head. It was intoxicating, different, almost refreshing. The thought strengthened my resolve to hate Xavier. We fell for what felt like ages. I held my breath. My back and abdomen throbbed, ached, crunched, and burned. I wasn't healing. An awful hollow feeling swept through me, like I was losing too much blood. How ironic. I was going to die if I didn't get help soon, if I could die. I could. Dad told me that. It took a lot, and I wasn't sure how much, but I could. The floor hit, and a jolt ran through my body. I screamed with agony and Xavier shouted something. We had stopped. I opened my eyes. The world had gone darker. Unfortunately, I had slumped in Xavier's grasp. Then he grinned as I realized my predicament. "Nice catch I have." It took all my strength to flip him off. I was hurting. Cranky. And I literally wanted to bite him. No. My teeth were still filed down, and for another, I would not do that for a multitude of reasons. "Where are we?" I asked as I looked around. My eyes quickly adjusted. The wide tunnel was dark and made of brick, but not so dark that I reverted to black and white vision. And the air felt chilly and damp. We were underground. Gas lanterns hung from the ceiling, flickering. A barrel leaned up against the wall and the shadows of people walked past. I was in a tunnel, in Xavier's arms, and people were watching us right now. Scents assaulted me, some exotic, some ordinary. The tunnel had plenty of foot traffic, and one woman with strange, super blue eyes slowed as she carried a burlap bag. It rattled with glass bottles inside. "Is she okay?" The woman leaned close. She smelled like ocean salt, and I wondered if she was some type of mage. Maybe I'd landed in some mage hideout. I cringed, knowing what would come next. Of course. "I've got her." Xavier smiled. "My backbones are crunching against each other, and it feels great," I said as the woman walked off, sighing. "Hello? Xavier? You have a rotten bedside manner." A few more people passed, and I felt so weak and sick that I no longer paid them attention. I let my head roll back, determined to get back at Xavier later. More corridors branched off from this wide one, some with warm lights down them and others very dark, save for the very faint glows of candles. Where was I? A huge, burly man with a dog-like smell blocked my vision and glanced at me. His eyes were a very faint yellow, as if there was something other than human inside. Yes. Another supernatural. "Less," Xavier said, holding me up and shaking. I was glad about that. He couldn't show off too much longer. He'd better throw in the towel soon. I was going to faint in his arms, and he'd never let me forget that. "What?" the doggy smell man asked. His teeth were very white. "A werewolf?" I'd smelled a few of them, they were loners and not spotted much. Xavier spoke again. "Get Trish. Now. This girl needs infirmary." He sounded so calm, like I wasn't bleeding out all over the floor. "She can't heal." Les turned his gaze on me. I honestly didn't care that he had doggy breath, too. Xavier didn't seem to mind, or at least he couldn't smell it. The hallway was turning even darker. Maybe I wanted to pass out. My back felt as if someone were setting off explosives there. "Where did you find her?" Les asked. "Pink hoodie. Sparkly nails. She looks like an imposter to me." "Ugh, I'm dying here," I said. Then Xavier hardened his tone. "It doesn't matter what she is. She took out one of Kesio's agents. She's worth saving and bringing to the cause. You heard me. Get Trish. That's an order." A wave of darkness swept across my vision like a shadowy hand. Xavier kept one arm around me as he lowered me to the floor. He took off his sunglasses with his free hand, revealing his eyes. No. He was not this attractive. I stared into the deepest blue I could imagine. Tiny flecks of magenta circled his pupils like rare jewels. I hadn't imagined a creature like him could even exist. But not now. The shadows won, and I spiraled into darkness. I coughed as a thick, warm, fantastic liquid poured down my throat. The pain in my spine faded to a dull ache. I felt like someone had bruised me. I sucked down the liquid, pancakes and syrup, and felt warm strength flow into my body. The ache faded into a distant bad dream. "Drink up." A rough woman spoke. "You shouldn't have been fighting empty." All I could manage was a nod. I was in a dream, helpless until my body cooperated. A warm tingle took the place of the last throb and chased the rest of it away. I could focus on other things now. I was lying on something soft. A pillow crunched as the woman moved the cup or receptacle away for a second, then allowed me to swallow the rest. "Better?" she snapped. "Don't do something stupid like that again." My eyelids fluttered, and I slowly opened them as I spoke. "Whoever you are, you have a worse bedside manner than Xavier." Great. I was not home like I'd hoped, waking from a nightmare. Instead, a dim room lit with legions of candles and made with old brick surrounded me. An arched brick ceiling spread over me. Candles danced on an old vanity mirror with broken lights, while others rested on a table of scary-looking medical supplies that belonged in a movie about deranged hillbillies. The room was warm, almost too warm for comfort. Light flickered everywhere, and the room was warm, almost too warm, from all the heat. This entire space was no bigger than my bedroom and the air here was stuffy. A very tall, stocky woman stood near the vanity mirror, and she held a clear pitcher with about 2 inches of blood still on the bottom. She'd been pouring it down my throat. The woman glared at me with eyes that were tinted red around the pupils. She was like me and like the guy who had bitten me so long ago. No wonder she wasn't squeamish. "It's about time you woke." She eyed the pitcher. "You went through 2 of these before you stirred. What have you been doing? I don't suppose you starve yourself. And I saw file marks around your teeth. That's the sure sign of an imposter to me." Then I remembered it all. The mayor and his goons. Xavier. Jabbing my sword through that guy and letting him bleed out all over the living room floor. Passing out in Xavier's arms. I sat up on the cot and looked around, hoping to see him lurking in the corners, but he was nowhere. There was just this mean woman in a lab coat who looked like she wanted to throttle me. A strange ring of candles surrounded my cot, all flickering. Two of them almost snuffed out thanks to me sitting up and shifting the air, but they sprang back to life. And a chalk circle linked them all. Yikes. Okay. This woman was a mad scientist who also did rituals on the side. Promising. But at least the pain was gone. I had healed. What do you say to that? The woman moved to stand between me and the arch that marked the room's exit. I caught my breath for a second and waited for the shaking in my limbs to subside. I felt steadier, enough to get up and stand there. The floor candles wavered again. Lab coats don't go well with Victorian dresses. That's all I have to say. She wore a green one with lace under the mad scientist gear. She also kept her brown hair in a tight, neat bun. She must be over 100, but I sure would not say that while under her murderous stare. I'm Trish. It's short for Patricia, she said. She took her gaze from the pitcher of blood and gave me a stony stare. She continued like she had said this a million times. I'm the physician for Supernatural Underground. First female doctor in Cumberland. The official story was that I went missing in early 1905 to run from a bank debt. The truth was that a patient of mine bit me in the hospital, thinking I was an easy victim, and I was one of the lucky rare ones to be turned. One of the lucky ones. I had to hold down a snicker. I'd heard stories of vampires sneaking into hospitals in the old days, disguising themselves as patients to get access to all the free blood. People still thought it happened, though modern medical screening had stopped that problem in most parts of the world. I doubted we'd get along. I'm Roslyn, I said. Already I was pushing her buttons. Her face hardened into one of anger and red snaked from her pupils. Why couldn't she wear contacts the way I did? It would help her terrify her patients less. Your name is Alyssa. Get it right. Your imposter days are over. Anger rose in me, smoldering. It was a monster I couldn't tame. I don't get what this imposter stuff is or what it means, and I appreciate you helping my back heal. But please, I'm new here. This was the first time I had drank blood in front of anyone other than Dad. Mom had never watched. Well, there was the incident. I shoved the thought of it out of my mind. I still couldn't bear to think about it. I needed to leave, but the exit, a narrow tunnel on the other side of Trish, was the only way to go. Imposters are supernaturals trying to be normal. She took a step towards me as she talked. We don't trust them around here. Too many have tried selling us out to save themselves. Also, I shouldn't have had to heal you. When you don't drink enough, you can barely function. It's why you went down so easily in that fight. Kesio knew you were an imposter and figured you were easy prey. If our young war mage hadn't found you, you'd be in the treatment center already. Let me guess. You rely on cold blood bags. I found the words to say. Okay. I get it. This is all my fault. I really didn't want to have this conversation. I felt like everyone had seen me naked, even though this woman had the same problem as me. Even when Dad and I were home, we didn't discuss this, and we never went to the freezer at the same time. Ever. It was our silent rule and had been ever since Mom left. As if that could change the outcome of our family ripping apart. Trish laid on the sarcasm. Good. You can see the error of your ways. I hope Xavier keeps a close eye on you. I'd hate to see him make another mistake. He's a smart kid, but he's too soft with imposters. He sure likes lost puppies. I bristled, hearing her talk about me like that. And Xavier, as much as I hated him, had pulled me out of the worst day of my life. Puppies? I am not a lost puppy. A cat, maybe, because cats have an attitude. And don't be so hard on Xavier. Trish, you don't have to be so hard on her either. Xavier said from behind her. My face flushed. I hadn't noticed him standing in the tunnel's mouth right behind Trish. She'd been blocking the view, and Xavier had that way of sneaking around. He had lost his sunglasses, leaving those magical eyes, and his hat, too. I wondered if all mages had eyes like that. And his hair, it hung around his ears like he was some anime character come to life, just without the enormous eyes. Trish turned on Xavier. You know how things go with people like her. It never ends well when we bring them in. Hey! She proved herself. She took down 1 or 2 armed people in her first fight. She's a natural. You should see her fence. She's top of the class. I hope you're right. I just hate to see, well, never mind. I've warned you. Trish's tone softened, almost like she was really worried about Xavier. It made me feel bad. He'd put himself in danger, knowing he might go against this Kesio guy. I had to talk to Xavier. I was exploding with questions. Trish turned to me and waved me away from the table. I thanked her again and stepped over the candle ring. Maybe Trish did magical healing, too, even though only mages were supposed to do stuff like that. Unless she was a mage before she got bitten? She still held the pitcher of blood, and it still smelled of pancakes and syrup. Whoever it had come from had eaten a nice, hearty breakfast. Or they had breakfast for dinner. What time was it? How long had I been down here? I kept my gaze averted from the blood and walked towards Xavier. I waved him out of the room, and we walked side by side into the dark brick tunnel, which was lit with the occasional candle in the occasional crevice. We passed a skull where another candle burned inside with green flames. There was magic at work here. Yes, I'd landed in Mage Central. We turned the corner and left the voodoo infirmary behind. Imposters. Trish whispered, which I could hear. I waited until we were well down the next brick corridor, and that this one was clear of people before I spoke. Why does she hate me so much? I asked Xavier in the lowest voice I could. I was about 90% certain Trish could hear me if her hearing was as good as mine. No obnoxious answers allowed. Xavier worked his jaw and spoke. Trish has a history. And by the way, I get to give you the grand tour and find you some living quarters. Doesn't that sound like fun? Wrestling answers would feel like raking my nails down a brick wall, then. I'm not staying here, and I'll proudly wear my imposter badge of honor. I'm going home. Janine's waiting to hear from me. I stopped myself before I blurted out about what. I still had to come up with a cover story. Then he leveled the most serious glare he could at me. You can't go back there. That life is over for you now. His words hung heavy as we kept walking. We passed a large alcove where an old woman sat beside a table covered in blue amulets and jewelry. A glass ball stood on a stand. The woman wore a velvet blue robe. I tried not to stare at the golden moons, glowing gems, and animal-shaped amulets as I passed, and least of all the old woman herself. Hoop earrings swung as she followed me with her very blue gaze. Xavier leaned close once we'd passed and talked in my ear. Don't mind her. That's Alzina. She's a seer mage. He put his hand on my back like he was trying to rush me past. I jerked away from his grasp. Did he think he was entitled to my affection? This wasn't a fairy tale where the princess automatically had to fall in love with her savior on sight. You're trying to change the subject. I can move again once I find my way out of here. I said. It would suck leaving Janine and Maisha behind, but I had left friends behind before starting in the 2nd grade, after my royal screw-up. I could do it again. Xavier got back on topic. It's not that simple. You might have some amnesia from being hurt, but I'll fill you in. You injured a guy badly. The assistant mayor, in fact. And the mayor himself came to collect you. That just doesn't happen. I stopped right there in the corridor. Could this day spiral any farther down the toilet? First, Xavier was my savior, and now the mayor was hunting me. Someone laughed from a lit tunnel ahead. An old man sitting in the next alcove stared at us. Was everyone down here supernatural? I felt like everyone was staring at me, at the imposter who tried to blend in with normal life. As if that were a bad thing. Can you enlighten me further? I asked. Xavier coughed. You injured Mike Teller. He works closely with Mayor Kesio all the time. It's all over the news. The official story is that Mike was stopping by your house to ask for a campaign donation, and you attacked. He's in critical condition. I felt like the world had stopped. I stabbed the assistant mayor? I wanted to throw up. He nodded and continued. He was going to shoot you, so you were totally right to do what you did. Of course, the news left out that Mike Teller had a gun, and that Kesio let him bleed. They always leave out parts of the story if it can make supernaturals look bad. Xavier wagged his finger at me. You are a bad supernatural and too dangerous to be free. Do you see why you can't go back out to your house? It's crawling with police. People are freaking out that they had you for a neighbor. I stood there, too stunned to move and too furious to say a word. Xavier had declared victory. They're lying? I asked at last. He waved me along. Now he wasn't smiling as he talked. It happens all the time. They twist things. That's why most of us hide under Cumberland and under most major cities. I had no choice but to follow. My mind reeled. Of course, my house was a no-go. What the heck was I supposed to do now? Think, Alyssa. You can get out. You can blend in again. We emerged into a larger chamber, a brick dome, one with a lot more gas lanterns hanging everywhere. Low chatter filled the place. Merchants had tents everywhere. Meat roasted over spits and the scent of smoke and pork filled the chamber. Les, in his patched jacket, waited in line. He had his back to me, leaving me staring at his thick plaid shirt. A couple of younger women chattered away in the corner in a language I couldn't determine. One of them had silvery scales running up the back of her neck and very short blonde hair. I could only see the side of her face, but even from here, I could tell that her eyes were pure black. Time to move on. Xavier had the same idea. He quickened his pace. I brushed past a short little man in a suit, and then Xavier and I entered another tunnel. This place was disorienting. I figured we were under the city, using old Prohibition tunnels. Wow, people must have carted around a lot of booze. You want a room with a bed? Xavier asked me once we'd entered a quiet tunnel again. You're going to need more rest. More fun and adventure awaits. Lovely, I told him. I needed time to collect myself. Especially before the fun and adventure. Yes. A bed, please. It beat the alternative. I had always slept in a regular bed and that would not change. Then I faced Xavier. What's coming? Just a test to see if you can really be one of our fighters. Sorry, but no knee pads or helmets. He smiled at me. We passed under a hanging lamp and the purple flecks in his eyes got vibrant suddenly. They were like his magic. I wanted to study them all day, and I hated that, too. Who said I was going to do that? I asked. Look, Alyssa. Fate caught up with you. Then I whirled on him and let it out. They followed you to me, didn't they? I wanted to lash out at him for shattering my carefully guarded world. I still didn't know what was going on, and this whole thing could have been a setup just to get me into Supernatural's underground. Literally. Xavier put his palms up before speaking. Look, I can't guarantee they didn't follow me to find you, but that's not the point. The ATC has been hunting us more and more. They would have found you even if I hadn't paid you a visit. Maybe I could have moved again. Problem solved. You're difficult, Xavier said. I'm difficult? Xavier frowned. Alyssa, you might have taken out one guy, but soon, you're going to have to take out a lot more. Kesio might look like a suited-up mayor, but he's dangerous. He's already on his 4th term, and we down here in the underground think he's heading for something bigger. He gets money from the abnormal therapy centers. No, he runs the company, so it's good for him to get as many victims as he can. That's where you almost went. I sighed. A corrupt politician. How original. Xavier stared hard at me. It's more than just that. You've probably seen his building even if you've only been here a few months. It's the tallest one. I let out a breath. Sorry. Wasn't trying to be rude, I said. If I was stuck down here, I'd at least let Xavier speak. We were leaving the chatter behind now and walking down another tunnel with more skull lamps and eerie green light. We passed another older woman in a tan robe. Aren't all politicians corrupt? I asked. A lot of them like to get votes from the anti-supernatural crowd. The centers funded some elections. Pretty much, Xavier said. Anyway, we've seen more goons around. More black vans. No one knows where they're taking the supernaturals they capture, but a lot who dared to live in the surface city have gone missing in the past month. A family of mages vanished just 2 days ago, all 6 of them overnight. Then a shifter man, Les's cousin, went missing the week before that. They're taking all the supernaturals they can find. Something big is happening in Cumberland. The seer mages can feel it. We're trying to save all the fighters we can. My head spun as he finished speaking. This whole thing was making less and less sense. I had to ask something. Are you sure about that? One of Kesio's goons asked me to help him right before you came blazing into my house. He gave me a thumbs up. Literally. He wouldn't let his ego go. Come on. He dropped the grin. Anyway. One of his goons asked you for help? This was clearly news to Xavier, so I answered him. He did. The guy looked all freaked out like he feared the mayor. I don't get it. Maybe there was some blackmail going on, or Kesio's one of those bosses who fires people over text. Somehow, that explanation didn't feel right. I hadn't been able to stab the mayor. I'd never heard of any creature able to withstand that. We continued walking, and now Xavier stared straight ahead. I couldn't take the silence anymore. Say something. He kept walking, lost in his own thoughts. Sorry. It's just been a really long day. I took a breath. I agree. My whole life got upended. I want to know what the mayor even is, and now my dad's going to come home and... I cursed. I had forgotten all about him. Alyssa! Don't think about it! Xavier said, reaching out for me. But I was already running. I didn't look back. Xavier's footsteps pounded behind me, but they faded as I bolted around a corner and down a wider corridor that looked like a major artery. Smells surrounded me on all sides. People walked up and down under more gas lamps, and there were more shops here, bigger ones behind wooden doors and glass windows. I even spotted another glimmering crystal ball as I ran past. I wove around a girl a couple of years younger than me and around another hairy man walking out of another shop. Alyssa! Xavier shouted. You can't go after him! He didn't understand. His father wasn't out there with Kesio, the supernatural hunter. It wouldn't be hard for him to figure out where Dad worked if the cops were at my house. They'd surrender that information to him, and I didn't know how long I'd been out. I smelled the air. Musty, but with a hint of freshness. It was early night on the surface, dewy and just cooling. I could go out. There was an exit somewhere down this way. The smell got stronger the farther I ran down the underground mall. An enormous set of stone stairs ascended far ahead. People moved to the side with cloth shopping bags. "Alyssa!" Xavier shouted again. The stairs were easy. I didn't get out of breath. I never did, always having to fake it during soccer practice. Xavier's cries got farther behind as I took them two at a time. I must look like a blur to everyone in the mall. The fresh smell got stronger. Yes. Exit. I emerged into another hallway and found another long corridor, but there was a ladder here that went up into carved stone. The smell wafted down. I climbed into the dark and my vision kicked in, turning the rungs and the tan walls gray and sharp as I left the light below. A trapdoor revealed tiny slivers of moonlight. I rammed it open with a loud bang, not caring for a moment if anyone saw, and emerged into the night. Just to make sure Xavier couldn't follow that quickly, I slammed the trapdoor shut and straightened up in a dark alley. The light was just enough to let my color vision return, but the details stayed as sharp around me as ever. The reek of garbage and something worse made me wrinkle my nose as I tried to figure out where the heck I was. But there was no time for that. The alley had an exit onto a busy street far ahead and a fence on the other end. I caught the shadow of a guy leaning against another dumpster and smelled the alcohol in his blood even from 100 feet away. That was always the worst smell. On the other side of me was a tall chain-link fence. The top of the ATC tower, which housed the mayor's office and the city hall, poked over the other buildings. I was within blocks of the place. Downtown. That meant Dad's office was close, too. I just had to find Shetford Avenue. Xavier's footfalls echoed from below. He was still giving chase. I wasn't sure if his magic would let him find me unless I used his card again, but for now, he needed to stay away. Dad might be at the office still. Kesio wouldn't storm into a large building to take him away because people would notice. Right? So, I bolted to the fence, running faster than I allowed myself at any games. Only the drunk guy must be able to see me. A cat jumped down from a trash can and I jumped for the fence, grabbing on with my shoes and hauling myself over. Behind me, the trapdoor popped open. I didn't stop. The alley behind the fence was even darker than the first. Not an issue for me. Everything snapped to gray sharpness again, and I wove around more trash cans, boxes of forgotten things and even an old, broken-down car that smelled like it belonged to the drunk guy. Xavier rattled the chain-link fence way back, but didn't dare call out to me again. We were out in the normal world now, where I so desperately wanted to belong, and it had turned against me in a moment. The shadows had to protect me now. I emerged onto a narrow street, and the ATC tower loomed larger. I slowed to a quick run as the ATC letters glowed in red 20 stories above like an evil eye looking over Cumberland. I hadn't paid attention to it before. I had tried to stab the mayor. He was hunting me, and Xavier might have accidentally tipped him off. But I couldn't think about that now. Dad's building was on the other side of the skyscraper, and if I wanted to get there in a decent amount of time, I needed to stay out of sight while I ran. A girl moving at the pace of a blur would get noticed in the city, so I stayed away from the street lamps and stuck to the dark side, where most women feared walking. I came to an intersection and stopped, waiting for the light to turn, and crossed, forcing myself to walk. A police car sat at a packed diner. I could smell the food and the food that people had eaten. It was everywhere in the city. It was no wonder Dad hated working here, but the owner of Ganges Insurance had offered him too good of a deal to pass up. I left the diner behind, trying not to walk too fast. More people walked past, all normals looking down at cell phones, walking dogs and herding children. Couples holding hands. Business people in suits heading for their cars. I felt like I had stepped between worlds. These people did not know about the network below their feet. There were too many people out for me to run. And at last, after 20 minutes of forcing myself to walk slowly, I passed the bank that marked the corner of Sherwood and 5 Sup/Sup. This was the street Ganges Insurance was on. It was a smaller building, only about 10 stories, that Dad's work shared with a few others, including a bank, and the digital clock mounted over the double doors told me it was 8:45. Dad got out at 9 today. That meant he was still here unless something had happened, and he'd seen the news. I had left my cell phone at home. They might have found his number in it. I broke into a run, closing the final distance between me and the building. I yanked open the door and ran inside the lobby. Marge, the door lady, stood next to some leather chairs as if this were a hotel. I'd seen her a few times. "Are you looking for your father?" she asked in a tone that said things were completely normal. Good. She must not have heard the news yet. I nodded to her. Yes. I have a question for him. Did he leave? Marge looked at the clock hanging above her desk. Not yet. If he did, he took the back door, but I've never heard of him doing that. I'm sure they won't mind if you head up. I nodded to her, waved, and ran for the elevator as relief coursed through me. A woman who smelled like McDonald's stepped out and I got in, hit the button, and rode up to the top floor. I knew something was wrong when the 8 above the doors lit up. Dad worked on the 10th, and already I could smell that fresh night air was pouring into the building from above. Something was very wrong. Windows up there did not open. Every muscle in my body tensed, and I searched for a weapon, any weapon that I could use when the elevator doors opened. I knew the right decision was to press the button to go back down to the ground floor, to where people were still moving around and breathing, but Dad might be up here. Or had been up here. No. I had taken too long getting out here, lying on that mat for an hour or two of healing. Now, anything might have happened to Dad. I had led them to him. The elevator stopped, and the fresh air's smell got stronger. A breeze blew against the doors, and I could hear it even before they opened with a happy ding. It was dark on the Ganges Insurance floor. The hallway stretched in front of me, and glass littered the carpet everywhere. The doors to the offices had all flung open. Someone had dropped a cell phone, and the smell of coffee lingered. I stepped between the elevator doors to make sure they didn't close on me. Not a single light shone anywhere, leaving me with my gray vision. Even the phone on the floor was dead. Only a bit of city light poured in through the window at the end of the hall. Out there, towers glowed with light. A chill swept over me. No, no, no! I inhaled. No blood. Either everyone was dead or taken somewhere else. I'd heard Dad tell me we couldn't smell dead blood, just the fresh variety had a scent. I knew it was true because the stuff from the bags was bland. I wanted to call out for Dad, but the air up here was cold. Too cold, even for all the windows being open. So, instead, I stepped into the hallway. Another step, and another. The cell phone lay at my feet, the screen shattered. I wondered who or what had come through here and broken everything. I glanced into the first office and saw that even the laptop screen had broken, leaving jagged edges. Whoever owned the office had a picture of their kids on their desk, complete with cracked glass. Why break pictures of people's kids? All these people were normals except for Dad. Kesio wanted nothing to do with them. Did he? Things like this shouldn't happen in a civilized society. And why didn't Marge downstairs know about this? Dad's office was at the end of the hall. The place was empty, and the cold was sharp, almost like it wanted to lash out. It wrapped around my skin. I had never been that sensitive to cold, not since I was 2, but there was something uncomfortable about this. There wasn't a single body anywhere on the floor, and no dried blood either. People had left their things on their desks. Purses. Phones. Even an open lunch with ravioli that looked like it had dried for a few hours. Dad? I gave myself away, calling for him, but panic seized me, and I had no choice. Dad? Are you still here? Please answer me. Something fizzled in his office. I broke into a run, every sense sharpening further. The faint smell of smoke invaded my nostrils, an acrid burn that I wanted to gag on. I tried to smell the air again, but no other scent gave anything away. The chill in the air deepened. I didn't like this. Something was going on that I had never dealt with before. Dad? My voice came out hoarse as if whatever was in here was taking the life out of me, too. I sounded like I'd floated in ice water for an hour. His office was the last door. I stepped over a fallen chair. I blinked and for a second, dark pulses felt like they were running through me. Something evil. I wanted to run. I had never felt dread like this before. Dad's office door was closed. I paused there and my breath spiraled in front of my face. I had to do it before I lost my courage. I kicked the door open. The lock snapped, and the door swung inward, showing nothing but darkness beyond. The cold washed over me, worse than ever, dropping to something that didn't belong on Earth. I could make out nothing in the room except for a bizarre swishing noise. Terror spiked through me, and I jumped back, almost tripping over the chair. A huge shadow bled out of Dad's office. It took me a second to register what it was, a robed figure draped in black, with nothing but darkness underneath its hood. My vision didn't lie. Even though a normal wouldn't see a thing in this office, I realized there was literally nothing under that robe and hood but a shadow. A gloved hand reached out for me, and the creature took a step closer, robes swishing. It was hopeless. I was going to die, and I'd failed Dad. The thoughts polluted my mind, making me want to sink to my knees and give up. I deserved it because I stabbed the assistant mayor in the stomach, because I was a monster and a sin and a blemish on society, like they all said. I hit the wall as my leg tangled in the chair. The gloved hand drew nearer, just inches away. I couldn't move. This creature wasn't just physical darkness. It was the darkness of the soul. It was going to drag me down into a nightmare I couldn't imagine. Something terrible would happen when it touched me. A low, mournful groan came from underneath the creature's hood. My senses sharpened. I wanted to get out of here and live. The only thing in my reach was the chair, so I ducked as the shadow closed its hand where my shoulder had been a second before. The thing paused for a second. It wasn't fast. I had that advantage. I lifted the chair like a lion tamer. The shadow faced me and lumbered forward, bringing frigid air. I wanted to drop the chair. There was no getting out of here and no point if everyone in the city was looking for me and I would go to the center, eventually. No. I had to fight. It was doing something to my thoughts. Back! I lunged and rammed the chair into the creature's chest. I expected the robe to billow and collapse, but I struck what felt like a solid body. Another groan came from under the hood, to where no face showed through, and it came off its feet as I let out a war cry and rammed it against the window on the end of the hall. Rage pumped through me, but this time I grabbed onto it, not caring what I did to this thing. It wasn't like the assistant mayor. This was a monster, something even worse than me. Where is my father? The depth of my voice scared me. The creature flailed against the chair, reaching for me, missing by inches. I shoved the chair into its chest harder, pinning it against the glass. Frost spread from where the creature touched it, turning Cumberland beyond into a wintry wasteland. Where is he? I checked his office to my right. Dad's monitor had also broken as if this thing had sucked all the electricity out of the room to manifest. Rage rose. What did you do to him? The hooded shadow groaned like it was trying to tell me something through a swollen mouth and a cut tongue. Nice image. It reached for me again, shaking under its sleeves like it was fighting with itself. I brought the chair back towards me just an inch and waited, just 2 seconds, for it to form words, but I'd made a mistake. The thing lunged. I screamed with rage and rammed the chair into it once more, throwing it against the glass. The frosty surface shattered. The outdoor air was warm compared to this. The shadow thing fell through, billowing in the wind like it was going to fly, but gravity won. I dropped the chair and watched as it floated for just a second, then plunged down towards the street. Somewhere, an ambulance siren went off as if coming to its rescue. I ran to the window and looked over, careful to keep my head away from the busted glass, just in time to see the shadow thing hit the ground. Its robe splayed out on the sidewalk far below, next to where a man was walking 5 dogs. All 5 of the dogs went crazy and barked at where the shadow lay while the man stood there, mouth falling open and staring at the thing. A poodle whimpered and hid behind the man's legs, where it proceeded to pee on the concrete. I couldn't breathe. I could only stare at the ink blot on the street below. A taxi stopped and another guy got out, edging closer to the unmoving shadow. And then it blurred, turning into a puddle of ink on the sidewalk. The dark puddle shrunk away from the approaching shoes and retracted into the cracks in the sidewalk. I could do nothing but watch as the liquid darkness shrunk into the crevices, squeezed itself into the ground, and vanished. Chapter 4. Xavier got there 2 minutes too late to help. The elevator dinged, and I caught his wood smoke scent before it even opened. I left Dad's office after finding no evidence of foul play and waited for the doors to open. They did, slowly. Xavier stood there in his trench coat, leaning forward. He had his fist closed like he was ready to call more fire. "You there, Alyssa?" Xavier asked. "What are you? The police in every corny action movie? They always show up right after the hero defeats the bad guy, and never in time to help." Okay, so I sounded like a jerk. But something was off about the way Xavier acted back underground. About the way he stayed quiet sometimes. It was as if he was holding something back, and I had to wrestle the answers out of him. My father was missing. And that shadow thing had something to do with it. He dropped his fist, which still glowed magenta as he spoke. "Alyssa. Really? I stepped into your house when you summoned me. You know, you could have done it again, and I wouldn't be the police. And yes, you have a good point about that stupid trope." He had a point, and I wouldn't admit it. I wanted to correct him. My name was Roslyn now, and I wasn't that girl anymore, but Dad was still missing, and I didn't care about much besides that. "Houston, we have a problem," I said. I would not panic. Dad was as strong as me, though he never worked with swords. Xavier sighed and stepped off the elevator. "I can see that," he said. Then he got his bearings, kicking a fallen chair out of the way. "Why did you run from me like that?" "Never mind. I know why. But why didn't you listen to me first before you ran up here? People might have seen you moving faster than any regular human could. That will get the authorities called on you quick, believe me. I was worried sick." "Since when did you become my guardian?" "And hello. I play soccer. I've had plenty of practice holding my strength and speed back." He said nothing at first. "About 2 hours ago." He grinned and let that hang. "Well, I'm not really your guardian, but keeping you safe is something I can't mess around with. If you pull up your right sleeve, you'll see your mark." I opened my mouth to say something else, but then it sunk in. My mark? I didn't have a mark. "Excuse me?" I held up my right arm and pulled my sleeve down to expose the pale skin underneath. Then I saw it, a pair of magenta crossed swords, about 2 inches high and shining, just like the ones on Xavier's business card. Anger pumped through me, and I turned the mark towards Xavier after trying to rub it off. What is this? Xavier pulled at his collar. I would not like his answer. We're bound. As in, together. Bound? My voice echoed off the dark walls. I trembled with anger. I'd heard about magic before. Binding meant one of two things. A mage could bind someone to stop them from doing something, like being an obnoxious neighbor or getting a promotion. Or a mage could link two people's fates together. Judging from the way Xavier was breaking a sweat, I would bet on the latter. Xavier swallowed, and as if he realized he needed to look all cool, he leaned against a doorframe and waited. A smoldering rage billowed in my chest, and I searched the hallway for any weapon I could find. Nothing. So, I grabbed a crumpled fast food bag out of a trash can and chucked it at him. Bullseye. It bounced off his head. I expected that. I deserved that and more. It's just that war mages must bind themselves to another supernatural to be the strongest warriors they can be. It's tradition, as no one can ever fight a war alone. Elzina the seer did the right while you were on Trish's table. Then I remembered. The candles. The chalk circle. I told no one they could do any magic on me, period. I grabbed the entire trash can and I pulled it back, ready to chuck the contents at Xavier. And I hated it was just a little office one. This time, he cringed. I glared at him. You have 10 seconds to explain why you did that. Clearly, you don't respect bodily autonomy. Xavier spoke. Okay. So, I let her mark you without you knowing. It was wrong, but things are desperate right now and we both need this. You admit wrongdoing? I lowered the can. Yes. But most of the time, I'm right. Xavier flashed a grin and nodded. I threw the can, sending garbage through the air. Then, I gave a silent apology to the custodian. Xavier shielded himself from the papers, candy bar wrappers, and discarded coffee cups that bounced off him. I thought of the creepy old woman peddling the table of amulets back underground, and I wanted even less to go back down there ever. People I didn't know were deciding my fate, and I would not have it. Xavier said nothing about deserving the latest round of trash. So, I spoke. Look. I didn't ask to join Supernaturals underground. And I definitely didn't ask to be linked to you. I needed to focus more on Dad. He was gone. Maybe the ATC had found him already. But that didn't explain why no one else was here. But you used my card. You technically gave consent. Our ancient texts say that summoning a war mage to fight beside you is giving consent if you are a fellow warrior. You neglected to tell me that. I'm sorry. Xavier said. I took a step towards Xavier but forced myself to stop. You said sorry. We stared at each other. I wanted to draw a line on the floor that said, grovel here. But we didn't have time for that. I had to understand all this. What are you, scammers who rope people into your cause? And what does it mean to be bound to you? Xavier shifted before speaking. There's one main point. War mages need to bind themselves to other powerful supernaturals or our magic dies in our 20s. So, I chose you. By the way, do you know how all this glass got broken? I knew he was trying to distract me. Xavier was so frustrating and distant, like he was trying to hide something. But we had to discuss it. We could argue later when we were far away from here and I found my father. I cleared my throat. I don't know what it was in here, but I fought it off and threw it out that window back there. It was a shadow thing wearing a black robe, and I couldn't see its face, even though I could see in the dark. But when I rammed the chair into it and shoved it out the window, it felt solid. I don't get it. And no one else is on this floor. Xavier's eyes widened in sudden terror. He reached out, flailed, and grabbed my left arm before I could react. What? I started to say. No, no, no! He broke into muttering that no one could understand. And he was shaking as he held my arm. He rolled up my left sleeve and looked around. Is there a flashlight in here? I can't see a thing. I yanked my arm back and faced him. What are you doing? Xavier kept his tone one octave below panic. I need a flashlight. I need to see if it touched you. And I knew this wasn't good. I asked, I thought you had magic. Can't you conjure up a ball of light or something? Xavier took a breath. I could, but transposition, that thing I did when I got you out of your house, drains me for hours afterwards. It's hard magic. I'm useless for a while. It took all the magic I had left to follow your mark and know where you were. I couldn't even summon a fireball when I stepped out of the elevator. Best I could do was get my hand to glow. Now I knew why Xavier hadn't just fire-ripped into the office and why I had gotten away from him this time around. He had limits. What about this shadow thing? I asked. Some of my anger melted and terror took its place. That monster reminded me of those creatures in that book about the boy wizard. I studied my left arm and continued. By the way, my left arm is clear. I don't know what you were looking for, but nothing's changed. All I have is your mark that you let Elzina give me without my say-so. Xavier frowned at me. I'm sorry, Alyssa. I really am. I had to do it. Both our lives depended on it. And are you sure your skin is clear? We should step closer to the elevator. Both doors closed now that Xavier had stepped away, casting us in complete darkness. Unless I'm hallucinating, I'm positive, I said. I turned my arms over and over just to make sure. Had that thing touched me? It had tried. I want to know what kind of thing looks like a robed shadow and makes you feel like giving up on life. And I need to know what might have happened to my father. Give me the truth. Every muscle tensed again, and another cool breeze came in through the window, ruffling Xavier's long hair. I wondered what it felt like for a split second. No, Alyssa. You do not want to run your hand through his hair. Those things. Xavier coughed as he tried speaking. They're employed by Kesio, and they're called shadow wraiths. Basically, they're dead souls bound to a powerful demon. He let the words hang. Even the wind stopped coming in like it was giving me time to think. I narrowed my eyes. Dead souls? How can souls be dead? I mean, aren't they technically dead already? My head is about to explode. Xavier gave me a grave nod. Souls are dead when there's nothing good left inside them. I shuddered as my terror rose. That thing sure made me feel dead inside when it was close to me, that was for sure. Wait! Are you saying Kesio is a demon? Is that why I couldn't stab him and why his goons were begging for my help? Xavier gently took my arm and pulled me back towards the elevator. And this time, I let him, thanks to my horror. Then he said, You're getting it. An ancient demon baron rules Cumberland. His servants are shadow wraiths and anyone he can enslave with his horrible deals. Most normals in the city don't know what he is, and he wants to keep it that way. And for the last several months, he's been rounding up the supernaturals in the city and sending them to the treatment centers that might not actually be treatment centers. Xavier pressed the call button. But doesn't this make Kesio a supernatural himself? I asked. Demons brought as much terror as dragons and were almost as extinct. Well, on Earth. He was after me. Xavier answered me with a forced smile. We supernaturals are not all one big, united, happy family. The world is a lot more complicated than you think. The doors opened and thankfully no one waited in the elevator. Great. People have been electing a monster, I said. I felt dizzy as I stepped into the elevator, and Xavier pressed the button for the first floor. I'd seen newspaper headlines about the mayor raising city taxes, making some budget cuts to the senior centers, making more cuts to the public schools. Yes, he was a demon, all right. I fought a demon. I leaned against the elevator door as Xavier released me, and I couldn't hold the rest back. Just wow! I tried to stab a demon baron. No wonder it didn't work so well. So instead, I stabbed 2 of his people and he just let them bleed out. Xavier sounded sympathetic. That's what demons do. Don't blame yourself. He bound those people. They served their demon master after they signed some contract. But anyway, are you sure that Shadow Wraith didn't touch you? I nodded. I'm sure. It came close, though. The elevator rumbled as we passed each floor. My insides rose. I thought of the wraith outside, melting into the sidewalk. Can we kill them? I asked. Xavier shook his head. No. They just creep away into the shadows if they're injured, then reform later. There are rumors that there might be ways to cure them, but so far, even the seers haven't been able to find a way. I lifted my eyebrow at Xavier. Cure? We passed the 6th floor and thankfully, no one stopped the elevator to get on. I had to squint as my night vision fled. Once we had passed the 5th floor, Xavier leaned close, all serious as he spoke. Shadow wraiths can turn you into one of them. All they do is touch you and you're marked. It takes several days for the transformation to happen, depending on how strong you are on the inside, but before then, you'll suffer from all the darkest thoughts you've ever had. Anyone, normal or supernatural, can turn. Well, except for demons and part demons. They're the only ones who are immune. I shuddered, and the air got colder, almost like that shadow wraith was trying to seep up through the floor. Its gloved hand had come inches from touching me. Inches. I imagined curling up into a ball, hopeless, for days and days afterward. And I had fought that thing. I realized how lucky I was and how worried Xavier must have been, chasing after me and falling behind. Wow, I was a jerk. Again, are you sure it didn't touch you? He asked. I'm positive, I said, rolling down my left sleeve and letting Xavier see my bare arm. It came close, and I felt horrible, but it did not touch me. I shoved it out of the window with a chair. He sighed in relief as we passed the 3rd floor. Good thinking. Try not to run off on your own for a while. At least, not until you learn the rules of the supernatural world. You stay with us now. There isn't a choice unless you want Kesio to bind you or make you spend eternity as a shadow wraith. That's what I think he's really doing to the supernaturals in the treatment centers. Then once we're out of the way, he's going to work on the normals. What about my father? I asked. I pointed at the buttons as panic swirled through me again. Xavier shook his head. He's not here. Obviously. I know he's not. Xavier frowned at me. My guess is that he got captured, and Kesio left that thing behind to confront you. At least he wasn't joking around. He might have waited until most of the other employees went home. I grabbed onto Xavier's words. If that thing had gotten Dad, he'd be here, curled up and crying. Right? I asked. What are we supposed to do about it? What can we do? I had lived in Cumberland for 3 months with no idea about what was really going on. Dad must not have known much either, or he would have moved us away before now. Maybe he hadn't talked to Supernaturals Underground since getting our false identities. That wasn't Dad I threw out of the window, was it? Xavier forced a smile before talking. Your father wouldn't have turned that fast. It would have taken at least 3 days. Xavier licked his lips as the elevator slowed, and then continued. That wraith must have been there for a while if none of the lights were working. They suck the light out of everything around them, including electronics. I thought before speaking. Then my dad is in one of the centers. Most likely, Xavier said, as the elevator stopped, dinged, and opened. The lobby was empty except for one person. Marge milled around, humming to herself. She was oblivious. So, he must have left. Marge said as she swept up crumbs between the lobby chairs. He did. I was careful to keep my voice from rising in panic. I'll just catch him at home. Xavier and I walked out of the building side by side like nothing was wrong. Outside, a cab driver was talking to the dog walker about the thing that melted into the sidewalk. Some kind of supernatural, the dog walker said. Around him, the pooches seemed to have calmed down, although the dog pee smell was overpowering. I swear, they need to do more about them. They're getting weirder. The cab driver leaned against his car as he carried on the conversation. I don't think they're all bad. I've met some. The cab driver raised his voice. They're not natural. Didn't you see that? A car honked at the cab driver, but he didn't go back to his vehicle but kept arguing with the other guy about whether we were freaks. I picked up my pace and Xavier kept close to me, like he was afraid I was going to run off again. I really felt bad, but I hadn't known what I was walking into. I waited until we'd walked some distance down the sidewalk. I needed to apologize. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you in a pinch like that. And in exchange for my apology, promise not to hold this over my head. Xavier poked me in the arm. But you already gave it to me, so tough. I lifted my hand at him, holding it in the air as a threat. If he had bound us, that might reverberate and hurt me, too. I wasn't sure about the mechanics of the magic. He stopped on the sidewalk and dared me to do it. You don't want to do that, Alyssa. What hurts me will hurt you, too. I glared at him as I lowered my hand. This is why bodily autonomy is important. Xavier gave in and said, fine. I should have asked you before marking you. I checked the street to make sure we had no listeners and to make sure that Shadow Wraith didn't return. Xavier didn't seem concerned, so they must take a while to reform. I asked, what? Were you scared I'd say no? Because guess what? I would have. Xavier balled his fists, and I thought he'd come up with some snarky response. But instead, he leaned forward and glared into my eyes. Yes. If I didn't bind someone to me, I was going to get kicked out of my family as dead weight. And I chose myself. Can you blame me? He almost made me feel sorry for him. Almost. He wanted a reaction, and I wasn't going to give it to him. So instead, I said, this Supernatural's underground sounds friendly. Train fighters or else. Do they do this to everyone who wants to stay there? Xavier nodded. It's a war mage thing. We add a lot of power to other supernaturals. You should be grateful for us. I shook my head. You sound like a nice guy. And I mean that as a red flag. If I bought you one and attached it to your head, you couldn't offer more of a warning. I bet you're great with the ladies. Then Xavier surprised me again. He flinched. And then he turned away and motioned me along. Come on. We need to move. Shadow wraiths take days to reform, but that doesn't mean no one else will hang around this building. He had a point about that. And if I wanted to get Dad back, I had to do the unthinkable. I had to work with Xavier and the rest. So, Alyssa. I know we didn't give you much of a choice and I'm sorry, but do you want to fight with us? We're going to free the supernaturals our demon friends taken prisoner. Chapter 5. By time we reached another trapdoor that led into the underground, this one disguised with an ingenious cover that looked just like the alley pavement, I gulped. Xavier had one because now I had to join his organization. The ATC had captured my father. And a powerful demon now hunted me. Are you sure that Shadow Wraith didn't touch you? He paused over the trapdoor as cool air rushed out. I turned to him. Why do you keep asking me? You know it didn't. Well. He winked, and I tensed in anticipation of his next comment. A mark could have appeared anywhere on your skin, technically. I asked, do you want me to turn around and leave? I'm not stripping down in an alley for you. Somewhere, police sirens blared. It was an empty threat. I had nowhere to go but to hang around Xavier even more. I'm physically stronger than you, by the way. Xavier smiled at me. Well, I don't want to see your hotness ruined. I'm not into billowing robed figures that give you nightmares. I slapped him on the shoulder. So, you're just into pale girls who can't go in the sun. Got it. Xavier shrugged. I'm just trying to improve the mood, Alyssa. Nice guy, I said. Xavier bristled. Let's go, I said. I'd take his silence. Also, I didn't want to think about what almost happened. At least right now, I hadn't ended up bound to any demon lords. What about Dad? Would the mayor force him into his service? I'd work with Supernaturals underground then. We made our way down a ladder again, and I closed the trapdoor, casting us in complete darkness. The Supernaturals down here had to do this all the time. I knew Xavier couldn't see, even though I could make out the rungs. His wood smoke smell strengthened in the enclosed space, and my stomach rumbled a little. I had drunk a few hours ago, but after the fighting and running I'd done, I'd burned off some energy. How often would I need nourishment now, and how often in front of others? Just as the silence got deafening, Xavier spoke, his voice just below my feet. You know, you're going to be a good fighter. You survived a Shadow Wraith your first time out. Most people don't make it through their first encounter with one. Maybe I was right to, never mind. Right to what? I asked. Xavier might have been a jerk, but something brewed underneath. He paused. To choose you. War mages must pick their fighting partners. We're going to do the test right after you take a nap. We would have done it earlier, but you ran off. I knew I should be angry. Dad had registered our existence with these people, and they probably knew where we moved, where we lived, and what we always did. Xavier had used that information to find me. But I couldn't. Not now. Not when Supernaturals Underground was the answer to finding Dad. We reached the bottom of the ladder and emerged into a narrow hallway lined with candles. This was a different part of the underground. Yes, maybe it ran under the entire city. A few people laughed somewhere, and down the tunnel, a man talked in a guttural voice that was not human. I followed behind Xavier through the tunnels, trying to memorize them, but it was no use. I was better off going by smell if I wanted to find my way around. A test. That sounded nice. Somewhere to the left, way down another corridor, was a pub that was serving booze and fried food. I even caught a whiff of plant life down another that curved to the right and wondered if there was an underground garden down here. Part of me itched to explore this place. It really was a whole other world. We walked for what felt like half an hour before we came to an area where the bricks turned darker, almost reddish, and the faint smell of more booze filled the air. Yes. Old Prohibition tunnels' wooden doors led to other rooms. I really wanted to lie down, to have one more moment where I could pretend that I was normal. But Dad was missing. I might not sleep at all. Xavier led me to a door at the end of that corridor and motioned to it. This room got vacated about a month ago. A girl had it before you did, so it's already all set up. And it's clean. Nothing terrible happened in there. He spoke quickly, like something distracted him. And it's a bed, I promise. A normal bed. He had dropped the nice guy act for a few minutes. Relief. Thanks, I said. Something was bothering Xavier, but I would not ask about it, so instead, I went with, are we going to look for my father after this? Yes. After the test, Xavier said. I asked, what is this test? And how much time will we waste on it? Xavier grinned. Oh, you'll pass. I hope. Look, we'll talk about it later. He left no room for argument. So, I left him alone and went into the room. Xavier, meanwhile, walked quickly down the corridor, his footsteps fading and leaving me alone. One thing at a time. He was right. There was a bed, dressed up in a thick animal hide of some sort, a vanity mirror that wasn't broken like Trish's, and an open closet that was full of clothes upon clothes. Candles lit old wooden shelves and the top of a dresser that must be an antique from Victorian times. The room was a girl's dream. I checked the closet to see if there were any shoes, and there were little boxes and boxes full of dress shoes with everything from tennis shoes to full-on high heels. And there were jeans, dresses, skirts, and tops galore hanging above them. I took a tank top and smelled it, to see if there was any scent I could pick up, but it was new and never worn. In fact, it still had the tag on the collar and in my size. These Supernatural's underground people had prepped for my arrival. I wondered if Xavier had gone through my closet back home at any point and taken an inventory of my sizes. I balled my fists. I felt invaded. Had he gone through my underwear, too? That jerk. But I sat on the bed and forced myself to take several deep breaths. I had to spend a lot more time with Xavier if I had any chance of getting Dad back. He had bound us to each other, whatever that meant. I couldn't go postal on him, even if he was frustrating and mysterious. Maybe it wasn't him who had invaded my privacy, but the other Supernaturals like Trish. I already didn't like her, and we were only on day 1. I flopped down on the bed and thought of Dad and where he might be right now, but nothing good came to me, and I forced myself to turn my thoughts elsewhere. They drifted to Xavier's blue eyes flecked with purple, the same color as his magic. He's a jerk, and not attractive. Stop it. I lay there for a long time, waiting for my body to calm down. At last, my muscles relaxed, and I could sink into the bed. I closed my eyes and made a silent promise to Dad that I would get him out of this trap, even if I had to go through Kesio to do it. But I wasn't sure if I could, and it wasn't just because an ancient demon baron stood in the way. Xavier had to knock as loud as he could on the wooden door to wake me up. Alyssa! You've been sleeping forever! Isn't 2 hours enough? I forced my eyes open to candlelight. Some candles had burned down. He was right. I'd been lying here for a while. Normally, I didn't need over 2 hours of sleep every 24 hours. I sat up. At least Xavier hadn't burst in without knocking. He had some sense. The test. Great. Hold on, I said, dread creeping up into my gut like a black, polluted lake. I remembered Trish's lecture about not having enough nourishment before battle. I had the feeling this test wouldn't be some multiple choice or essay thing. It wasn't the swinging of swords and weapons that bothered me. I was fine with that. But being forced to show my actual nature in front of others? I could hide my actual strength in front of Thorn and my fellow trainees, and that was the reason Dad wanted me to train up in the normal world. It was good practice, and hiding my strength was just a habit at this point. Supernaturals wouldn't let me do that. Xavier knocked again and said, "Don't take too long. I was trying to let you get a bit of rest, so I gave you an extra half hour. I had the feeling you needed it." Thanks. I left it there. Xavier wasn't being too much of a jerk right now. Now that I was up and rummaging through the closet, I felt a lot more refreshed, but still hungry. I shoved the thought out of my mind and instead asked Xavier what time it was. 2:30 a.m., he said. Still early. I did the math. Dad had been missing for hours now. I remembered the old ravioli on the desk by his office. Someone could have captured him as early as mid-afternoon, maybe even before Kesio came after me. That was more than enough time for a lot of bad things to have happened to him. I grabbed the black tank top and threw on some jeans. I switched to tennis shoes. Thorne had always recommended comfort while fighting. Once I'd combed my hair and checked to make sure my teeth were still good and filed, they were growing back and getting too pointy. Crap, I opened the door to find Xavier standing there, minus his hat, trench coat and glasses. I hadn't seen him fully out of his disguise before. The first thing I noticed was that his magical wood smoke smell was stronger than ever, as if he'd been wearing the coat to hide it all along. The second thing I noticed was that his skin was perfect, and his hair really spilled around his ears in that amazing anime fashion. Yes, he still wore clothes. He wore jeans along with a regular gray t-shirt that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. If it wasn't for his eyes, he looked normal, if not beautiful. I wanted to touch him, to see if he was real, but I shook my head to snap out of it. He was here to test me and fight with me, not woo me. And besides, he was too annoying to fall for and I still had a dad to save. Xavier equals jerk. Remember that. He said, come on. The testing starts in 5 minutes. We have to hurry. Xavier ushered me down the corridor and I followed, feeling clueless and like I was going to make a fool of myself. Or I'd have to let people see things I didn't want anyone to see. We walked fast and Xavier could stay ahead of me, mainly because I didn't want to get to the testing for a while. But we made a right down the corridor with the garden smell and past an archway that almost glowed green with the plants beyond it. I stopped for a second to spy the large, magical garden that spread out on the other side. There was grass in there, even underground, and trees that rose towards lights on the ceiling. But before I could tell where the glow was coming from, Xavier took my arm. He kept waving me along and urging me to hurry. Keep going. The Fae have some devious magic. You can see that later. Xavier let go and walked away. He avoided my gaze again. Then I realized where we headed. There was a wooden set of double doors at the end of the hallway, shut tight, but I caught the scent of blood beyond, laced with metallic adrenaline. That meant stress. I had smelled it on countless opponents. Xavier, I said. Yes? He still didn't look at me. Instead, he kept his hands jammed into his pants pockets. I asked, what happens in there? I have the feeling it won't be good. Xavier was quick to answer. The test of the warrior. It's war mage law. Anyone we bind with must prove they're worthy of sharing our magic. Sorry. I didn't mention that, but I didn't want you to be nervous right before entering. You look nervous, I said. It was a question more than a statement. Xavier removed his hands. I could smell the sweat on them. Then he said, I am not. This is a routine test. He wasn't being a jerk right now. And that worried me. That meant his confidence had left him. I said. So, you just, left it out of the conversation until now. That's great. I would have liked the choice to go through this. Xavier glared at me. If I gave you one, you'd be in Kesio's clutches by now. That was true, and that angered me. I balled my fists and followed that with, I'm here to save my dad. But that still doesn't make this cool. And by the way, someone got hurt in there. The smell of dried blood hit me, stale and laced with the metallic adrenaline. Xavier softened and let out a breath. Don't worry. Trish is always on hand during these tests. He shifted from leg to leg, staring at the door like he wanted anything but to go in there. He had chosen me. Now someone would determine if I was worthy, and that might reflect badly on Xavier if I failed. I thought of doing just that to spite him, but that wouldn't end well for me either. I had to prove myself, for both our sakes. If Xavier didn't have a partner, he'd lose his magic soon. Some supernaturals enjoyed being what they were. Maybe Xavier was one of them. That smell, I said. What smell? He eyed the wooden doors. I said, I don't like it. It reminds me of something. A year ago, I was at a fencing tournament. My opponent was this little skinny girl, and her father was one of those crazy parents who wants their kids to win all their matches. He was just yelling at her to do better before we fought, and she smelled like that when I was fencing her. Her dad just kept glaring at her, so I let her win the tournament. Why did you do that? Xavier asked. You're not doing that now. If you're threatening to lose on me. I'm not, I said. Was I? I'd had enough of Xavier. Desperation shone in Xavier's eyes. Win this one. Don't hold back. Sadly, I knew the feeling. I knew what it was like to be a loser in the eye of someone who was supposed to love you no matter what. I knew what it was like to try hard and screw up anyway. I would not think about that. And I would not get closer to Xavier than necessary. We had a job to do. Pass this test and get my father back. I asked, what will I face? Xavier smiled at me. Your opponent will be some other supernatural. A werewolf or something. They're not too bad to fight. Worst case, you'll fight some other type of mage. Another question burned. What happens to me if I don't prove my worth? Xavier looked at the floor. You get banished right along with me and left to the mercy of Kesio and his minions. The other supernaturals won't help us find your father. And if we succeed? I asked. I was never ever going to forgive Xavier. Then Xavier grinned. We find your dad. They'll help us. You and I get a high rank, and with me in your corner, we just might. I cut him off. Could you drop the ego for a second? As soon as I found Dad, I'd get away from Xavier. It was my right. I hadn't asked for us to get bound together. You ready? Xavier asked. I guess, I said. We had reached the doors. At least he dropped the smile. He took my hand and squeezed. You're going to do fine. If I were normal, I might have felt heat rushing to my face, but flushing was something I couldn't remember doing, ever. Xavier was holding my hand in his, and even though it was a good luck sort of thing, a part of me zinged. No, no, no. And then Xavier turned to the wooden double doors, grabbed the big metal handle, and knocked. It made an official-sounding hollow noise, like there was a large space on the other side. Footsteps approached the door, a latch drew back with a scrape, and someone opened it from the other side. The adrenaline smell got stronger. My jaw about hit the floor. Standing there was Thorn, my combat instructor. He wore the same white t-shirt and black shorts that he normally donned to classes, and his legs were as hairy as ever. The guy was middle-aged and carried a tan like he spent all his time in the sun and not here underground. He smiled at me. It's about time you came down here, Alyssa. What? What are you doing here? I asked. Thorn was normal. He moved like an ordinary human. He smelled like one, and he showed zero signs of magic. He said, "Oh, I work here. I oversee these tests and train fighters. How do you think your dad contacted me and got you set up for training? My job was to teach you to fight and restrain yourself." He frowned, turning his mustache downward. Now it's my job to test you and make sure you can get your father back. But, you're normal. Aren't you? I asked. He leaned against the doorway, all relaxed and cool as he spoke. Not all normals hate the other people that inhabit this world. Some of us come and go down here. It's a more interesting place to be than up top sometimes. My head spun, and I faced Xavier again. Answers. Xavier pointed at Thorn. Ask him. You really did not know your combat teacher knew what you were the whole time? Did you? I faced Thorn and glared at him. You knew? Thorn just smiled. Why do you think I always told you to use just enough strength to win over your opponent? Or let you fight grown adults with deadly weapons? It's no coincidence I kept the shades down in the gym. A lot of my colleagues work with supernaturals. I turned away and stood there, crossing my arms. I can't believe this, I said. Xavier drew closer and lowered his voice. Thorn here works for Supernaturals Underground. We need people like him to survive down here. I sighed. There wasn't anyone my secret was safe from anymore, especially if the news reports were as bad as Xavier said. Even Janine might know about it by now. Wait. She was the biggest gossip in school. She would know that my migraines weren't really migraines. Come on in. Thorn held the door open to a dimly lit, round chamber with a dirt floor. Wall-mounted torches lit the area. Bales of straw lined the walls, which held racks upon racks of swords, maces, throwing stars, javelins, and every other terrifying instrument known to man. Except for perhaps dental tools. Thorn marched into the room, all confident, and I followed because leaving wasn't really an option. Well, it was, but the price of that was too high. And there were blood stains on the floor. Not huge ones, but not small ones either. So, I have to fight someone, I said. How did you guess? Xavier asked, but his nerves were back. I could smell his own metallic fear mixed in with the wood smoke. His heart rate was increasing. His scent strengthened, wafting from his stressed, open pores. My stomach rumbled again. If there was anything I'd learned from the botched fight at my house, it was that I needed food right before a fight or I'd be bleeding on the floor with Trish hovering over me, chastising me for not embarrassing myself in front of everyone. She might call me an imposter a few times and Xavier would get the ultimate boot. I looked around to see if Trish was waiting and I found her standing over on the far side of the room, leaning against a stack of hay bales. She'd changed into a blue dress with white frills, which looked silly considering her red, angry eyes. Thorn faced me and took a step closer, getting serious. Alyssa. You will have no padded armor for this. You will not hold back and use just enough strength to beat your opponent. When your opponent gets here, fight as if to the death. The last one to go down will be the victor. If you win, Xavier keeps his magic and his status, and will fight with you to get your father back. Opponent? I asked. Would I have to fight Trish? That seemed fair, at least. Then Thorn smiled and continued. I arranged a fight with Macy. She's a wolf shifter, and judging by your fighting style, you should have no problem. We wait for Leon to arrive. He leads the Cumberland Supernaturals Underground chapter. Leader? I asked. I sounded like a cartoon character. Could this get any worse? Next to me, Xavier shifted. Thorn nodded and spoke. Xavier has bound you to him, but you can't yet use his magic. So, we must test you, Alyssa. Gaining access to a war mage's magic is no laughing matter. Again, I'm confident that you can do this. What? I asked. Wasn't I bound to Xavier already? Next to me, Xavier looked away from Thorn, almost like he was hiding something. Okay, I said. Xavier's magic could help me get my father back if he could transposition us. We could break in and out of places with that, even if it was one use a day, like he said. There was another knock on the door, and Thorn went to answer it. That must be Macy, he said. I watched as he opened it with a smile, but then the grin fell off his face. He backed behind the wooden door again as a black-eyed woman walked into the room. I'd glimpsed her before fleeing from Xavier. And I gulped. The silver scales running down the back of her neck shone in the torchlight. She wore her blonde hair short, almost hugging her skull as much as the scales. A tight-fitting tank top and leather pants showed off a perfect figure. She looked every inch 21. Powerful muscles betrayed themselves. A demon. Beware of pure black eyes. Or eyes with flames in them. There were several types of demons. Most stayed in their own realm. But not this one. The air around her felt evil. Alana? Thorn asked from behind the door. Where is Macy? She turned to him and flashed him a grin as he crossed his legs. Leon changed the fight. This girl will fight me. She had what I'd call a seductive voice, and I'd never seen Thorn look so uncomfortable. Alana held a sword in each hand, each one with a red crystal on the handle. They glinted in the pale light. I had utterly failed fighting my first demon. Now I'd fight another, whatever type she was. Behind me, Xavier muttered an ordinary curse under his breath. Clearly, this wasn't good. I glanced at him to see him squirming and breaking a sweat as well. Alana affected men in a way I couldn't feel. A succubus? They prowled the normal world sometimes, along with their male counterparts. And if they wished it, no man could resist them. They never told us the other details of how they worked, but everyone over the age of 12 could figure it out. Alana glared at me. Did she see me as competition? Then she hissed at me. Alyssa. Take your sword. She grabbed one off a nearby rack and threw it at me. And I caught it as she glared. Clearly, she had wanted me to drop it. At least the blade looked sharp. I had another katana, which Thorn must have moved to the rack near the door for this purpose. Out of habit, I swung it through the air, testing it, and taking some comfort in the way the air whooshed. No. I shouldn't do that. This demon would skewer me with those daggers. Hate shone in those pure black eyes as she paced back and forth like a cat. Clearly, she was waiting for Leon to arrive. Meanwhile, a bit of drool seeped out around the corners of Xavier's mouth. Thorn, too. Trish shook her head, sighed, and sat down on a hay bale. I was very glad I was not a dude. Thorn shook his head behind her, snapped back to it, and strode over to me before asking, "When was your last meal?" I gulped and answered. "I don't know. The beginning of tonight?" I dared to look away from Alana, facing him. Xavier shook his head. "She fought earlier," he said. Thorn swallowed. I could smell the adrenaline pumping through him again. And a chocolate shake, complete with cookies. He was nervous about this fresh development. He said, "Then you need nourishment before this fight. There's still time before Leon arrives." I'd been afraid of that. Very, very afraid of that. I looked at Trish, but she picked at her fingernails, bored. That sure made me feel better. There was no sign of the pitcher she'd had me drink out of earlier, the one Xavier might have seen. Thorn unbuttoned the long sleeve of his shirt and rolled it up, exposing his wrist. "Here. I ate a huge dinner tonight just in case this happened, so you're unlikely to harm me." All I could do was stare at where his artery was underneath the thin skin of his wrist. Thorn kept the area shaved. There were multiple small, round scars where he'd taken bites before, probably by other contestants. Some were white and old, while others were a little pinkish and still fading. Horror followed. Thorn forced a smile at me. "Don't worry. I won't turn. I don't have the gene. Obviously." "Alyssa. Do it," Xavier begged. Behind Thorn, Alana smiled. "I am, just no." My stomach rumbled. Thorn said, "Alyssa, you must. Trish told me you've been on a starvation diet. Someone as small as you will not cause me harm. My stomach roared now. Thorn's heart was racing faster. His smell invaded. A part of me wanted to do it, needed to, because Xavier was depending on me, and so was Dad. But then I remembered Russell Fox's scary reddish eyes, and another convenient fact. I had filed. So I said, my teeth haven't grown all the way back yet. I've filed them until I came down here. Had to blend in, you know? I can attest to that. Trish said, rising with disgust. I'll go get the pitcher. She got up, stormed past us, and left the room. It was just me, Alana, and the two guys now. The three of us stepped away from Alana, who continued to pace. What is her problem? I asked. It's a long story. Xavier said as he frowned at me. What did I do to offend her? I asked. He didn't answer. Thorn tapped me on the arm and said, no more filing. But, I started. This is my opponent? Alana laughed. It was a merciless sound. She walked around Thorn and shot me a mocking smile. Do you also faint at the sight of blood? The wooden doors burst open again, and Trish came through, pitcher in hand. At least it wasn't see-through. Drink up, she said. I stepped away and did as she said. Alana stood there and tried to melt me with her hateful gaze. I didn't scare easily, but I tensed even as strength flowed into my limbs, and I set the empty pitcher down. The wooden door came open again. Leon. Thorn said as he offered a bow. I turned. An ancient man, stooped almost to a 45-degree angle, shuffled into the room, his arms dangling in front of him. Violet robes decorated with crossed swords swished around his bony ankles and his black slippers. He moved so slowly and struggled to look up so much I wanted to help him, but then I spotted his eyes. Blue, with hints of violet. Eyes like Xavier's. This man was another war mage, and his pupils held no mercy. Alyssa. His voice sounded like rustling leaves. He extended a hand and smiled, but it was anything but warm. I shook it because I wasn't sure what to do. His grip was firm, and he pulled me closer. Now that I was paying more attention, I could see that many of the wrinkles on his face were really scars, thin and tight. He gave off the same wood smoke scent that Xavier did. Xavier stepped forward, pale. This is my grandfather, Leon. The leader of Cumberland's Supernaturals Underground. He will judge you as my choice. He pulled at his t-shirt collar. The adrenaline smell was getting strong again. I gulped. Leon was not the type of grandfather to take his grandson for a calm fishing trip. Leon's gaze got intense as he studied me over, like he was sizing me up. Another specimen. I hope you've chosen well this time. This time? What did that mean? Xavier nodded and blurted, I have. Leon shuffled backwards, straightening. He had once been tall. Imposing, even. Even at almost the same age as Trish, he still carried that commanding air. Finally. Alana tapped her sword on the blood-stained floor. We can start. She eyed Xavier for a second and smiled. That puppy look came over his face again. She could rob his control at any time. The only man here who seemed immune was Leon. I had a sudden urge to stab her in the face. When I give my approval, you will fight as if to the death. Leon said. It's unlikely that either of you will kill the other, but I declare the victor when the first of you fails to rise after a count of 10. Oh. Like boxing? I asked. Leon glared at me. I was crossing a line here. Xavier forced a smile. Yes. Like boxing. Leon shifted his withering glare over to his grandson. You will not disgrace me anymore. Remember your place. Then he turned to me and Alana. Begin! I faced Alana and raised my sword. She did the same with her daggers. I could almost see my reflection in them and wondered how any guy could fall for that, how Xavier could find that attractive. Another surge of anger exploded in me. Leon had set me up to fail. He'd set up Xavier to fail. I would not let him win. But we circled, silent. Our feet made scraping noises on the floor. Warmth spread through my body. I thought of Kesio. He might be a different type of demon. Alana's blood smelled like a sewer. Maybe Kesio did, too, and that was why he wore cologne. She said. Make your move. Come on. Prove you're not some imposter and make your move. Thorn stood behind her, watching. Never make the first move. I had to get her to do it. You know what? Try the most obnoxious perfume on the market. The kind that gives people headaches. I said, keeping my sword raised. It would improve the way you smell and might get you more men. Alana hissed and lunged, twirling her daggers and aiming for my heart. I dodged, yanking mine back and blocking both blades. She pushed against me, filled with seething hate. I had to stand my ground with all my strength. But I slid back an inch. I guess you aren't as weak as I thought. She spit at me. Is that all you have? I asked. Our blades ran against each other, making a metallic scrape that filled the chamber. That took up the entire world. With a grunt, I shoved Alana back again, and she staggered but caught her balance on her toes. She had ballerina balance. I wasn't ready for her to jump. Alana blurred, sailed upward, and over me. I whirled as her form spun overhead. She landed where my back would have been a second before and sliced across my free arm, but I pulled back and stabbed with the other, ignoring the flash of hot pain. Drops of black blood flew from her torso, and she hissed. The smell was horrific. I wanted to gag. Demon blood was vile. Alana backed away and grasped her side as a black liquid seeped out around her fingers. She glanced at her wound, a narrow line that pumped out what looked like oil, and back to me. A low growl sounded from her throat. Something from another world. Her eyes narrowed. I lunged again with my sword aimed at her stomach. She was more ready than I thought, raising her daggers between me and my weapon. She hooked her blades on my sword, just inches from my face, and used them to pull me closer. I hadn't expected the move. Since I was still charging, my grip loosened on the handle and my sword went flying over her shoulder, spinning until it lodged its blade into a bale of hay. Thorn jumped out of the way. Alana seized the front of my shirt and lifted me up. The end of a dagger ticked the bottom of my chin. She would gut me like a hunted deer. She smiled, revealing a set of teeth that were all pointed. Pain flashed across my back. She'd cut me with the other blade, as if wanting to remind me of the gunshot I'd taken. I bit my lip and held in a scream. The world turned into an angry shade of pink. Thorn stood behind Alana, watching, unable to run to my aid. The look on his face was torture. Xavier stood beside him, eyes closed, as if he couldn't bear to watch. I just wanted the pain to stop. The thought of banishment was just the faintest scream. Alana sliced again. My blood dripped onto the floor through my tattered tank top. I could feel the warmth and the strength draining from me. I punched, getting her in the stomach, but like the mayor's, it felt like iron. Alyssa. Xavier's voice exploded in my mind. Another heat, a fiery one, surged through my limbs and I punched again, harder, and found my target. Alana growled in pain, and her grip loosened. She dropped me and I landed on my feet, opening the eyes I hadn't realized I'd closed. The world snapped back to normal. Xavier still had his eyes closed. Thorn kept his arms behind his back and Leon stood there, watching with great intensity. Everything zapped into better detail. The sights. The smells. Even the sound of Alana's raging pulse and the velvety noise of her side pulling together. But now she grasped her gut. Her tank top smoked and glowed purple where I'd punched her. My sword stayed lodged into the hay bale. I ran over, yanked it out, and felt an amazing surge of energy rush up my right arm and into my hand. The weapon lit as magenta fire exploded around the blade, casting heat against my face and the same glow on everything around me. Leon said something, but he faded away. Everything around me didn't matter. There was just Alana, rushing me with wide eyes that reflected the blade. There was just the fight. I charged, aiming for her side, and struck her ribs. Alana let out another hiss and backed away, then swung her dagger and sliced across my other arm. Pain erupted, but the power surging through me was stronger, more intense, and blocking it out. I struck again. Ribs cracked, and Alana crumpled, dropping her blades and curling into a ball to protect her vitals. She seethed and a low, otherworldly growl like something from Lovecraft rose from her throat. I stood over her with the still flaming sword, burning with magic exactly like Xavier's, and counted. 1, 2, 3, by time I got to 8 I decided she was not getting up. Her sword lay next to her, still wet with my blood. The floor drank all that dripped off. Once I counted to 10, I lowered my weapon as the flames died, leaving the air refreshing. I had one. I wasn't sure what had happened, but I had one. Chapter 6. I wasn't sure what to say or if there was some custom the winner of the warrior test had to do, so all I did was stand there, blade pointing at Alana, keeping it pointed at her side, and face Xavier and Thorn. I didn't dare seethe at the pain on my arms and back. Already, my wounds tingled as they pulled together, and the pain lessened by the second. Now what? I asked. Wasn't I supposed to say, "Good game"? Or something? Or, "You fought well"? Nope. I could only come up with "now what," and I wanted to shrink from feeling so stupid. Alana seethed as she grasped her wound. I'd heard demons were strong, and that they healed quickly, too, but I'd stabbed her pretty good. She wouldn't get up for at least a few minutes. I wished she'd heal faster, because her blood made the entire room reek and I wanted to gag. Thorn's jaw dropped, and he stared at me, then at Alana, and then at me again. Slowly, he turned his gaze to Xavier. I didn't like his frown or the way he trembled. Usually, Thorn beamed when I won a match. Now he gave off something foreign, worry. Leon took a step forward as Xavier backed away. I was getting a bad feeling about this, mainly because he was stepping towards me. I wasn't sure what to do, but I didn't back away, even if this guy was an elder war mage who could probably destroy me with a spell or two. The violet flecks in his eyes flashed with something savage. I had bruised Leon's massive ego, and he didn't know how to process it. He had failed to make me fail. Leon seized my right arm with one powerful hand. Despite him being human, he had strength in his grasp and a brutality that reminded me of Alana. Slowly, he turned it over with the other and held it close to his face. He molded his wrinkled, sharp features into a scowl. "Xavier marked you before your test." Huh? I asked as he ran his arthritic finger over the magenta-crossed swords. I did not give you permission to. This is an outrage. My grandson defied tradition and marked you before you could prove yourself. He let go of my arm and whirled away from me, turning his hate on Xavier. Now I understood his nerves. Apparently, Xavier had broken the rules. I tensed, preparing for him to wither. Despite the way he annoyed me, I didn't want to see him get in trouble. He'd gotten me away from Kesio, after all. Xavier puffed out his chest like he was ready for this. "You set Alyssa up. I knew you would." You wanted her to lose, and you wanted me out of here. If you were playing dirty, why couldn't I? We never test people against demons. Because I would destroy them. Alana said, recovering behind me, and I listened as she tried pushing herself up. Stay there. I said as I pointed my sword back at her, and she glared. I had the advantage. Just to be safe, I kicked both daggers out of her way. Leon shifted into a scary calmness and spoke. These are different times. These are hard times. Your magic needs to be linked with the best. This girl clearly is not the best. Xavier raised his voice to a shout. Because you tested her against a demon. No other mages must deal with this. The only way to fight a low-level demon is with war magic. There was no way Alyssa could have won without it. Low level? Alana asked. She glared and spat but didn't dare charge. Leon's glare warned her to stay back. Why didn't she influence him, and why didn't he fear her? I stepped away from Alana at Thorn's motioning. I watched her through the corner of one eye, but it was clear the fight was over. Trish already collected the daggers. Trish walked off through the doors, tucking both into a leather bag, probably for cleaning. Xavier, being Xavier, had jumped the gun. I had used Xavier's magic. We were already linked more than I thought. And by breaking the rules, he'd saved my hide. The thought was so weird, I couldn't grapple with it right now. Well, maybe I could a little. He'd known about his grandfather's plot. He'd also made me even more supernatural than I already was. I wasn't sure whether to kiss him or slap him. Maybe I should hold back on petty revenge. If I slapped him, the pain might reverberate into me through our new connection or whatever. Leon said nothing, then cleared his throat. You are a special circumstance. You know that. Now you have broken tradition. You know what this means. Xavier hung his head and Thorn shifted like he wanted to say something, but he didn't. Maybe he didn't want to dare. Leon was the leader of the city's supernaturals underground. The look he gave me told me everything I needed to know. Xavier and I were getting banished anyway. And no one would help us find my father. There had been no way out of this. I wanted to ask why Xavier deserved to be treated like this and why his grandfather hated him so much. Heck, it might not be a good thing with just me and Xavier around either. Xavier collected himself enough to speak. He took a breath, shaking, as if bracing himself. You're insane. All you care about is the family honor when the world might end. Kesio will not play fair. Neither can we. We have to do something about him before he does something about us. Leon's eyes slowly widened. Oh. Then Leon spoke. You are undermining our efforts to stop him. You know war mages must pair with the strongest warriors. And you know it is best for us to stay hidden from Kesio until we have a good plan. Xavier yelled, she fought a shadow wraith. Without a weapon. He was defending me. Of course, Xavier was defending himself, too. This girl got lucky. Leon said as he pointed at me. I wasn't even worth being called my name. That's all. Your judgment is not sound. We can't have you sabotaging us. If everyone acted the way you do, we would have lost long ago. The air heated. Things are different now. Xavier shot me a look, then glanced at the double doors with his eyes. We didn't need some magical link for me to know what it meant. We had to get out of here. I just blurted it out. He's doing his best. Leon gestured to the doors first, his eyes deadly serious as he spoke. To the garden. I would let your power burn out on its own, but since you're bound, we will need to use the right to eliminate it. Perhaps your sister can use your power for a better purpose. We'll begin the transfer shortly. Then, you will live among the normals, powerless. Behind him, Alana smiled. Although that sounded pretty good to me, Dad was still missing, and Xavier had pulled me away from Kesio at the last moment. I said. He doesn't deserve this. Xavier widened his eyes at my words. He might be a jerk, but I could see why he acted that way. I tightened my grip on my sword, rushed towards Xavier, and grabbed his arm with my free hand. Alana lunged at us, but her claw-like fingernails missed me by inches. We crashed into the door together and burst through into the now empty corridor. Thorn! Stop them! But Thorn's footsteps didn't hit the ground for the first few seconds. He was trying to let us escape. But I was fast, so fast I could almost drag Xavier along with me down the corridor. He didn't complain, but ran like a dog attached to a leash, doing the best he could. We ran past the garden that still glowed green inside, where they were probably going to drain Xavier's power and maybe worse. Xavier had saved my life. Now I had to save his magic. We reached the end of the corridor. Alyssa. You're fast, Xavier said. Save your breath, I said. Footfalls hit the corridor floor behind us. Thorn was still coming, though he ran with a reluctant scrape on his steps. He wanted us to get away but couldn't afford to anger Leon. I didn't hear Alana, though. Leon hadn't sent her. And I knew why. She was still healing. She'd distract Thorn, and he was probably plotting something else with her right now. I'll carry you. I said as I extended my arms, hating this. Unless you can transpose or whatever that is again. I'm drained again after the fight. I can't open a portal. Great. I had never carried someone before. But Xavier couldn't run as fast as I could, and the surrounding air was getting hot. Xavier shot me a dramatic frown. It meant that we needed to GTFO, and now. Leon was an Elder War Mage. He must have great use of his power if he scared everyone like this. So, I hooked my arms under Xavier's knees and back and hoisted him up. This wasn't awkward. I burst into another run. Xavier felt no heavier than a couple of flour sacks might feel to a human. I had drunk right before this, and I still had some strength left after the fight. I hoped it was still night outside because that was where we had to go. A burst of magenta light flared behind us. Leon rasped Xavier's name, but I didn't dare look back. Leon's transposing. Xavier's breath blew in my ear. That was nice. I turned down another random corridor, one with laughter and witnesses, and Xavier put his hand over his eyes like he was trying to block everything out. I ran faster while everything ahead took a sharp focus. The lanterns. The bricks. And a dead end. The corridor ended in a solid brick wall. But before it, other doorways shone with light, and the smell of booze wafted out of the last one. I swore. We have a problem! Another flash of magenta light blew up behind us, followed by the heat. I looked over my shoulder. A column of purple flames danced, and Leon stepped out, just as Xavier had. And he showed no signs of weakness. He was keeping pace. He could transpose more than once. He had us in a trap. I stopped and carried Xavier through the double door of the dimly lit pub, hoping there wasn't an age restriction down here like there was on the surface. Light surrounded us. The smells drove me insane. I avoided places like this for a reason. The place was full of both men and women, packing the round wooden tables with oil lamps hanging above them. The reek of alcohol filled the place, and I bumped past chairs towards a back door that may or may not lead to an exit. I set Xavier down in the middle of the room, next to a human man with green-flecked eyes and a woman with a faint green tint on her skin. Hopelessness filled me. We had nowhere else to go. Maybe Leon wouldn't do anything in front of his royal subjects. A normal bartender stopped washing the counter. He snapped the towel at us. "You're not supposed to be in here." "Yep. An age restriction." "The back door." Xavier tugged on my sleeve. "Back door?" I followed his gaze as Leon's shuffling steps drew closer like some slashers in a horror movie. He'd enter the pub in seconds. I hoped he'd run out of energy to transpose. "The cellars," Xavier said. "Out." The bartender, an older man, flushed red. "No weapons." "Oh." I still held my sword. "Got it." Anger rose in me as Xavier and I rushed to the back door. Before angry powerless bartender could say a word, I pulled on the back door, shocked when the lock broke. "You're going to pay for." "Bye." We ducked into the darkness beyond the doorway. I closed it on the rising muttering we left behind. Stairs led down into an area so dark that my gray vision snapped into existence. I cleared the last of the alcohol reek from my nose and slammed the door behind us. "Xavier." Leon's raspy voice somehow rose above the others as he entered the pub. He wouldn't have any trouble passing the age limit. Chairs squeaked and oil lamps swung as mages and shifters and other supernaturals left their seats and moved to the sides of the bar. Everyone had to part for the king. Xavier pushed me forward into the stairwell. Not that it would do much good against a powerful war mage. "We can't stop. Lead me." I grabbed his arm and my full gray vision came. These stairs spiraled downward into ever deeper parts of the underground. Everything smelled like stone and I caught more reek of wine and other old drinks down here. The bartender must store everything from wine to blood bottles to magical fairy drinks. "I'm trusting you, Alyssa. We've got to keep going until he drains himself." That was our only hope. Leon had transposed and still sounded confident. Xavier could only do it once every few hours. How much power did the guy have? The stairwell exploded in magenta light and heat slashed at my back, at the part of my tank top already destroyed by Alena's sword. "Are you kidding me?" He was still in pursuit. A hand raked my back, and I picked up the pace, yanking Xavier down the stairs. "I don't want to destroy you," Leon rasped in a voice so low Xavier might not be able to hear it. "Do not make me do that." I wanted to turn around and stab that sicko, but I wasn't sure how that would go. He was confident enough to chase us. So, I stayed silent and pulled Xavier through the bottom of the stairwell and into a large room filled with casks of booze, wine bottles, and archways that led to more corridors. The air heated again, and I smelled dust igniting. The alcohol fumes grew. Fire and booze didn't mix. And fire, Dad had warned me, was a weakness we had. It was one of the few things that could kill us by itself. Leon was going to kill us. Dust smoked. The wooden wine shelves did the same. Xavier took a horrified, and very hurt, breath. He must know what was happening, despite being unable to see down here. "Exit!" I said. I didn't dare breathe in the hot air to say more. My skin burned like I was standing in the sun, and I yanked Xavier through an archway on the left, which turned out to be a narrow, damp tunnel with standing water farther down. Dampness. Good. It was our only hope. Xavier cried out in pain. More magenta light, hotter than ever, licked at our backs. This wasn't the type of purple fire you could transpose through. This was different. Xavier started. I shoved Xavier into the puddle and lay down over him. The world turned into heat and purple flames. My just-healed back shouted in agony. Blisters rose. My skin swelled as the fire rushed over us, as bottles shattered in the big room, as wood crackled and splintered. I closed my eyes, focusing on the puddle. We'd die in agony. All I could think of was Dad, trapped somewhere and maybe dead. Or worse, he was on his way to turning into a shadow wraith. Or bound to Kesio. But at last, after what felt like a millennium, the heat died down. I wondered if I was dead at first as a bit of cool relief washed over my back, but then my flesh tingled as it tried to pull itself back together, patching blisters and closing open wounds. Xavier struggled under me, and in a moment of panic, I remembered he was in water. I sat up as my skin protested and screamed, but I bit my lips so hard it bled. I still held my sword, and best of all, Xavier got up from the puddle and coughed. He was alive. I hadn't drowned him. The tunnel reeked of smoke, and the puddle was lower than before. Some of it had evaporated. Steam curled around us and clung to my skin. Nothing on us had caught fire, though. The moisture had stopped my clothes from igniting. My back tingled harder. I was still healing thanks to the meal Trish had provided, and I stood, grabbing Xavier's arm. I didn't dare raise my voice above a whisper. "We're alive." Leon had tried to roast us. Me and his own grandson. I was going to kill him. I clutched the sword and wondered if he'd finally drained his power and was ready to grab a bottle of wine and celebrate his victory. But then I heard a foot shuffle out in the large wine room. That might be him. My smell couldn't tell me the truth since he and Xavier smelled the same. But then I caught the whiff of McDonald's. "Thorn. They're dead," Thorn said with a deep sadness. "They're dead. They did nothing wrong. I must see. This is a sad day, indeed." "Liar. You didn't have to do that." Strained emotion welled up in his voice. "Alyssa was my best student. The best one I've had in a long time, in fact. I care about my students." Was Thorn faking his grief? He might have heard us. I imagined that Leon's hearing wasn't as good as his. Thorn just might have heard us get up. The puddle splashing. He needed to go. Leon's tone was final. Thorn was distraught. He was a kid. And Alyssa, she was innocent. Leon had no sympathy as he addressed Thorn. "You know nothing about magical honor. My peers have stung and scorned me. What has gone on down here?" The bartender was storming down the stairs. Leon shuffled. "Leave," he said. Xavier pulled again. I wasn't sure if he could hear what I was, but I stood there, transfixed. The bartender shouted. "My casks. Some of that wine was from the 40s. You can't find that anymore." "I ordered you to leave," Leon said. The bartender's voice deepened into a growl, a real animal growl. Maybe he wasn't normal after all. "That was thousands of dollars worth of inventory. We had better go," Xavier said as he tapped on my shoulder. I thought of Thorn. I wanted nothing to hurt him, and things were getting ugly out there. But I smelled the air, and there was the tiniest breeze coming through the tunnel from our escape route. Somewhere distant was an exit. Leon rasped something else, but I wasn't paying any attention. More magenta light flared from the main room, but by then, I had taken Xavier's arm and was leading him further down the half-flooded tunnel about as fast as I could. And next to me, Xavier hung his head and didn't say a word. Chapter 7. The narrow tunnel was very dark and quiet. Not even the creepiest denizens of Supernatural's underground roamed this place. Everyone was up with the oil lamps and the light. And I could see why. We passed something that looked like an open crypt with legit coffins, one of which was open a few inches. I rushed past. I wouldn't be associated with this. Also, I didn't want to give Xavier any time to make snide comments. The fresh air got stronger, but no light showed itself up ahead. So, I spoke to break the silence, the awkwardness, and the tension. "There must be a way out." We'll find one. The worst thing is we'll have to backtrack. He's back there. Xavier's words fell to the floor. Of course. Once Leon finished arguing with the bartender, he checked to see if our roasted bodies were lying there. Well, Xavier's fire would annihilate me. I didn't know what to say to Xavier. I knew what it was like to have your own family hate you. I couldn't even remember what Mom's parents looked like, but at least my grandfather hadn't tried to kill me. I had to say it. I'm so sorry. Pathetic. Xavier glared at me. But he didn't pull out of my grasp, mainly because I still led him through complete darkness. That's what everyone says, he told me. I could barely get out the words. No, I mean it. I'm so sorry. That was beyond wrong. Who'd treat their own flesh and blood like that? Xavier sighed before telling me my grandfather would. I ruined the family honor and now he's the laughingstock among all the elder war mages. When that happens in the mage world, someone pays, and it's usually the person who screwed up. Usually, they find themselves on the wrong end of an honor killing. I said, that was brave. What you did. I doubt Leon would have let you live even if you followed the rules. Xavier didn't speak as we passed another open crypt. Seriously, who thought to put this under Cumberland? Once we were past, he said. He wouldn't have. So I said, I think Thor knows we're still alive. He stalled Leon long enough to help us escape. I was changing the subject because touchy-feely conversations were not my forte. Xavier's voice filled with regret for once. I had to mark you, Alyssa. Or that succubus would have killed you. They hate other women. Clearly, I said. Demons aren't common in Supernatural's underground. Xavier veered the conversation into more comfortable territory. I shrugged and said, well, they're legends, like dragons. My dad used to tell me about dragons. His grandfather came here from China, where some used to be. My mom always hated the stories. She'd tell my dad to shut up whenever he spoke about them in public. Xavier looked at me, though his eyes didn't focus. Then he said, so, her family is all about the appearances. I said, yep. And yours is about the ego and reputation. Leon and my mother would get along. If Leon wasn't supernatural. I couldn't carry the conversation any further. And I still didn't want to get too close to Xavier. Maybe I hated him a little less now, but despair hit me in the gut as I realized Leon had kicked us out of Supernatural's underground. We were on our own now, and Dad was still missing. Why did your grandfather want you to fail? I asked. Way to be subtle, Alyssa. Xavier didn't speak for a long time. We just kept walking, with only the sound of our quiet footsteps to fill the emptiness. Finally, he spoke. Because it isn't the first time. I snapped my gaze to him. He continued. We're a family of very strong war mages. There are hundreds of families around the world, but mine, the Lovellis, have the record of slaying the most demons, especially back in medieval times. Grandfather's all proud of this, even though it happened hundreds of years ago. That's why he wants to keep the line as strong as he can. It's all about the status. I asked, what's his problem? Did Dad miss too many Little League games? Xavier shook his head and spoke. I don't know. Leon was born about 100 years ago. Literally. Or maybe he just has his head up somewhere. He could date Trish? But he's human, I said. My point is, something really screwed up must have happened when he was a kid. I'm not making an excuse, but it seems like everyone down here has a story. What's yours? Xavier smiled again. He was back. I smelled the air. The freshness was getting a little stronger, but it was still far off, too far. I heard nothing behind me but a rat skittering around the catacombs. It smelled like whatever garbage it had eaten, but at least I didn't hear Leon following. He must have worn himself out doing the magic fire and transposing about 3 different times. Good. We had time to get out. I don't want to talk about it, I said. Xavier didn't want to talk more about his past either. Fair was fair. Xavier said, "You'll need to talk someday." We're linked. How linked? I asked. How much had he invaded my privacy? Xavier shrugged and said, "Well, if one of us dies, we both die. So that's one thing." What? I stopped there and let go of him, whirling. How long does this magic link last? Xavier gulped. The rest of our lives. What? So, I was the first person he had marked. I had to be. I had been wondering if there had been another one he had lost or who had gotten killed. Maybe his last choice hadn't passed the test, and he had to beg for a second chance. Either way, I was so not happy about this. Xavier said, "I had to do it to save your life. Alana would have killed you. She's my grandfather's battle partner. If I were drinking something, I would have spit it out. But instead, I let my jaw fall open, aware that Xavier couldn't see it in this pitch blackness." She's into really old men? Xavier explained. It's not like that. Battle partners don't have to be, involved with each other. My grandfather married a normal. Alana became his battle partner over 80 years ago when she decided to leave the demon realm. I don't know why she turned her back on her own kind, but they're still linked, and now she's facing death as soon as my grandfather dies. Demons normally live forever. I let go of Xavier's arm and said, "This world is getting stranger and stranger. So, I'm going to have a normal lifespan now that I'm linked to you?" Xavier said, "Well, not quite. You influence me, too, so that will help me live longer. You might have another 100 years. Well, unless you were to bite me, then just maybe." I sighed before speaking. Only 1 out of every few hundred people turn when bitten. I know, Xavier said. We stared at each other before starting our trek again. And a heavy feeling settled in my chest. We were stuck. We had to protect each other. I was trapped in this magical prison, all because I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Everyone seemed like our enemy. Dad was still missing, and we had no community behind us, plotting to rescue him. Things couldn't get any worse. "The sun's coming up," Xavier announced, peeking out of the sewer hole cover. I let my shoulders drop. "Great," I said. Already the pinkish light filtered through the little holes in the cover, making dots on the sewer floor below. We had emerged from the catacombs 15 minutes ago, breaking down a boarded-up barricade and emerging into a large sewer with flowing water. Thankfully, there had been walkways, and we hadn't had to get our feet wet, but there had been the smell of some drunk, passed-out person somewhere. Xavier curled his boots around the rungs above me and said, "People are heading off to normal work. It will not be easy to blend in." Then I added, "I'll need my migraine blanket to go out there before too long." That reminded me of Janine. I knew her better than Maisha, enough so that I'd been to her apartment twice, but I wasn't sure if we could crash there for the day. Xavier tried to sound reassuring as he said, "The sun isn't quite up yet. It's early morning. We're on the edge of the business district. There's a cafe across the street. I could use a coffee, but we can't linger, or we'll get stuck there all day, listening to lounge music." "You drink coffee?" I asked. He smiled down at me, still clutching the ladder. "What do you drink?" "Shut up," I said. He was really getting on my nerves again. "What's the weather?" "It doesn't feel too bad to go out on cloudy days." Xavier said, "Partly cloudy. The sun's going to go in and out." I thought about it. Janine's apartment was across town in the Marsh building, close to the school. It was quite a hike, and I was sick of being underground, especially since Leon was still down here. I didn't know how long it took war mages to regain their power. Maybe it was something as simple as a big breakfast, but Leon would come back after us and find us at the end of this tunnel, eventually. Then I said, my sword. That's another problem. There's still, like, some demon blood on it. I held it up to show the dark flecks all over the blade. Most of it had come off in that puddle, but not all. Then I added, plus, I don't think it's a good idea to walk around downtown Cumberland with a real sword or anything that even looks like one. Good point. I can illusion that quick. It's simple magic. We have to hide our weapons all the time, so we all learn it. Xavier said as he closed the cover and scrambled down the ladder. Illusion? I asked. Xavier explained. What the Fae call glamour. It's basically the same thing. A lot of supernaturals can use it. Kesio does. That's how he passes as human. The only thing he can't hide with magic is his eyes. I handed him the sword, and he ran his finger down the blade, careful to skip the spots that had Alana's blood, and muttered a few words under his breath. I couldn't even make them out. Some ancient language, I decided. I might ask about it later. A flare of purple light followed, and instead of a sword, Xavier held an old person cane, the kind you'd find at the pharmacy with the 4 prongs on the bottom. What? I eyed it, jaw dropping. A cane? You should give that to Leon. To my shock, Xavier snickered and said, this is the most non-threatening thing I could think of. Pretend that you're sick, and people won't suspect you of anything. I'll be the guy helping your helpless body along. Heck, you can even pretend you're blind, even though you'd need a different cane for that. Just walk with a limp. Oh, and hold the cane on the opposite side of the bad leg. That's the right way to do it. My dad was a normal doctor, so he used to tell me these things. I thought. His mother must have been the war mage. I wondered where his parents were, but I had the feeling it carried the same amount of pain as my other questions. Anyway, I took the cane and decided my left leg would be the fake gimpy one. I don't look old, do I? I asked. I never would. I'd stop aging at around 25 and stay there for the rest of my life. Xavier said, hey. I do war magic, mostly. My, expertise doesn't lie in making people look different. Just weapons. Makes sense. Can you make the cane look like it's for younger people? And I said that from a practical standpoint. Xavier took the cane again, rubbed his hand over it, and muttered again. Another flare of purple light followed, and when it faded, the cane was wrapped in some of that decorative duct tape from top to bottom. Then he asked, this work? Hello, Kitty? I asked. He said, I couldn't think of anything better. I nodded and said, well, that's better. I'll close my eyes and lean on you like I'm tired. Because I will be, and I'm going to feel like dying. If that's okay. I heard Xavier gulp. Of course, it's okay, he said. He was nervous. Did he think I was going to get desperate and bite him? Or did he dread being in charge again? Footsteps echoed from far behind us. I sniffed, but the boozy smell of whoever else was down here had vanished, and these sounded farther away than that, much farther, almost like they were coming from the corridor we had left. I also caught a raspy cough that sounded like dried leaves. Xavier? I asked. He frowned. Don't tell me Leon figured it out. I said, I won't tell you that. But I will tell you we had better get up that ladder and onto the street. I was going to be so sick out there. Even the early morning light made me feel like death warmed over, and it would only get worse the longer I stayed out. I had to pray for more clouds. And most of all, I had to pray that Leon didn't catch up with us on the surface. There was no way I could fight back in a weakened state. So, we scrambled up the ladder, Xavier fastest of all. He seemed so young as he climbed, like a boy scared to death of the monsters in the dark, which was ironic since I was right behind him. No. I wasn't the monster here. Leon was, and he was human. He's still pretty far back, I said. I didn't want to freak Xavier out. And he probably can't track us well. He's just guessing where we went. Of course, he's making an educated guess. Xavier opened the access hole cover. The early light stabbed down, and I had to squint. My sunglasses would have helped here, but there was no going back. We both emerged into another alley, one that was abandoned except for a cat that eyed me for a split second before turning and bolting into the dark space between a dumpster and a building. Even the animals were running from me like they always had. We both stood in the pinkish glow as traffic crawled past the alley. I got into the shadow of the brick building next to me. It smelled like old pizza and beer. Not a good combo. I let my eyes adjust as my full-color vision returned, and Xavier slid the cover back over the pit. A thought hit me, and I asked, "You think we can slide something over that? How good is Leon at tracking you?" Xavier said, "He's good at telling where Alana is because she's bound to him, but not me. He's not a seer mage like Elsina. I hope he doesn't go ask for her advice. I don't think she'll give it because she and I really get along, but he might force her. And if Alana finds us, he finds us." I asked, "Can succubi come out in the day?" Xavier responded with, "If she's disguised well, yes." That's awesome. I said as I eyed the dumpster. We might have minutes before Leon got here, but we did not need to have him following us on the surface. He'd figure out that we'd probably gone up the first ladder we found. "Help me push," I said. "Are you crazy?" Xavier asked. I had never done this before, but after fighting a demon and surviving war magic, my confidence was growing. I got on the other side of the dumpster, scaring the cat again, and pushed. It slid a bit and stopped. My strength was already waning in the early morning. "I need help," I said. Xavier and I both pushed as hard as we could, and slowly but surely, the dumpster moved to stand over the cover. He panted when we finished, and I stood there, wondering if there was any magic Leon could use to blast it off. I didn't want to stick around for that. The morning light was brighter now, and there was a large cloud deck across the sky, but it wasn't moving towards us fast enough. A flock of birds passed overhead as if warning us to hurry. "Okay," I said as I put my cane in my fighting hand. "I limp and pretend to be sick." "Well, I won't be pretending. I really will be sick. We need to stay out of the direct sun, or I'll have a seizure in no time." Then I eyed the street, bracing for the worst. Xavier, still panting, extended his arm and said, "Don't worry. You have Xavier here. We all know about staying in the shadows." Ugh, but I had to bear it. We had to figure out what to do next. We left the alley and a dull headache started between my ears as soon as we emerged into the morning light. I wished I'd put on something long-sleeved because my arms were already burning. Even sunscreen wouldn't help. Focusing on the cane and mastering my gimp took all my focus. I had to say it. "We need to buy some new clothes." He led me over to the other side of the street, which was still in shadow and would be until about noon. "I don't have any money," he said. I swore. "Then we're going to have to be really careful." I let my head lie on his shoulder. It was strong and confident, showing no signs of rejection and pain. I wished I could be like that and not the scared girl that I was all the time, worried about my secret getting out. I didn't understand how Xavier did it. We walked slowly, with Xavier keeping us on the shadowy side of the street. Slowly, the buildings grew, changing from brick to glass. People milled around with coffee and bagels in bags. Others yawned, and only a few stared at the cane. "We're doing okay," I was used to lying low. I could do this. Restraint. Thorn had taught me well, and not just in fighting. We'll find your dad, Xavier said. I nodded. I wasn't so sure. We had to do this on our own now. I kept leaning my head on Xavier. He was a full head taller than me, but he didn't draw any stares now that he was out of his trench coat and the leather hat. The headache got worse as we hugged buildings, walked past shops and restaurants, and crossed streets. After about 20 minutes, I felt like I was heading into migraine status and my stomach threatened to heave all over the sidewalk. I got lightheaded and leaned on Xavier for real. Then I said, I need to get inside. I'm sorry. We'll find a place, Xavier said as he searched the dark storefronts. You need a different outfit. Oh. Here's a store that's open. Hello? An old woman said as she leaned out of a door. I just opened up. You look like you need to sit down for a minute. You aren't drunk, are you? The pleasant woman narrowed an eye at me. She smelled like heavy perfume but wore classy earrings and a pearl necklace. She stood in front of a boutique-style store decorated in pink and white lace. And there were clothes inside. I could smell the fabrics from the sidewalk. I lifted my head and said, No. I'm recovering from a concussion. I let some venom slip into my voice. Soccer injury. Oh. I'm so sorry, the woman said. She just got out of the hospital, Xavier added. We don't mean to be rude. Sure. We'd like to sit down for a minute. I felt so bad in every way that I didn't protest as the woman held a door open for us. I hated that I'd have to steal from her. Then I realized Xavier was taking me into what looked like a lingerie shop. We passed rows of bras and panties as we moved deeper into the air-conditioned store. I sighed as he grinned again. He'd never let me live this down. The place was dark, darker than most, and it had no windows. The old lady moved behind the counter. She looked as if she had been working in here for years. The front of her shirt read Lulu's. Yep. We were in some racy lingerie shop, and she wasn't as classy as she'd first come across. I checked around to make sure we weren't about to get kicked out, but it really was all clothing, even if a lot of it could barely qualify as that. Xavier searched for a bench. But he couldn't stop grinning. I nudged him in the ribs, and he quit. Would you like to look for something special while you're resting? The woman asked. I imagine you'd like to treat yourself after a stay in the hospital. I'm not open yet, but I don't mind letting you look around. Perhaps I can call you a cab when you're finished. A normal girl would have felt heat rising to her face here in the presence of Xavier. He shifted, nervous, and gave off almost as much adrenaline smell as he had right before the fight. Maybe we can look around after we rest. We'll be fine, he said. He eyed the bench again. We had to get Lulu away from us. If that was even her name. The headache faded. Strength returned. I could stand on my own now. This place had no windows at all, which was probably why Xavier had taken me in here, but the perfume was horrendous. Are you sure? You seem ill. The woman said as she frowned at me, all concern. We had to distract her and get out before she suspected I had anything other than a concussion. I asked, do you have any clothes? I have sensitive skin and it's going to be a hot day. I left my regular shirt at home and I couldn't have my parents bring me my normal one since they're on a business trip. She said, of course. The blouses are in the back. Please, let me know if I can help with anything else. The woman shuffled off, probably eager to make a sale. That was why she'd brought us in. The store was empty now, but at least I was feeling better and better. I was even caring about how awkward this was. I separated from Xavier, determined to get out as soon as I could. Xavier reached out and seized a pair of black lace panties. He grinned. My imagination's going. I can just see you in these and they hug you perfectly. I slapped him on the arm and I wasn't entirely playful about it. Do you ever stop being annoying? It's my gift. Hey, you really need to learn to take a joke. Ugh. That line. It was another red flag. I seized a pair of men's underwear that looked more like a string. This is so you, Xavier. I can just imagine you parading around in this when you think no one's looking. Xavier flushed red and said, It is not. I leaned on the fake cane and said, Oh, now it's not funny. We might be linked, but I am not putting up with you talking about me like that. Xavier shrugged and said, I was just trying to, lighten the mood. By harassing me and then telling me how to feel about it? That's toxic and something your grandfather would do. It was just a joke. But his tone changed and weakened. Was I getting to him? I said. Not to me. If we're stuck together, we can't use bullying tactics. Ever. I wasn't treating you like an object, he said. Then I told him, then act like it. It's on you, Xavier. Change some things. Try to be better. And I'm not talking about your magic. Xavier sighed and turned away. I wondered if he was one of those guys that just didn't get it with girls, the same way his grandfather didn't get it about family. Okay. I'm sorry. The adrenaline smell died down and the wood smoke returned, but it was more subdued. At least he hadn't told me he was sorry I felt this way. I said, fair enough. Thank you for the genuine apology. Xavier responded with, I'll try not to say that stuff anymore. It wasn't professional. So, this was all just business. Being battle partners didn't have to lead to anything more. Maybe I could deal with my new arrangement. I didn't get Xavier. He was fine 1 second, and the next he was trying to aggravate me. I brushed past another rack of discount panties and made my way to another one with hanging blouses that were also mostly see-through and fishnet. I waited for Xavier to make another comment behind me, but he stayed quiet. I'd take the progress. The clothes are in the back room. I motioned to the doorway where the old woman had gone. She wasn't there when we entered. That was good because we might have to shoplift. I sifted through the blouses until I found a puffy black one with a V-neck so deep, I wouldn't dare wear it without the tank top underneath. It would protect me some from the sun. I checked around to see if there were any hats, but I wasn't that lucky. Hats weren't sexy. Maybe Xavier's leather one was a little, but that didn't belong in a shop like this. I think that black one will look good. Xavier said. He had drawn up behind me and I hadn't even noticed. I was letting my guard down. I think so, too, I responded. At least he was trying. I had to give him that. How much money do you have? He spoke slowly, as if he dreaded the answer. I dug through my pocket and closed my hand on some change. 25 cents, maybe? He sighed and said, we have to do this carefully. Well, I didn't think to grab money before you came in and took me through the portal, I said, keeping my voice low in case the woman could hear. She was probably close to deaf. But she stayed away. Maybe she was searching the storeroom for actual clothes. You're right. It's not your fault. I didn't think to grab some before my grandfather tried roasting me alive. I could hear the anger in his voice. That violent urge rose in me again and I clutched the cane harder. We were taking our frustrations out on each other. Why are you yelling at me? I asked. I wasn't, he started. Maybe we should get away from each other for a bit. Cool off. Think. I said as I released the blouse, hating my killer instincts that often drove my anger into the wrong part of town. We couldn't fight. Dad was still captive, and we had to work together. Like it or not, Xavier was all I had now. He nodded and said, "Good idea. I'm heading down to the bridge for a while. Stay in here and browse for a bit. Leon won't appear on the street in plain view. He's too valuable." The bridge. We had passed one 2 streets back with a small river running under it. I said, "I'll follow you when the sun goes in." Xavier left the store without another word. Yes. We needed a break. At least we both agreed. And I could look at clothes and feel normal for a bit. I watched the door close behind him. The sun was still out in full force. The old woman had made her way back behind the counter, and she smiled at him as he left. I leaned on the cane again, aware that she was watching me. I checked to make sure the magic was still working. Yep. The cane was still wrapped in fake Hello Kitty tape. Check. I kept feeling better, stronger as I sifted through more blouses, going through the entire rack, and then coming around again. I was going to draw suspicion if I stayed in here too long. "Can I help you find a certain size?" the woman asked. "I'm just looking," I said. She came out from behind the counter. Maybe she thought I was here, trying to shoplift, so I made up an excuse. "I just want to, surprise my boyfriend." "Way to go, Alyssa." The woman lit up and shuffled over even faster. At least she wasn't giving me the look anymore. She said, "We have more in the storage room. A new shipment just came in and we're also liquidating more inventory now that Valentine's Day is over. I might drop the price on something special." Perfect. It would give me an excuse to go over more things, let the sun go in, and then leave after I decided nothing would work. The woman waved me to the back of the store and opened an unmarked door. The space beyond was dark and smelled musty, and the perfume smell got even stronger. It was stacked high with boxes, and the scent of cardboard mixed in. The woman opened the first box with a long fingernail, and I leaned on the cane again, keeping the charade up. "How about purple? Do you like purple?" she asked. "It's okay," I said. I was more into pink, the most normal color for me I could find, and I said so. The woman opened another box, cutting through the tape with her long, red-painted fingernail again, and drew out a pair of pink lace panties. "How about this?" she asked. I remembered my lie and said, "That might work." "How much?" "What do you have?" she asked. The woman smiled at me and stared at me so intently that I could see the outlines of her contact lenses. $10, I said. I had to lie, or she might kick me out. Then the woman turned away from me and said, "Well, I wasn't thinking that low for this. Let's check out the clearance stock." Then I added, "I need a shirt, too. I get cold easily." She looked at me funny and raised one eyebrow. "You don't seem like the sort who would." Heavy silence fell. We stared at each other. "Alarm. Alarm," I said. I was stupid and wore a tank top this morning. The doctors tried calling my parents, but... The woman cut me off. "You also don't seem like the type who would need a doctor." Chapter 8. Time to go. Why had I argued with Xavier? We needed to quit doing that. "No, I don't need doctors because I only have a quarter and could never afford one." "Are you happy you pointed out my poverty?" The woman moving to block the exit, and I searched my peripheral vision for another. There was one, but that exit sign hung behind a bunch of boxes. And the perfume. It was like Kesio's cologne that masked something more. The woman's fingernails were longer. Greener. Seriously? Another supernatural? I dropped being polite. I lifted the cane and pointed it right at the old woman. Instead of backing off, she laughed. It sounded like nails going down a chalkboard crossed with a cat having its tail yanked off. The illusion dropped in a blink, and I held my sword once again, demon bloodstains and all. It reflected the dim orange light of the room. She had lured us in here. I was facing another dark creature, and Xavier had gone to sulk under the bridge. Xavier, I thought. His voice had entered my head. He might hear me. No reply. The woman laughed again, and her skin took an ugly greenish-white tone like a rotting corpse. What are you? I asked. Lulu shuffled back to another box and tore it open with her claw. Black fabric rested inside as she said, "Why don't you try our dark pentagram line? Kesio says you're the one who can. You don't understand your value. He needs you, Alyssa. He's waited for you for a long time. Centuries. No. Millennia. What the heck? He thought I was special. Great. I don't get it, I said, keeping the blade of my sword pointed at her heart. I could run or hope for Xavier to get worried and come back, but this shopkeeper had mentioned Kesio. That made things so south in an instant. I struggled to keep calm. I had survived Alana, but that had been with Xavier's magic. Maybe I could still tap it. And you didn't answer my question. What are you? I asked. The woman opened her mouth much wider than she could and screamed. All the headaches the sun had given me fell short of this. The horrific screech filled my head and threatened to pop all my brain cells. The world pulsed and went black, then returned, then went black again and blinked. The scream stretched into what felt like eternity and faded at last like an ebbing siren. A banshee. They were supposed to be a type of demon. And I was getting sick of demons. Lulu smiled, greener than ever, and clapped her hands like she was waiting for my reaction. Banshees could stun normals and put them in the hospital. One had even robbed a bank a few years ago and made the news. If I were normal, I might have passed out. That was annoying, I said. I prayed for the pain in my head to vanish. Lulu's jaw dropped, revealing gross teeth. She must not have been expecting me to fight back so fast because I jammed my blade into her ribcage. Bones cracked, and black blood dribbled out as my blade went through her body and sliced through the box behind her. The sewage smell filled the air, cutting over the perfume and creating the worst stench ever. Rage overtook me. Where is my father? I asked. The banshee's head rolled back, and I thought I'd killed her. You're strong, she said. She lifted her head and stuck out a very black, pointed tongue. Her voice gurgled. It's no wonder Kesio seeks you. Where is my father? I raised my voice. Where does the mayor take his prisoners? She laughed and gurgled at the same time, which was honestly gross. Where? Every muscle and part of my body shook with fury. I didn't need Xavier for this. I could do this on my own. If we were on our own, so be it. I twisted the sword, making more gross noises, and held it there. With Kesio, she shouted. I know that. I yelled. I went for round 2, and the banshee grit her teeth in agony. Finally. I mean where, as in place. I have war magic. I can destroy you. The banshee reached up and clutched at the sword. Her contact lenses still covered her eyes, but they darkened. She said, Your bond is not yet strong. How do you know so much about me? This violation crap was getting old. I nearly killed another demon earlier today. I can do it again. I mentally called for Xavier to lend me his power, but he must have left the area. Distance might be a problem. She said, You're the one Kesio has been looking for. The dark pentagram. Or you will be soon. We're all searching for you. I twisted the sword again and would not describe the sounds it made. The banshee's next words gurgled. I was lucky my condition made me better able to handle blood than a normal girl, or I would have passed out. I want a street, a building, something where I can find my father. The banshee gagged and spat up some black fluid. The smell was beyond revolting now. That was what was going to get me. She asked, "Isn't it obvious? The sign is above the city." I thought about it. Duh. The ATC building. The mayor's office. Release me. The banshee said. It hurts. It hurts. She struggled to scream the last word but did nothing but give me a twinge above the eyeball. How do I sneak in? I asked. I'd have to kill her after she spoke. She gritted her disgusting teeth again. You must join Kesio. That's not good enough. I leaned closer, which was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. But the banshee smiled. Her gaze moved. Look behind you. The sense of horrible dread and despair washed over me before I saw it. I retracted the sword from instinct, which dripped with more dark demon blood, and faced 3 shadow wraiths that stood between me and the back wall. Their robes swished in a wind that didn't exist, and it seemed like they had bled out of the walls themselves. The banshee screamed again, and the pain and faintness washed over me, threatening to send me down to the floor. Run. A shadow wraith reached for me, but I ducked and dove through the entrance to the main store, crashing into a rack of see-through pajamas. Clothing toppled around me, and my sword caught fabric, but I stood, and a dark blue blouse fell in front of me. Though it was just silk, I seized it and draped it over my head like I was heading out into a rainstorm. I bolted out the door. The dread and despair tried to pull me down. You're worthless. A monster. No one loves you. Don't listen. It's the shadow wraiths. Low groans and whispers sounded behind me, and the entire store seemed to darken. I pushed open the door and bolted outside. Unbearable light shone down. I kept the blouse over me the best I could, which helped. Cars honked, and I had to make sure I was on the sidewalk. It was bright below my shoes and my sword had taken on the look of a Hello Kitty cane again. The sidewalk sparkled. Ugh. Even the clouds had no mercy. I swore as the burn spread over my skin, but it was staying off my face. I had a tiny shadow to breathe in. I kept my eyes down and ran, dragging the sword-turned cane in one hand and holding the fabric over my head with the other. I caught glimpses of jeans. Business suits. A dog that stopped and growled at me. I ignored it all and ran in the direction I thought the bridge was in. I dared to look up for a second. Headache, and glimpsed its suspension. I stopped at the corner to wait for traffic and glanced behind me, at the shop where the shadow wraiths would come out. What? I asked out loud. Where the lingerie shop with the purple awning was a second ago was nothing. It was as if the space between a cafe and the insurance place had sealed off from existence. I had come out of a store that didn't exist. I took a breath. The air was too warm. My skin was on fire under my jeans, but at least they weren't shorts. A pair of older women stared at me as they passed. I was drawing suspicion holding the blouse over my head, and if I didn't get out of sight, someone would report me. I wasn't the type to draw stares, but now that I was shielding myself from the sun, it made things obvious. The old ladies picked up their pace. I was detected. Alyssa, move. The signal changed to the walking guy, and I bolted across the street. Sickness seized my gut. The migraine was starting by now, even though it was a little more delayed than being out in the direct sun. It got worse as I crossed the road, away from all the shadows. The bridge was straight ahead, sloping upward towards where the ATC building stood in the distance. Dad was there. I wondered if he could see me running towards him. I bolted down another alley, one that was cleaner than most, and found another fence that blocked off a pathway between two buildings. The light wasn't as intense in here, and I could lower the blouse. It also didn't smell as bad as a normal alley. And I caught a whiff of wood smoke coming from beyond the fence. I cursed myself for saying we should separate and cool down with all these demons coming after us. I hadn't realized there were so many out here in the city. And how had the banshee found us? I hopped the fence and ran down the concrete pathway, which someone in one of these apartment buildings had lined with flowers and a small garden that was sprouting new plants. Clothes hung overhead and the scent of water replaced the wood smoke for a second. It was darker in here, enough for me to lower the fabric. Another walkway opened to my right, and I followed the smell of water. Soon, I found myself at the bank of the river, on worn dirt where generations of feet had stood to fish. There was a guy further down with a pole and a lure in the water. But on the left was the bridge, casting a glorious shadow on me. Xavier sat right under the bridge itself, well in the shadows. I wanted to shout at him, but it was best not to give away my position. Somewhere, police sirens went off. The old ladies. They might have called the authorities. Usually, the ATC showed up to handle supernatural sightings, but sometimes the police would come in their place if they were busy. And Kesio, it seemed, was busy. I ran about as fast as I could towards the bridge. My feet were light on the ground, barely making noise. Xavier stared into the water like he was trying to divine something. He was so lost in thought that even after I stopped next to him, he kept staring. Traffic hissed right above us as tires clunked. The police sirens got louder. I had vacated the area behind me just in time. Then he faced me and jumped. I didn't hear you coming. Oh. You bought the shirt. I said, well, no. I stole it. I put it on, making sure first that no demon blood had splattered all over it. I sniffed. Clean, except for a trace of that awful perfume. That poor old lady, Xavier said. I bristled. The banshee I just fought deserved it. She tried to sick 3 shadow wraiths on me. And no, they didn't touch me. I said as I stood over Xavier. I think we should put more distance between us and that store, which vanished as soon as I left it, by the way. He pushed himself up. What? That lady was a normal. And more shadow wraiths? The color drained from Xavier's face as he studied me. His eyes widened. And he trembled. Legit terror overtook him. And I realized it came from a place of trauma. No, she wasn't. And they did not come close to touching me, I said, shuddering. I'm okay. Breathe. Xavier let out a breath. Then how did she hide? Never mind. I've never heard of so many demons in one place. Something's going on. We shouldn't have left each other. Dumb idea. I should have known. Some demons have a way of surprising you when you least expect it. Kesio must really want us. He's their baron. I said, it was my dumb idea, too. That lady seemed harmless enough. At least we could agree on something. We should move on after the police leave. Xavier said, craning his neck to listen. He probably couldn't hear the sirens as well as I could. He continued. We should stay down here. The police aren't too eager to come after people like us, and police dogs won't be able to smell you. They have to respond to every call, though. I hope, I said. Maybe the cops would listen to those old ladies and assure them no one like me could roam the streets in broad daylight. Xavier motioned for me to sit. I'm sorry. I was a jerk. It's just that, well, we can't be getting too close to each other. It might impede things. You acted that way to push me away? I asked. He'd sure done a good job. As I listened, the sirens cut out. Yes. Xavier said. Business only, and then. But why did we play into each other so well? Xavier was obnoxious, but he was refreshing in a way. I said, but we're stuck together now. And if one of us dies, the other one does. There are worse things than death. He sighed and sat back down. Oh. Like the shadow wraiths, I said. I wondered what would happen if I or Xavier became one. I didn't want to find out, so I said, still. We don't have to be jerks to each other. Xavier was literally the only person I could turn to other than maybe Janine. I wasn't sure how she'd take all of this, but we couldn't stay out here all day, waiting for someone else to spot me. The sun wasn't going in, and the only other option was to go underground where Leon was waiting. I sat down next to Xavier, who showed no signs of getting up. The guy was deep in a funk. As I sat next to him, I felt a twinge of his magic again, hot and zinging through me. It felt almost scared. Tormented. More sirens ebbed and flowed and then stopped. Those old ladies had not put in a good word about me. I let my skin cool off and the pain faded the more I sat under the bridge. The sun rose higher in the sky, and I watched the shadows creep closer to us as they narrowed. I'd stay safe here until evening when the sun sank low and cast its spotlight down here. I wondered if Mom had seen the news, wherever she was. She might have turned off the TV before her new husband saw what I'd done. There was no way she'd ever check in again or even acknowledge that I existed. I wanted to scream and throw something into the water, preferably Kesio. But instead, I had to break the silence. How did that banshee find us out of this big city? I don't know, Xavier said. Demons can work some magic trickery, but tracking isn't their strong suit. They also can't usually transpose. I think we got unlucky and walked past the banshee's lingerie shop. She knew who I was. Forcing myself, I told Xavier everything that had happened. His mouth fell open when I got to the part about the shadow wraiths and the dark pentagram thing she'd mentioned. Have you ever heard of that? Kesio wants me for the dark pentagram, whatever it is. The banshee said I was it. I watched to see if some recognition would come over Xavier's face, but it stayed blank. Alyssa, whatever this is, it's bad. Kesio never wastes much energy tracking a single person like this. There's got to be a reason. Well, you are a good fighter. Better than most. I had a good feeling about you. Thanks. The way he said that made me tingle all over. What was with all the mixed signals? There's something more to this. I'm supposed to be whatever Kesio wants soon. Are you sure you haven't heard of a dark pentagram? It sounds like some sort of mage thing. Xavier said, I haven't heard of it. There are different magic types, but that's not something they ever brought up at the academy. Demonic magic is a whole other world. They never taught us that there. It's too dark. Kesio no doubt has his own magic. I think this is something beyond my fighting ability, I said. I wasn't that good of a fighter. I still hadn't gotten Dad back. Is there something else about me other than my, condition? I asked. I was pretty sure I was a normal girl before the bite. Nothing special. And my parents weren't anything special either. Xavier shrugged. Well, you have access to my magic now. I'm wondering if that has something to do with it, but war mages have taken other supernaturals as partners forever. We've been doing it for millennia. I wrapped my hands around my knees, setting my cane sword down next to a crumpled up fast food bag. Something wasn't adding up here. And those shadow wraiths made little sense either. Maybe Kesio wanted a powerful shadow wraith to serve him, maybe one that could wield war magic, but something about that seemed off, too. From what I'd seen, he had plenty of those at his disposal already. Other than that, there was nothing special about me. I'd figure it out later. We had a job to do. I said, my dad's in the ATC building. The banshee confessed. It looks like Kesio's been taking people there the whole time. I leaned over to see the tower, but the bridge was blocking the view. Xavier let his head fall to his open palms. He said, that place has guards and magical wards that go off whenever a supernatural who's not working for Kesio walks through the door. Normals can get in there okay, but if we were to try it, they'd know about us right away. There's a reason no one's gotten in and taken out Kesio yet. That's great, I said. I didn't have time to ask what floor Dad was on. I didn't know there was a fake treatment center up there. There must be. Xavier turned his gaze upward as he talked. I always thought they were camps out in the wilderness. Well, I think a lot of the real ones are, but it makes sense Kesio wants his prisoners right where he and his company are. He must want bound soldiers. I shuddered. Either he was binding other supernaturals to him or turning them into shadow wraiths. I prayed Dad hadn't met either fate, but it would only be a matter of time. I said, we need to figure out what floor that could be. Where would we look up floor plans for the place? Because if we go in there we have to know where to go right away. I realized what I'd said and waited for Xavier to tell me what a dumb idea it was. But he stayed silent for a bit and nodded before speaking. I was hoping you'd want to attack. I do. It's the only way I'm going to prove that I'm not being a moron this time. Then I just might get back into Supernatural's underground. This time? I asked. I couldn't believe what I was about to say. You're not a moron. I was. Before. He turned away. Okay. You have a past. If it makes you feel better, I do, too. I checked the sky again. Another cloud deck moved in, but meanwhile, we were stuck down here. I couldn't risk going out with this shirt over my head again. Want to hear about mine? We'd work together better if we cleared the air. Yes. That was it. Xavier faced me. You don't have to tell me. We've all got crap. Well, I'm going to get it out, I said, unable to believe I was saying this out loud. I lied when I said I hurt nobody. I did. Once. In the 2nd grade, I bit my best friend. You what? Xavier asked. Her name was Hannah. We did everything together. She told me all her secrets. I paced. It was one of those BFF things. Well, until I screwed up. I told her my secret, and she thought it was all cool. She said she wanted to live forever like me and thought that if I bit her, she'd become like me. I didn't want to, but out on the playground she begged and begged, and I finally gave in. I know. Stupid. And it was even stupider with my filed teeth. Xavier frowned at me and spoke. Well, she wanted it. There are normals who do that over and over, thinking it's going to give them eternal life. It only works for the people with the right gene. I said, she was 8 and didn't know better. Hannah screamed and the playground lady ran and saw what I was doing. Tremors washed over me. I had never, ever told anyone about this before. I remembered what her blood had tasted like. Cherry Pop-Tarts. I had never looked at a box of them again. I face-bombed. And they hauled you to the office, Xavier said. I'm glad I never had to go to a normal school. I continued. Both of us got sent. Hannah's neck was bleeding. They called an ambulance for her, and her mom came into the school, screaming at everyone. Dad rushed to pick me up before the police could get there. Thankfully, it was a normal rainy day in Oregon. We had to flee town. Mom said she couldn't deal with this kind of thing. She'd put up with me for 6 years. Then I screwed it all up. And she left. Dad started moving us around the west coast. I collapsed near the river and stared into the water. I'm sorry. I really am, Xavier said. I sighed. I blew it. Xavier said, that girl wanted you to do that. I'm sure she was okay. Most people are. And your mother, well, I have things to say about her, but they push a PG-13 rated movie up to a solid R. I said. Hannah didn't turn. I never saw her again, but Dad told me things were okay with her. I was kind of glad she didn't get what she wanted. I had hated Hannah ever since the incident. And I'd hated myself more. I had also started filing my own teeth after that, when Mom did it for me before. I stared into the water and Xavier went silent for what felt like a long time. I suppose it's my turn to tell you mine. I felt bad. I wasn't trying to, manipulate you into it, I said. It was a lie because part of me wanted to unravel Xavier's secrets. I just wanted to get that out. You're the first person I've told. What was happening to me? I could not get close to Xavier beyond a business relationship. I get it. It sucks. It sucks so much I can't find anything to compare it to. Nice pun, he said, smiling at me for a second before he turned serious again. I lost both my parents. They tried to break into the ATC building and never came back. They what? I whirled. Xavier said, it was the last attack Supernatural's Underground ever tried on the ATC. It happened 2 years ago, right after Kesio got elected to his second term as mayor. My mother had already killed a half-dozen demons. She knew how dangerous he was and wanted to attack. Alana said there's supposed to be a portal to the infernal dimension on the top floor. She could sense it. She's the only one who came back from the attack. Mom went in, magic blazing. Dad had talent with guns. They went in with a bunch of others to the top floor. No one heard from them again. I gulped. We might find out how the story ended. A horrible thought hit. Both of Xavier's parents could be shadow wraiths, and I might have met them already. Infernal dimension? I asked. I knew the demons had their own realm, but no one ever said the name. Think of the scary place mentioned in a lot of religions. Xavier grimaced. Where do you think that idea came from? I'm sorry about your parents, I said, shuddering. Thanks, Xavier said. I nodded. And that you got stuck with your grandfather. Xavier shrugged. Someone had to take the burden of the family honor. With Mom gone, it's just me and my sister now. She's 13 and too young to bind to anyone. I guess Leon's going to put all this on her next. He faced me. If we survive the ATC building, we've got to get her away from him. I don't want him laying a hand on her. As in? I asked. Xavier lifted his palm like he wanted to slap me and held it there. So, he's a hitter. I said. He nodded. I have scars from when, never mind. Xavier was looking away from me again, putting his wall back up. There was still something that was off the discussion table, so I changed the subject. I asked, so, how do we get into the ATC tower? I don't know, he said. Then he grinned. But I know that slaying a demon is a way to restore lost honor. In the mage world, if you do that, people forget that you ever screwed up. I said, but running in and trying to kill Kesio without thinking about it first will get us both killed. Xavier frowned. I know it will. All the war mages I know slayed their first demon when they were older. Like, at least 10 years older. I could see what was going on here. Your grandfather is trying to make you rush into this. He's left it the only way you can get off his hit list. Don't do it. I wanted to rush in there as much as Xavier did, but I also wasn't stupid. I thought. Trying to stab Kesio hadn't been the brightest thing in the world. And he was some demon lord, something even worse than Alana. Xavier said, I know he is. He sure hasn't tried to rescue my parents. What if they're in the infernal dimension? It was my turn to stand back up. Is that where Kesio puts his prisoners? Xavier nodded. Well, if I were him, that skyscraper wouldn't be enough to hold in a bunch of supernaturals. I'd want to stash my prisoners in a way worse place. Then I'm with you, and we have to get in there, I said. The thought of Dad being there struck terror in me. But I don't know how. Xavier paused. I've looked for maps of the ATC building. They don't exist. My parents went in blind. We need someone who can go in and tell us the exact layout of the place before we try anything. Someone with an almost obnoxious eye for detail. Do you know anybody like that? Chapter 9. 4 hours later, I knocked on Janine's apartment door. The sun had gone back in, hiding behind the clouds and making it almost bearable for me to be out in the open. I still wore the dark blue blouse, and it helped some, too, but I vowed to get more sunglasses as soon as I could get away with it. The light still hurt my eyes, and I had to walk with the fake cane all the way there. Janine's apartment stood on the opposite side of the bridge, far from the ATC building. Now that I knew it housed a portal to the bad place, I wanted to stay as far from it as possible. And if I went in there, I would have to kill. I might even have to kill normals. I'd come close already, and when I went back, I'd become the horrible monster everyone said I was. I'd never be able to return to a normal life again. Or maybe it was already too late for that. Janine came to the door with a slow shuffle, like she wasn't sure what to expect on the other end and not liking the stuff going through her head. Bad sign. I shared a glance with Xavier, and he shook his head. We might have to barge in to make our case. The door creaked open a little, and one brown eye peeked out at us. And the door shut. An invisible hand seemed to gut punch me. She knew what I was now. Everyone knew what I was. Janine. It's me. Rosone. It's okay, I said. It wasn't fair to ask her to do this. If Janine said no, I'd respect that. I heard no footsteps moving away. I could smell a bit of metallic adrenaline through the crack of the door. Terror pumped through Janine's veins. I knocked again. I just want to talk to you, Janine. I kept my voice low. A kid cried in an apartment downstairs. Most people weren't home yet from work, from the sounds of things, but I couldn't take more risks than I needed. I waited for the sound of her dialing a phone, but she wasn't doing that. The thought had crossed my mind. Janine could be Hannah all over again. Who's that guy with you? She asked. The door cracked a bit again, and interest flared in her eyes. Maybe I could get in. Oh. Xavier. He's okay, and not with the authorities. Can we come in? I asked. Really? It's okay. Xavier nodded. Don't listen to anything bad you've heard about your friend. She was just defending herself. Janine hesitated. Are you sure? If your friend tries anything, I'll stop her. Xavier offered a polite nod. He could turn on the charm when he needed it. And I'll catch you up on everything. Promise. I stuck out my pinky. Janine hesitated. But finally, she took the bait and slowly opened the door. Okay. Come on in. You promise you're not going to? Promise, Xavier and I said at the same time. I wondered if I would have gotten inside without Xavier's help, or without having the prospect of telling Janine about all kinds of juicy make-out scenes. Whatever. We'd only been friends for a few months, though. We both stepped into the impossibly clean apartment. It was quiet. No one else seemed to be home. At last, I smelled no one and heard nothing but the refrigerator humming. We only stepped into the kitchen, and Xavier left the door open with his foot. We would not corner ourselves if Janine had agents waiting somewhere in the apartment. That was another thing Thorn had taught me. Never cut off your exit. I was so scared they took you away. Janine remained tense as we stood in the kitchen. She wouldn't back away from me, almost like she was too afraid to let me further in. Why didn't you just tell me the truth about your migraines? I would have taken a shortcut to your house if I knew. She was trying to appease me so I wouldn't attack her. Making sure my sword still looked like a cane, I frowned at her. It hurt. Her gaze darted to Xavier. She was trying to recognize if this was the guy from yesterday. Really? All that happened only yesterday. Did anyone come here looking for me? I asked. At least that broke the tense silence. Janine shook her head, saying, I didn't go to school today. I figured since people had seen you hanging out with me, the authorities would catch me there. Maisha said there were officers talking to the principal this morning, and they were bothering Coach Lancy, too. I said, I'm not surprised. Janine, I never meant to get caught. Of course, you didn't. She sounded like her mind was elsewhere. Maisha and Janine were in a different world now. I'm sorry, I said. Why are you apologizing? Xavier poked me. The ATC should apologize, not you. Janine backed into the coffee table as the jazz switched to a new song. She said, I don't know if they're still going to come here. I won't tell them anything. I promise. You won't? I asked. Despite her words, anger rose in me. Janine looked too tense to be authentic about that. How can I be sure? She glared at me, making me regret my words. What kind of friend do you think I am? I swallowed and said, sorry. I've just had people betray me in the past. I have to be careful. She said, anyway, you've only been going to this school for 3 months. Few people know you. I let my shoulders down, and my muscles relaxed. Perhaps Janine just had regular nerves, and she didn't fear me. That might be a bad thing in its own right. I waved. New girl syndrome. Plus, I never made a lot of friends. Maisha pretended she didn't know your location when they asked her, Janine said as she grabbed the counter. She was very tense. And I noticed she was looking across the hall at the apartment door across the way. Her pupils widened in a warning. Xavier seized my arm and pulled me closer to him. Instead of smiling, Janine swallowed. Her metallic adrenaline scent made my stomach rumble. Yes, she was staring at the apartment across the hall. I caught the first whiff of cologne and broke from Xavier's grasp. I took Janine's arm and said, we have to go. Now. If you don't want to die. Ouch. She shouted, but I was already pulling Janine into the hallway and glaring at Xavier to follow me. He did, pushing me along, staying wordless for once. He knew something was wrong, too. And so did Janine. Feet shuffled in the opposite apartment, and a sense of dread bloomed behind me like a giant black flower. Xavier was right behind me, pushing me through the door. Get out of here! He yelled. A flare of heat followed as Janine and I bolted down the hallway. Magenta light fell in the hallway. Xavier had summoned his magic. I turned and released her. We'll explain whatever happens later. Get downstairs. She hadn't betrayed me, had she? I'd figure it out later. Janine bolted down the stairs to the landing. She stopped in a faint square of sunlight and pressed against the wall. She's scared of you, Alyssa. You're a monster. No one will ever like you. I motioned to her as the despair grew. Run. But she didn't. I had no time to force her to go. Xavier faced the open apartment door, and I raised the cane, which instantly lost its illusion and turned back into the stained sword. It was even more gross now, covered in black sludge from the banshee, but it was just as sharp as ever. And that was what mattered. A shadow wraith oozed out of the closed apartment door, the one that neighbored Janine's. It spread out to fill the hallway, cutting us off from the opposite stairwell. Thankfully, Janine had gone to the one behind us.
Great!
Xavier backpedaled. Don't run into me. I lowered my sword before we collided. We stumbled back, almost to the steps, as the wraith stared at us from the darkness under its hood. The cologne smell hit me again, and I knew something worse was nearby, waiting. Rich men brought despair. How fitting. Xavier looked at me. His face was just inches away. Get ready. Xavier's fist was closed, glowing with magenta fire. Some of his power flowed into me, down my arm, and into the sword. The flames erupted again around the blade, hot and lighting the entire hall in magenta. Janine yelled something from down the stairwell. The shadow wraith grew taller as it filled the space between the floor and the ceiling, too. Xavier threw the fireball, and I let out a war cry and stabbed. My sword contacted the chest of the shadow wraith. It felt solid despite nothing lurking under its hood. The creature's black robe caught fire, which spread across the fabric, hungry. The wraith groaned, uttering the same mournful sound I'd heard last night, and melted into the floor like the Wicked Witch of the West. Magenta flame still danced on the shrinking black puddle as it vanished into the carpet, melting into the depths. Awesome. Xavier said as he grinned at me. You're not too bad. Why do I still feel like giving up, then? I asked. The despair hung in the air, threatening to drag me down with our defeated enemy. We'd just gotten lucky. A second shadow wraith bled out of the apartment after the first, growing into the same space. I swung before it could emerge all the way into the hall, and my sword struck it in the side, which also felt solid. I fought to stay up and not collapse into tears. My father might be one of these things soon if one touched him. There was no way we could reach the top floor of the ATC building, let alone get into the infernal dimension. Everyone hated us. It was impossible, he brought 10 of them. Janine shouted from below. Get out of there. She hadn't betrayed us. The thought created a wedge in the darkness, and I could think clearly. The second wraith followed the path of the first, melting into the floor and vanishing, only to have a third and a fourth push against each other and seep their way from under the closed door. The cologne smell stung my nostrils. He was close. Even if we dispatched all these wraiths, we had the big guy at the end to deal with. And our track record of that wasn't good. Let's go. Xavier spread his arm out and ran backward, shoving me into the stairwell. I took one last swing at the closest wraith, which caught fire like the others and followed Xavier and Janine in bolting down the stairs. We reached the ground floor. I smelled smoke. Real smoke, not Xavier's scent. Something other than a wraith had caught fire. And somewhere, I heard crackling. That was why we hadn't seen the mayor yet. Kesio had set the building on fire. Terror gripped me that had nothing to do with the shadow wraiths. Fire was my enemy. But so was the sun that now emerged from behind the clouds. Already, my face burned. He had set the building on fire. With people in it.
Janine! Get out and call the fire department!
I shoved her through the glass front doors, and she bolted into the open, shoving open the door and screaming for help. There was no one in the apartment parking lot but some birds that took off into flight. Janine waved her arms at the cars passing on the street, but none stopped. I checked behind us. Smoke billowed out of the ground floor hallway. Xavier cursed.
There are people in here!
Kesio doesn't care, I said. We couldn't just leave. Smoke wouldn't bother me, but fire would. It's a trap, Xavier said. My magic can't light actual fires. We've got to help these people, I said. Xavier looked at me, face hard. Kesio was forcing us into an impossible situation, but if we left, then we'd be no better than the demon mayor.
Don't go in without me.
We ran together into the hallway. The smoke came from somewhere in the back of the building.
Fire! Fire! Get out!
I rammed my shoulder into the first apartment door, and it cracked and came open under my supernatural strength. A man sat on his couch inside, blinking and rising in shock as we moved on. Xavier banged on door after door, and I broke 2 more, finding no one home, though a small dog ran into the hallway and away from me, fleeing toward the front door. "What's going on?" the man asked. Then he coughed as he figured it out.
Out!
Xavier shouted.
Warn your neighbors!
The smoke thickened by the second, though it didn't make me cough. I could hold my breath for a long time, so long I wasn't sure of my limit. Xavier's eyes watered beside me as he said, "We have to put this out." "Isn't there a sprinkler system?" I asked. I eyed the ceiling, but the apartment building was old. Kesio had let the fire code slip. Surprise, surprise. I rammed the last door of the ground floor, breaking the lock and shoving it open.
Fire! Get out! Go through the front door! Get out!
Xavier shouted to a mother who stood in her living room, arms around 2 small kids. I hated Kesio more with each passing second. He needed to die. And we still hadn't warned the people on the upper floors. We couldn't warn everyone. One kid cried as the smoke billowed into their apartment, and the mother ducked and rushed them into the hall. She coughed on the fumes. Somewhere, a smoke detector went off. People shouted on the second floor, and feet stomped the above. Panic had broken out. Xavier seized my arm and said, "We've got to go." I couldn't tell where the fire was. In the walls? Smoke belched out of a ceiling vent. A demon baron could use magic to ignite anything, right? Sirens wailed. The fire department was coming. Janine had gotten someone to call. I hoped everyone got out. But the people on the upper floors, I can't see. Xavier ducked low and gagged. I could see through the smoke and enough to see the ceiling cracking. I pulled Xavier back to the end of the hallway as burning wooden beams toppled into the hallway with a roar and blocked the way back into the lobby. That left only the surrounding apartments and a door labeled basement. Flames lashed at me, threatening to burn me away, and I hit the wall as I raised my sword. But combat would do me no good now. There's no way out. Xavier curled into a ball to avoid the smoke. "This way," I said. I also ducked low, pulled him away from the heat, and into the apartment the mother and her kids had vacated just seconds before. Smoke followed us, and I closed the door behind me to keep it out. The heat vanished, but I knew we didn't have long. The power went out, casting the kitchen in darkness. The only light came through the curtains. And somewhere above, a woman screamed for help. The sound would haunt me forever. "People are still trapped," I said. "We can't save them all," Xavier said as he straightened. "The fire will kill us, too. Kesio's in the building somewhere." Someone else screamed for help. "Fire wouldn't bother a demon." "We have to try," I said. I would go the rest of my life wondering if I could have done something. I couldn't live with that. If it were me, I would want someone to attempt. "Can we break down walls? Transpose?" I asked. Xavier swallowed. "Maybe. I've never done it. Let's try the wall." The crackling got louder, and I ran into the bathroom.
"I'm trapped!"
she shouted. "She's on the other side of this wall," Xavier said, pointing to the bathtub. "We can break it down. Stand back." I didn't. I kicked the wall, putting a hole in it. My foot ached, and I sent another kick. Xavier's hand glowed with magenta again, but no power surged through me. He was keeping it for himself. The hole grew with each kick, but it wasn't enough. The woman's cries weakened by the second, and I knew the smoke was getting to her. Xavier ordered, "Stand back." I'm adding more fuel to this fire. Then maybe we can get in the basement. I stood back and let Xavier throw the fireball. The wall imploded in a flash of light. Smoke poured into the bathroom and I coughed. It filled the space, making me crawl towards the floor. The crackling got louder, almost deafening. Heat filled our space. Pipes burst, spewing water, but that wouldn't do much good. Someone was lying on the floor, curled into a fetal position. A young woman in a white t-shirt and jeans. I dove in, holding my breath. "Come on," I said as I seized her. She must be 18 or 19. Someone who had the bravery to leave home young. I dragged her by her shoulders, over the busted wall, and into Xavier's view. "Up. We've got to go," Xavier said. He helped me to get her into standing, and we wrapped her arms over us. The sirens outside got deafening, then went silent. We toppled out of the bathroom. I kicked that door shut, too. The woman stumbled and pulled out of Xavier's grasp, landing against the wall and coughing. She was alive. The smoke clung to her clothes, masking her scent. We had to get back into the hallway and into the basement. That meant facing the flames. They kept crackling, and smoke seeped in through the cracks of the closed apartment door. I said, "We have to go. We need to leave right now. The basement might cut to another part of the building." "I was hoping you'd do that," someone said. We both whirled. Kesio stood in the kitchen doorway, arms folded over his chest and sunglasses trained on us. Chapter 10. I couldn't say anything. All Xavier and I could do was stand there as we held the poor woman. She coughed again, clearing her lungs. But with the mayor here, this place might not stay mostly smoke-free for too long. I remembered that war magic could slay demons, but this was an ancient demon baron standing here. I shuddered as I wondered what type of eyes Kesio was hiding. His cologne filled the air, almost as strong as the smoke. A faint sense of dread followed. The shadow wraiths were still somewhere in the building. I doubted fire bothered them either. I held up the sword with my free hand and pointed it at his heart. If demons had hearts. The woman coughed again. Kesio stared at her. I knew what would happen. He wouldn't let her live to tell anyone that the mayor was a monster. We were all in danger here. "I suggest that both of you to surrender and come with me," Kesio said as he smiled. "We wouldn't want a bunch of firefighters to die in a sudden and tragic building collapse, would we?" Monster. I wished the woman could run. But she still recovered and stared at the floor. I had to stall. So I asked, "Why? What's in it for us?" "She has a good question," Xavier said. Next to me, hatred burned in his eyes. The violet in them was stronger than ever. He still had a lot of magic. I could feel the electricity in the air from just standing next to him. His reserves had grown since binding himself to me. And with that thought came hope. Kesio looked at us and said, "Together, you are strong. But you can be stronger." He turned all his attention to me. "You are more powerful than you think, Alyssa. You know little about your family, right?" "My family?" I asked. Of course, I knew little about my mom's side, and my dad's parents had died pretty young, but that was none of Kesio's business. Besides, they were as normal as anyone could get. They'd even vote for him. And Kesio kept trying to get me turned into a shadow wraith. He obviously didn't care, and this whole thing was a trap. Kesio chuckled. His voice was deep, like a dark pit full of monsters at the bottom. My sword burst with purple fire, and I lunged, releasing the young woman. "Alyssa!" Xavier's hand brushed the back of my shirt. This time, the sword punctured his stony chest. Getting bound to Xavier had increased my strength. Kesio stepped back, ramming into the wall, and I jammed the blade further, cracking bones and forcing Kesio to gasp. A line of black demon blood ran down from his mouth, and he grabbed at the sword as he contorted his face in pain. The stench followed. Xavier threw another fireball, which caught Kesio's suit. Purple flames danced over the front and joined the black blood leaking out around his suit. He opened his mouth. And he roared. The sound was worse than the banshee's scream. It was one of those monsters from that pit. The entire building trembled, and I retracted my sword. Firefighters shouted somewhere. Kesio would make the building collapse.
He's too strong.
Xavier wrapped his arms around me and pulled me back.
We have to go.
The woman now leaned against the wall, gagging. My sword dripped with Kesio's blood as I took her arm and pulled her towards the apartment door. I yanked the door open. Smoke flowed past us, and out an open window at the end of the hall. Precious air flowed in, but it fed the fire raging at the end of the hall, where the collapse blocked the way. The window, I said as I eyed the young woman, whose eyes were wide with confusion. Loud crashes filled the air and people shouted. Pieces of ceiling rained down and the doorway bent to the side, then inward as Xavier and I ducked through, squeezing against each other. The window stood at the end of the hall, far from the flames. Kesio's roar had broken the glass. But flames lashed against the ceiling in waves behind us. The heat threatened to roast us alive. We crawled out under the shade of some thick trees. Shouts rang out as we emerged. And pain seared through my head. The sun. I could barely see in the brightness. Already my head pounded, and Xavier pulled me close, trying to get me out of it. Weakness spread through my body as he gripped my sword, and the illusion returned, turning it into a cane. He also led the young woman away from the building, across the lot, and towards a cluster of thick spruces that offered shelter. Oh, I was sick. I wanted to vomit. Collapse. Scream. No. Not now. Hold it in. Are they okay? A man asked Xavier. Someone else said, they're fine. They just need to get to a cool place and lie down. People stood in the parking lot, tons of people. A small crowd watched the spectacle. Police cars stood everywhere, lights rotating. Firefighters ran everywhere. I looked as if smoke had gotten me. Right now, I blended in. But a medical exam would reveal.
It's coming down!
Someone shouted.
Everyone! Back away!
A loud crash sounded, and I knew from the movement of the air that the building was collapsing. The horrific sound joined the pain in my head as dust flew and embers danced, whooshing away from the building. People screamed and ran away, forgetting us. A splinter of wood hit my leg. Pain flared, then tingled as my wound pulled itself together. Under here. Xavier said as he pulled us under the trees and released me. The young woman sat down, picking at the pine needles. Relief hit me as I kneeled in the shadows. The pain eased, and my pink skin calmed back into its normal, creamy tone.
Roslyn!
Janine screamed my name. I looked up. Janine stood under the trees with us. She'd summoned help. But despite that, screams rose from the crowd. And I knew people were still inside the collapsed burning building. Residents. Firefighters. Kesio had made good on his word. I swore as tears streaked down Janine's face.
Roslyn! I thought you were going to die.
Janine said as she took my arm and squeezed. She was still my friend. And now, my homeless friend. Kesio had destroyed everything she had just to get to me. He'd taken innocent lives. Girl, someone shouted. A gloved paramedic stood in front of us and said, we need to check you out. I shrunk back. I'm okay, I answered. I didn't dare open my mouth too much, as I hadn't had the chance to file.
Go away,
Xavier shouted.
She just needs to go lie down. This woman here is the one who needs help.
He pointed to the older girl we'd rescued. He sounded so fierce that the paramedic backed off and attended to the young woman, who still coughed and sobbed. I wanted to vomit, although the sun didn't have that much of an effect on me down here. I'd never seen so much trauma and suffering. And if I didn't leave, I'd end up in the ambulance and Kesio would pop in too.
Congratulate a hero.
We need to move, Janine said, but her voice sounded like it was underwater. I just wanted to dive into a swimming pool and sink into its cool waters, letting them soothe my head and my skin. I just wanted to throw up on the grass, but there was nothing to heave up. Janine continued. There's a gym in another building nearby. It's for the apartment residents, and I know the code. Despite my greater strength, we still hadn't killed the mayor. Come on. Xavier extended his hand as the paramedic ordered the young woman to lie down. I got another brief torture treatment as they helped me behind the trees and into some quiet. Thankfully, the gym building was brick and on the other side of the trees. A door opened, and my worthless feet dragged across the threshold, getting caught on it for a second. A bit of relief coursed over me, and I flailed a bit, getting my footing on the thin carpet. I smelled metal. Sweat. Velvet. A pool table stood right in front of us, along with a sign that banned people under 18 from even entering the room with the exercise equipment. Way to encourage kids to exercise, I said. Xavier smiled at me. Your sense of humor is still there. That's good.
But what about Kesio?
Janine asked as I slumped against the wall and recovered. Then she said, I didn't realize he was a demon. She trembled and stood against the wall before speaking again. He threatened to have me turned into one of those things that were with him if I didn't wait there and let you guys in when you got there. And I believed him. When they were around, I felt no hope. She wiped away her tears. Did any of them touch you? Xavier and I asked at the same time. Janine answered, no. They just stood there and made me feel like the worst person in the world when I was near them. I never felt worse in my life. Xavier swallowed and said, shadow wraiths do that to everyone. Well, except for demons. They're the only ones who can hang out and have parties with them. Are you sure none of them touched you? Xavier, I said, shaking my head. But I was worried. I'm sure, Janine said. More sirens went off. The firefighters had called for backup to deal with the collapsed building. I peeled myself from the wall as the headache faded. We were out of the full sunlight, but I wouldn't feel good until the sun went down, period. And my stomach rumbled again. All the fighting we'd done today had drained me. I was pretty sure this apartment complex didn't have any freezers lying around with what I needed. I had to focus on something else as Janine and Xavier stood there. Janine smelled like garlic mashed potatoes. I said, brace yourself. He's going to ask you this about 50 times. I'm sure. Sure. Janine repeated the word about 50 times. Good. Xavier nodded and said, Kesio won't reappear yet. There are too many witnesses. We figure out how we're going to get out of here. Kesio knows we can't go far right now. My apartment. Janine's eyes widened. She was suffering a complete storm of emotions. I wrapped my arms around myself and said, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Xavier told me, wrapping his arm around me from behind and pulling me close to him. It's Russell Fox's fault for doing this to you. Yes, I know about that. It was on your record. And it's Kesio's fault, most of all. Janine's mouth fell open as Xavier helped me walk to the basement steps. The air was cooler down here, but I almost felt warm. Xavier had never put his arm around me like this, and I wasn't sure what to think about that. He could just be one comrade helping another. But it didn't feel like that. Janine trailed behind us and started, "Alyssa, you." I cut her off. "I'm a monster. Just say it." I'd brought this nightmare to Janine's doorstep. But Janine said, "You saved lives. Monsters don't go around pulling people out of burning buildings." We reached the bottom of the steps. And I whirled and said, "But I..." The sirens outside got louder. It wouldn't take Kesio long to make his mayoral appearance and comment on the disaster he caused. If that banshee had found us on the street, there was no doubt he had an even better ability at that. "Stop it. We need to get out of here. All three of us," Xavier said as he released me. The cool air wrapped around me, soothing my skin, but it was far from relieving. "There's no exit to this basement." I pointed down the concrete hall with my fake cane. "It's just a bunch of storage units." Xavier said, "Those look cozy." "Sorry. Just kidding. Kesio would find us for sure." "Can't we tell people Kesio burned my apartment down?" Janine asked.
"He burned my apartment down."
"He doesn't care, and no one will believe us," Xavier said. "Alyssa and I are trying to kill him. Now, we need an exit." "Alyssa?" Janine asked, narrowing her eyes. I had to confess that, too. "It's my real name." Janine said, "Oh. Maybe Kesio died in that collapse?" "He didn't die. We didn't kill him." Xavier turned his arm over, searching. "If we had, Alyssa and I would have a new mark on our arms. War mages and their partners get one for each demon we kill. We get that mark, and even my grandfather can't argue with that." Xavier checked out his arm, but it only had the same crossed swords I had. Then he said, "Now, an exit." "Janine, you know of one?" "What are you talking about?" "You're a mage." Her jaw dropped. "We'll explain everything as we run," I said. "Exit," Xavier said. She thought. "The sewer runs under this, but it's blocked off under all the buildings. I'll show you where it is." "Can you do magic to blast the walls down?" "We can try," I said. How badly had Xavier drained himself? He hadn't suggested transposing. If he could do that, he would have done so by now. A knock sounded on the door up above. I stiffened. Someone was about to enter the gym and then come down the steps. Time to go. Best case, it's the cops. Worst case, Xavier finished by slashing his finger across his throat. Janine pressed her lips into a tight line. I nodded. She led us down the hall and stopped in front of a steel, closed maintenance door that was locked. I looked at Xavier. "Can you break that down? Do a spell to unlock it?" "I'm drained," he said as he gulped. "I'll try." We both were. I felt the weakness creeping into my limbs and my stomach rumbled with hunger pangs. The knock came again, louder, and then the door to the gym opened so hard the door hit the wall. "Are you in here?" Kesio asked, teasing. "There are 3 distinct presences down here." He'd already healed. We couldn't fight him in our state. Xavier raised his fist and let the magenta glow explode around it. He threw the fireball at the door and something in it clicked, but the door refused to budge. I kicked. The lock broke, but the door still refused to go in. "Something's blocking it," Xavier said. Janine tugged on my sleeve. "Hurry." Kesio's heavy footsteps drew closer. He was on top of the stairwell, still out of sight. I kicked again. He said nothing. The air was heating, and Xavier cursed. I knew what was next. Fire. And the real kind that could burn everything. "Feel familiar?" Kesio asked. "I imagine it does." "Do something!" Janine screamed as sweat poured down her temples. I pushed again. There was something on the other side of the door. The maintenance guys wanted to make sure no one got into the sewer system. The footsteps got louder. Kesio was coming. I glimpsed his polished shoes on the stairs, and I rammed my shoulder into the door again, only to have the entire thing fall through on me.
Get in here!
Trish said.
Hurry, or we're all going to die!
Chapter 11. The three of us piled into the doorway, and my gray vision snapped back into place. We stood in a long hallway lined with rusty pipes that smelled like fresh air hadn't graced it for months. I didn't know how Trish had found us or how she'd gotten here, but I would not argue with it. Fire exploded behind us. Janine screamed. I yanked her deeper into the tunnel with us. An orange glow invaded, and heat belched in, searing my skin. Xavier kicked the door shut and said, "It's getting a little warm here." Darkness fell on us, and my gray night vision kicked in. But I had no time to get my bearings. Something exploded, probably a gas dryer, and shook the door. The stench of smoke invaded through the cracks between the door and the brick wall. Trish glared at us. "Run. And I don't care if you smack your heads into any walls." The tunnel was narrow, just an opening between an older basement wall and the new one. Pressing to the sides, we slid along the old brick like snakes.
"What's happening?"
Janine's voice took a squeaky tone. Trish grabbed Janine's hand and led her along. I took Xavier's as we sidestepped through the narrow space that could illustrate the claustrophobia entry in any encyclopedia.
"I can't see."
Janine's voice rose. "Two of us can." Trish's tone warned her to shut up. There were two of us here who could see in the dark. Another loud explosion followed out in the basement as we bolted down a set of stairs. We had little time. Kesio would figure out we weren't dead soon enough. Flames crackled on the other side of the door. The sound got fainter as we wormed our way along the tiny passage. Xavier kept his hand tight on mine. Why did the mayor want to kill me if he wanted me for something? Or was he just toying with us? "This used to be part of this building's basement." Trish spoke in a low voice. "This complex used to connect to Cumberland's old underground trolley system. Now the area's part of the sewer." "We don't need a history lesson," Xavier said. "Make a right when we reach the main tunnel," Trish said. The narrow opening seemed to go on forever. Another burst of fire roared against the door we'd left behind. Kesio was being thorough. That meant he hadn't yet realized our escape. Or he wanted us to run. Maybe he enjoyed his victims' terror before he enslaved them. We all went quiet and the sound of running water sounded up ahead. There was a broken screen gate at the end of the tunnel with a danger sign hanging from it. Trish had already broken it open. And then, banging sounded on the door we'd left about 50 feet behind us. The mayor had figured it out. He was coming through. The underground opened, and we stood in a wide tunnel that had once fit trolleys. Trish stopped at the edge of the water, which flowed. She trained her reddish eyes on us and said, "Everyone in."
"I can't swim."
Janine held her free hand to her chest. The water smelled disgusting, although it was mostly clear. I hoped Xavier and Janine couldn't pick up on the smell. Trish held her nose and motioned for us to dive in. The water zipped past and into the darkness. We'd have to hold on to each other. I could hold my breath for several minutes, but Janine and Xavier, they were going to have a hard time. "Stay with me," I said as I tightened my grasp on Xavier's arm. Trish gripped Janine's arm and said, "You will not drown." I glared at Trish. "Do not hurt her," I said. I doubted Janine had figured out Trish's nature yet. The door banged open far back, and a fiery glow invaded the narrow tunnel we'd left. I felt like the infernal dimension itself was rolling through that crack. A dark figure moved before the flames, advancing with complete confidence. Kesio's form had changed. Wings spread. The outline of horns stood out against the fire. He looked like the stereotypical demon you saw in musty, old history books. The mayor had dropped his illusion.
"The water sounds great,"
Janine said. Janine and Trish leaped into the water. Xavier and I followed. The water forced its way up my nose. It was sickening. Xavier coughed next to me as I kept my head above it. Bits of trash struck me. Behind us, flames filled the tunnel and heat lashed at my head. "Duck!" I shouted as I pulled Xavier under, casting away the heat. Everything gurgled and moved. The water swept us faster than it should have. Even with my strength, I couldn't resist it. Only when the orange glow vanished did we dare to surface. The tunnel blurred past as the river roared. The water shoved us under a yellow, hanging light. I held Xavier's hand tight and glimpsed Janine barely keeping her head above the water next to Trish. They were just feet ahead of us. Her adrenaline filled the air. My feet wouldn't touch the floor, and even if they could, there was no stopping this. A loud roar sounded from far back, echoing down the tunnel towards us. We'd escaped. Kesio was furious. And that brought satisfaction. Until we slid downhill so fast that I got dizzy. Xavier shouted some creative swears. Janine screamed. There was nothing in this smooth tunnel to grab onto. No platforms. No ladders. We headed deeper into the sewer system. And if Xavier drowned, I died along with him. "How you doing?" Xavier asked, coughing next to me. The water had plastered his hair to his head. He squeezed my hand. "This is fun, isn't it?" "Loads," I yelled. Janine screamed as the water flowed faster, faster, and then slowed. Up ahead, a giant metal screen blocked the way. Garbage and paper towels and other debris lay against it. It was some sort of filter designed to take trash out of the water flow. And a service ladder hung beside it, complete with a glowing red light. I seized Xavier's other arm, despite still holding my sword, and rotated us so I'd hit first. I did, and spots flared in my vision as my back slammed against the grate. "Ouch!" Trish shouted. She'd done the same with Janine.
"You okay?"
Xavier looked over his shoulder at me as the water kept us slammed against the screen with the garbage. I said, "I'll be fine." "Now, we get up that ladder." "You don't want to know what I'm smelling in this water." "Yes. We've hit the end," Trish said as she let Janine grasp the grate and released her. Janine sobbed. How could I blame her? She just stared down a demon and almost died at least 3 times in the past 20 minutes. She had the right, and if Trish told her to suck it up, I'd slap her.
"We've got to get her out."
Xavier nodded at her as I released him. It wasn't as if any of us would float away. The ladder's last rung was slightly in the water and reachable. Xavier climbed his way over to Janine and Trish while I hung on, dodging bits of trash. The two of them started swimming for the ladder as Xavier and I paddled towards the shore. Well, the ladder that led up to a small platform and another metal door. This one was unlabeled with a handle, as if city workers had prepared for someone to land here and must escape. Of course. They needed an exit for workers who fell into the current. Xavier gripped the ladder first and climbed out, dripping. He still looked amazing, even so. His clothes just hugged him tighter. He had the body of a Greek statue, just clothed. I couldn't help but stare as he wrung his shirt out, then shook my head and tossed my sword up onto the platform. I still had it. It had kept the form of a sword now. That was a bad sign. Xavier must have low energy reserves and couldn't even maintain the illusion anymore. Either that, or he'd stopped paying attention. Either way, things didn't look good for the home team. My mom's going to be home in an hour. Janine grasped the bottom rung as she struggled to get her breathing even.
She's going to think I was in the building. I have no way to tell her I'm safe.
You don't have your phone? I asked. No. Kesio stepped on it, Janine said. Then she glared in the direction we'd left him before climbing up the ladder. Trish was soaking, and her blue Victorian dress hugged her legs like a deflated balloon as she followed. We're not safe. Kesio may not like water, but if he's determined to find you, that won't stop him, Trish said as she eyed me with suspicion.
Do you have anything to do with him? There must be a reason he's tracking you.
I said.
No. He just tried to kill both of us.
I almost told her about the Banshee's word, that I was supposed to be or represent some dark pentagram, but she was already staring at me like I was going to stab her. I'd stay quiet for now. Trish climbed higher and Janine pushed open a hatch that led to an upper level of the sewer. I glimpsed catwalks and ugly orange lights. Follow me. Kesio has access to all the sewer maps. He'll find this location in no time. Our journey carried us through another series of main tunnels, and Trish took us through turn after turn. These weren't sewers, which made our now awful scent stand out more. They were more like maintenance tunnels that ran just under the city, complete with doors, boxes, and names of businesses on some of them. We passed ladders and old trash cans where some people had thrown perfectly good cupcakes. We even passed under something that smelled like a restaurant. Distant footsteps sounded from behind us, but they weren't the heavy ones of Kesio. Maybe workers were just accessing the storage. A box slid. Yes. Just workers. And I had another problem. My stomach rumbled. I wouldn't think about that. How did you find us? I asked. Your blood. Trish faced me, fished into her dress pocket, and pulled out a red amulet attached to a golden chain. It was all over Alana's sword. I took it to Elzina and had this made. Normally, it's illegal to make a blood charm for someone without their permission, but this was an exception. I knew Xavier would be with you, and I had to find him again. I groaned. So, I'm just leftovers. You used me to find Xavier. Trish tucked it back in and said, yes.
Stop being so hard on her.
Xavier slid between me and Trish. We've all had a bad day. Can someone please catch me up on all this? Janine trailed behind us. How does a blood amulet even work? Trish took it from her pocket again, which I realized was an addition to the dress. Because dresses almost never had pockets. Watch, she said. She let the chain unfurl so that the amulet dangled. The amulet moved on its own, pointing right at me. I jumped as the red jewel tried to pull itself from her hand. Janine widened her eyes. Whoa. That's pretty sweet. I was glad Janine was calming down. That alone kept me from snapping at Trish for tracking me without my permission. What if she had come here to take us back to Leon? Panic slammed into my gut.
You don't think this is evil?
Trish glared at Janine.
Or the work of demons?
Janine looked up at her and said, no. I don't. But she took a step back. She feared Trish. I didn't blame her. Trish was a vampire who wouldn't have a problem drinking from the source, and she didn't have a problem letting her status show. I stepped between Janine and Trish. And Trish scowled, clearly offended.
Do you think I want to hurt her? Do you think I cannot control myself?
Yes, I said. Alyssa, come on. Xavier face-bombed. It's okay. Janine spoke behind me. I think this kind of stuff is cool. My second cousin got bit by a werewolf when he was 14 and I've been interested in this ever since. The thing is, I'm afraid to talk about this with anyone. What happened to him? Trish dropped her glare. He did? I asked. Janine had never mentioned this story. We started walking again. Janine spoke. He hid it. Well, his transformations. He'd go out to the family cabin when they were coming, and he told everyone he was going off with friends every month. He confided in me at our last family reunion. I don't think he even told his parents. His name's George. He's a cool guy who DJs at parties. He lives right outside Cumberland. All this time, Janine had been one of those accepting normals. I'd hidden from her for no reason. If I just told her, she would have accepted me. Then again, Hannah did, too. That's what many shifters do. Tell him he can join us down here in Supernatural's underground. If he's willing to embrace his nature, that is. Trish spoke partially to me. I don't know if he's going to do that. He's really ashamed. Then Janine faced me. I was scared to ask you, Roslyn, about, well, what you are. Or Alyssa. I kind of knew. That's why I bought the migraine blanket for you to hide under. It's just that you reminded me of my second cousin and how he has to hide. It's not fair. I stopped and asked, you knew? Well, you never eat and don't go out in the sun. Other girls were talking about you since you were on the soccer team and missing practices. I told Maisha that you just had bad migraines. I think she believed me. I've been trying to cover for you. I also told Coach Lancy you had the stomach flu yesterday when she called to ask about you. I shook my head. She asked about me? Janine nodded and gave me a weak smile. My entire world was falling apart and coming back together in ways I didn't understand. Janine was even more observant than I'd given her. And that reminded me. We needed someone who could safely stake out the ATC building. Remember when I said you needed to get out of the normal world? Xavier asked me. As you get older, the things get harder to hide. I hadn't even realized. Janine had been watching out for me this whole time. This was the first time a friend knew the truth about me since Hannah. I gave her the most shocked look while Xavier smiled at me from between us. Shaking, I let my sword scrape on the floor, which brought a disapproving glare from Trish. Then Trish spoke. You're weak. You need sustenance, but it's too early to go to the surface and too crowded in this part of the city. The hospital basement is to the left, about 2 miles down. We will need to raid the blood bags unless we find a stray janitor or worker down here. Then the two of you need to find a place to lie low. Leon still wants your heads. I shrunk back. Trish was talking about this in front of Janine. I was getting more comfortable around Xavier, but Janine? That was new. Trish continued. Leon is searching for you, and I, for one, am not on his side right now. Something strange is going on with him and Alana. They've been fighting. I've known him since he was a small boy, I helped raise him, and I think the fact that his life is ending may have something to do with his temper. I could see why Leon had anger issues. Well, he's almost as old as you, I said. Alana would die soon, right along with Leon. That thought made me happy. Trish glared, but she said nothing. Xavier shook his head at me like he knew this. Will you catch me up on everything? Janine asked. Yes. I owed her the full truth and said nothing else. The teeth were almost completely back. Crap. I was not ready for anyone to see that yet. And I never let them get this bad. We continued our walk as I explained everything to Janine. Xavier helped. She gasped a lot and begged us to continue after each pause. And she let out a small scream when Xavier told her the ATC tower might hold a portal to the bad place. Wow, Janine kept saying. Just wow. I dragged my feet. Xavier shot me a look. We still had to rescue Dad, and we were in these storage tunnels, still banished from everywhere. I imagined wandering around this plain white and gray space forever. This was what limbo must look like if there was even such a place. At last, we reached a set of closed double doors marked "Do Not Enter." Biohazard. Trish grabbed onto the handle and broke the lock with a single pull. I haven't been in here in a long time, but this is an emergency. She wouldn't hurt Janine, then. I wondered if that was because Xavier was here. A large basement spread out on the other side of the doors. Medical supplies lined the walls. Somewhere a machine hummed. The closed elevator doors had a push broom and a mop bucket sitting next to it, but thankfully no janitor. I really didn't want to victimize someone who was just working, especially in a hospital. I didn't want to victimize anyone, period. That was one thing patients still feared, people like me sneaking into hospitals. They had security guards for a reason. The place was full of old X-ray machines, beds, and other unused hospital equipment. That awful, rubbery smell brought me back to when I was 2 and woke in some other hospital. This was the same. I couldn't imagine anyone coming into this and not getting some sense of dread. A television played low somewhere. The droning tone told me it was on the local news. "You hear that?" I asked Xavier. "No," he said. "I do." Trish stepped forward into the room. "Someone might be down here, like a bored security guard." I smelled the air, but there was nothing but cleaning supplies and rubber gloves. The TV noise was coming from straight ahead, from a partly open wooden door tucked into the wall. I walked across the room and nudged the door open onto what had to be the break room for the janitors. Xavier and Janine followed while Trish wandered over to a metal door that must house the freezer. I knew what she was going for. Even Trish didn't want to venture up into the main hospital and go after patients. She had some morals, and she watched out for Xavier. Also, she was a doctor. It was a little office full of cleaning supplies and even a racy magazine sticking out from under a bunch of file folders. A small, boxy television showed the news. An anchor stood in front of the smoldering remains of Janine's building, and I hoped she wouldn't walk in here and see this. Crap. She walked in and stopped, completely silent. Live. We were watching the evening news. Authorities say that a gas pipeline attached to 2 buildings exploded and caused both fires, the guy said. 2 people are still missing and city workers will investigate the aging gas lines underneath this apartment complex. Meanwhile, other residents have evacuated from the area. I don't see my mom in that crowd. Where is she? I'm one of the missing people. Janine's voice rose again. A stream from a fire hose aimed at the smoldering remains. I couldn't tell if this was the apartment building Janine used to live in or the one Kesio had blown up during our escape. Then the camera panned over to Kesio, who stood there in his sunglasses and suit along with a bowler hat. He wore a somber frown that would fool anyone who didn't know better. Rage rose in me, and I tightened my grasp on my weapon. The mayor continued on the TV. This is a very sad tragedy. The city of Cumberland stands with the displaced families of this apartment complex, and we will do everything in our power to help. We are opening a shelter in the ATC building for those who have nowhere to go. Several people have already gone there to wait on news about their missing loved ones. Xavier made a disgusted sigh. So did Janine. I glanced at her. She held back tears and then her jaw dropped. Does that mean Kesio has my mom? She asked. Horror opened in my chest and sucked in all my anger. This was part of his plot. I said, he has my dad. Now he knows you're with us, and he might try something horrible to get us to come out of hiding. Janine swore and turned. I have to get her and warn her before the mayor does something. I took her shoulder. It was a trap. So I said, you can't go back out there. You know about Kesio and he doesn't like that. Kesio continued to talk. I will work with the city tonight to resolve the issues that caused this disaster. I knew what he meant. Us, even if Kesio had set all the fires. He was going to be on the search.
He might kill her.
Janine tried escaping my grasp. Xavier blocked the break room door and faced her. Maybe he won't. Your mom will be at the police, or she won't leave the apartment until she's sure you weren't in there. Kesio does his dirty work out of sight and your mom doesn't know Alyssa, does she? He didn't sound convincing. Kesio would take Janine's mother hostage. She already wasn't in that crowd on the news, or Janine would have said something. Janine spoke. No. No. I made sure they never met. My mom. She doesn't like supernaturals. I swallowed. Oh. I can't get used to that, Janine told him. Anyway, what am I going to do? Where am I going to sleep tonight? What about tomorrow? And what about my mom? Xavier took a breath. Supernaturals underground takes in normals like you. You guys can get places we can't. You might be useful. It's not bad there. I promise. We just have to settle some things before we go there, but that's going to involve killing a certain demon first. Then I remembered. The ATC building. We had Janine, and she needed to get in there just as much as we did. But Kesio would be there. But I like the life I have here, Janine said. Supernaturals are cool, but I have school and I'm planning on college in a couple of years.
And my mom might be in that tower.
I said the dumbest thing ever. Now's the time to go in if Kesio will search the city for us about this time. You think she's there? Janine asked. Xavier crossed his arms and shook his head. This whole thing screams trap to me. It does to me too, I said. But Kesio is out right now. He's right there. We can handle things that aren't demons. And they're supposed to be rare, right? Well, sort of. We met 3 today. Something is very wrong if they're coming out of the woodwork. Xavier listened as Trish shuffled through the adjacent freezer. Some banging sounds came from outside in the basement. Feet shuffled towards us, and Trish burst into the room, a couple of chilled bags filled with telltale red stuff in each hand. She tossed one to me and managed a grin. Don't make too much of a mess. If they find out this is missing, they might put better locks on the doors next time. Chapter 12. Xavier and Janine left me alone in the break room to do the worst. I was good at not making a mess. I'd never had to do this in public before, and it felt stranger than I thought, but at least I felt better when I'd finished. As in, a lot better and ready to swing my sword again. Outside, Xavier and Janine rummaged through stuff. The elevator dinged, and I froze for a second, almost empty bag in hand until I realized one of them was headed up to raid the hospital cafeteria. Yes, Xavier and Janine still had to eat. Janine waited with me and Trish while Xavier rode upstairs to bum some food from the cafeteria without getting caught. Janine was lucky she had a little of money she could lend him, and she stayed downstairs to wait for him to come back. The elevator wouldn't open to the basement without using a key or pressing a button from the other side, and it was her job to bring Xavier back down in about 10 minutes. I just hoped there wasn't a long line up there. Janine stayed quiet as we stood there, watching for any staff to return. Her gaze was steely as she eyed the elevator doors and checked the clock that hung above them. We're going into the ATC building, she said. Whatever you need me to do, I'm doing it. Trish gave us a harsh nod. The 3 of you will do nothing. I will not have Xavier go into that death trap. Or even you, Alyssa. Janine whirled on her.
But my mother is in there. The mayor's a demon.
Trish said, I know he is. He's a demon baron. A noble from the infernal dimension. There's a reason he's still alive after so many centuries.
My father's in there, too.
Let her challenge me. Janine and I were in the same position.
Are we supposed to just let whatever's going to happen just happen to him?
Trish advanced on me.
Kesio's people took so much from me. My career. My humanity. Sometimes I miss it. The vampire who bit me so long ago might still work for him. The people who serve him are too scared to do otherwise. Kesio's ruining things for everyone,
I said. I let the anger in my life rise to the surface.
He's doing bad things to normals and turning the normals against us. He's part of the reason my mother disowned me.
Silence fell on the basement and Trish's red eyes remained on me. I waited for her to lash out at me. But heavy sadness filled her eyes. Kesio's tactic is to divide and conquer. He does it well. Then Trish's expression hardened again. You will not go into the ATC building. It is my job to protect Xavier until he's of age, no matter what Leon says. I've sworn loyalty to the Lovellis a long time ago. Xavier and his sister are the future of the family, not Leon. I said, I get it. You don't want Xavier to get hurt. But we still can't stand around here and do nothing.
I'm the adult here. I'm deciding until Xavier is of age and the three of you will stay put. In fact, you're going nowhere near it. I have a friend who runs a restaurant on the other side of town. When Xavier gets back down here, I'm taking you there and you're hiding until I can find a place far away to take you. Then, when Leon falls over, and it won't take too many more years, you may return to Cumberland. If there's anything left of it by then.
You're kicking us out of town? Janine asked. This was clearly her first time dealing with this kind of thing. I knew how it felt.
I can't leave without my mom.
Your parents wouldn't want you to endanger yourselves, Trish said. She had a point there, but I couldn't leave the only family behind who still actually cared about me. Going to my mom wasn't an option. I doubted my grandparents would take me in either. I had to say something. You don't have family stuck in there? Trish opened her mouth. Only silence came out. I was right. Trish didn't have the stake in this that the three of us did. But then she scrambled for an answer. Xavier is too important to lose. We won't lose him, I said. How could I be sure? Trish shook her head. And I knew what the three of us would have to do. Janine checked the time and pressed the button to bring the elevator back down. It hummed on the other side of the door. The doors opened and Xavier stood on the other side, 2 styrofoam containers in his hand. He handed one to Janine. Any interesting conversations while I waited in line like a good little boy? He asked. And by the way, when do we infiltrate the ATC building? We had to lull Trish into a false sense of security before we made our move. We walked beside her, sulking, as if she had lectured us into submission. Trish walked along, satisfied, as we stayed quiet. I didn't dare exchange a glance with Xavier or Janine. Trish would see that. But we all had the same understanding. Finally, Trish moved to the front of our group. We were passing an open door to some underground truck loading dock when Xavier nodded at me. I shoved Trish right into the doorway. She whirled, but Xavier helped by conjuring up a magenta fireball and throwing it at her, which made Trish fly into the loading room. She landed in a pile of boxes, some of which toppled over her, but then she snarled, baring her fangs, and got right back up again. It took a second fireball to knock her back again, and this time, my blood amulet fell from her pocket and landed on the floor. Finally. Some luck. Got it. Janine shouted, picking it up. Trish struggled to get up from the mass of boxes. You can't take that, she said. Come on. I shouted, feeling bad that we'd done this to her after she saved our hides. I'd apologize later. But we had people to save. The three of us bolted from the shipping room and I closed the doors on Trish as she reached out from the pile of boxes, trying to stand. It wouldn't take her long. You didn't hurt her, did you? I asked. Xavier panted as the three of us all ran together. No. I used the weakest magic I could. It was just enough to throw her back. I grabbed his hand and handed my sword to him. He took it in the other and we wasted a few valuable seconds slowing down. Then I took Janine's hand and picked up the pace, dragging them along. Trish could run as fast as I. Maybe faster. There was no way I'd be carrying two people. We have to hide, I said. The maintenance corridor split ahead. Trish could smell Xavier and Janine after they'd eaten the horrible hospital cafeteria burgers. I took in the air. Tacos to the left. It would mask the smell. This way. I said. Already, Trish moved boxes from behind. I could hear it from behind the closed door. The taco smell got stronger. Cheese, spices, and ground beef filled the air and wafted down from a vent overhead. Several boxes lay stacked nearby, and I stopped, letting go of Xavier and Janine's hands. I didn't need to say anything. Janine shoved two heavy boxes right under the vent. I climbed on right when the door to the loading station opened with a bang. Trish was furious, and right to be. I formed a fist and hit the grate as hard as I could. It buckled in and my knuckles screamed with the pain. I struck again and this time the vent popped in all the way, leaving us an exit. I let Janine climb in first. She might be in the most danger. Without a word, she vanished through the opening, legs kicking, and Xavier motioned for me to follow. I did. It was easy to hoist myself up into the small tunnel, but Janine's shoes were in my face. Xavier came up after me, kicked at the boxes and slid in the other direction. I craned my neck and watched as he put the grate back over the hole, went still, and waited. Xavier! Trish shouted. She was furious, so much that her voice had deepened. He held his finger up to his lips. The taco smells wafted past us and down into the hallway below. I could hear workers up above and a grease fryer beeping. I hoped that it masked us. It had to. Trish's footfalls approached quickly. Xavier! She shouted. You don't want me to find you after that stunt. He shook his head with a frown. I was so glad Janine had grabbed the blood amulet, or we would have been finished already. And I didn't want to hurt Trish. I'd already done enough. Her footsteps stopped at the four-way. She sniffed, trying to pick up on Janine's and Xavier's scents. The taco smell was overbearing here, and I hoped it was for her, too. And then she turned and ran the other way. Xavier waited until her footfalls faded to look up at me and give me a questioning look. Is she gone? I nodded. I was thankful for my hearing for once. Xavier crawled towards me and dared to speak. That was like having a chaperone. Now we can have fun. She doesn't realize I'm 17 and old enough to fight. I've been doing it for years. What's her problem? She thinks I'm going to get you killed, I said. Well, she's worried since the last person I brought in for testing, well, it didn't turn out so well. He just blurted that out and then frowned like he didn't mean to. I didn't say that out loud, did I? Sorry. You did, I said. So, Xavier had brought in someone else before me. And I wasn't sure how to feel about that. Guys. Janine's voice rose again. It's really cramped in here and I have claustrophobia. Can we climb down? Trish might hear us, I said. We could catch up on Xavier's tormented past later. I can hear in these tunnels for maybe miles. That means she can, too. Maybe even better than me. It was time to leave. Mixed in with the taco smell was a young night. Both wafted down from the surface. I could go out. Then how do we get out? Janine asked. I thought and said, I don't think we should leave through the tunnels. I'd seen lots of stairs and ladders going up to businesses and old apartment complexes, complete with locked doors at the top. Breaking into a place would get the police called in no time, and we didn't have time to deal with that. If Kesio thought we were down here, so be it. We might not get another chance to strike. But crawling through these vents and ending up in the middle of a Taco Bell might not be the best choice either. Either way, Trish was out there searching for us, and she knew we couldn't have gone far. I don't think so either, Xavier said. Please decide and hurry. Janine was getting close to tears. I couldn't do this to her. Crawl. We can pop out somewhere. We're not trapped. We might surprise some fast food workers, but they've probably seen everything in a city like this. Let's just hope we don't catch them spitting in the food. Janine and Xavier laughed. We were all crammed into this vent and still having a good time. We had to maintain our sanity somehow. I've got the sword, Xavier said, crawling across the vent towards me. He brushed my leg by mistake. Oops. I just couldn't resist. Well, never mind. I'm sorry. I said, it's fine. You're doing better. I'm glad, Xavier responded. Now our relationship was getting better. Figured it had to wait until certain death loomed over us. Janine led the way, leaving me in the middle as we crawled like snakes through the metal tunnel. The smell got stronger, and the beeping of grease fryers got louder. Someone placed an order for 12 burritos over the drive-thru and laughed. Yeah, we'd blend in fine breaking out of a vent. The vent's sloping up, Janine said. Someone stronger than me will have to squeeze past me and push out the cover. My knuckles tingled as they healed completely. I wasn't looking forward to breaking us out again, but we had no choice. I listened past the beeping and chatter to the quiet of the tunnels below. Trish's footfalls drew closer. She might have seen the toppled boxes and figured it out, especially since there was a vent right above them. Janine slid to one side, and I had a horrible time getting past her. Light poured in and I glimpsed some legs in greasy black pants walking past. A sink ran. It was hard even for me to crawl uphill, and I accidentally kicked Janine in the shoulder. I didn't apologize. We had to stay quiet. We were in the back of the kitchen, underneath the sink, and the person stood there filling it. Dishes clanked as the worker piled them in. Bubbles popped. I hoped it wasn't a heavy load of dishes that would take the worker forever to get through. Great. I mouthed the word. The guy stood there, washing away, and cursing under his breath. Trish's footfalls slowed. She must be under the vent by now, and she could drag Xavier off by herself. I had no room to maneuver through this tunnel to fight back. Now or never. I punched the grate, and this one came out easier than the last. It flew into the guy's legs, and he swore louder this time, enough so customers in the front might hear. Brandon! He yelled. This isn't funny. I'm going to punch you in the... I cut him off and scrambled out of the wall and from under the sink, standing before a young guy with stubble and a bad attitude. The guys ordering 12 burritos over the drive-thru laughed again. The guy's mouth fell open at the sight of me. He hadn't expected a girl to come out of the wall, and I had the feeling it wasn't a normal thing here. Janine scrambled out, followed by Xavier. Below, Trish yelled his name so loud I was sure this guy could hear it, too. Hey, man. Nice joint. We've gotta go. Xavier said as he surveyed the kitchen. It was all young people in hats and yellow shirts with the name of some taco place across the front. Everyone stared at us, still, while the drive-thru guys all laughed again. It was easy getting out of the fast food place. Well, mostly. Someone out in the lobby screamed at the sight of my sword, which had lost the illusion and now sported full demon blood stains. I was sure I'd broken 20 health codes with that. We bolted out the glass doors, almost running over a couple of girls who were walking in. We left the obnoxious drive-through guys behind. These people would call the police for sure. I could hear phone buttons tapping even as the glass doors shut behind us. Is everyone out? I asked once we got to the other side of the parking lot. As far as I know. Janine panted. I'm so glad I'm out of that vent. Xavier said nothing. We kept up our pace, running behind the dumpster. It was early night. The sun had sunk below the horizon and my energy levels were already going up. It felt so good to be out of the underground. The three of us didn't stop until we had gone behind an apartment building that was old and made of crumbling brick. Windows were open thanks to the mild weather, and I could smell what people had eaten. Mashed potatoes. Chicken. Even a mixture of ice cream and soda. I was still a little hungry, but the blood bag down in the hospital basement had helped. The hospital itself rose in the distance. We'd come a long way. And the ATC building was even closer, glaring down at us with those 3 scary red letters. We were blocks away from it instead of miles. I shuddered. Just the thought of going in sent terror through me. Janine seethed. My feet are about to fall off. How do you guys deal with this? We have to keep going, Xavier told her. That's part of being supernatural. I can't illusion us. Just weapons. And it looks like I failed at that. I wasn't thinking. More police sirens went off. I said, Kesio's going to hear about us being in the taco place. He'll come here and check this out. He might know we're close to his building. But will he expect us to try going in so soon? Xavier asked. We can't rush. I was kidding myself. Of course, we had to. Okay. Maybe we need to rush. Janine, if you don't want to go in there we understand. She said, I'm a normal. I'll walk in, tell them that my brother got bit by a werewolf last week and ask to see where the treatment center is. Are you sure you want to do that? I faced Janine, who wore a hard look I'd never seen her wear before. I won't lie. This is going to be dangerous. Janine didn't hesitate. I'm sure. We need to head there. Now. Xavier motioned for us to hurry. Stay close to the buildings. We walked as the city grew up around us and foot traffic slowly increased, but at night, we blended in and looked like friends just out on the town. On the way, Xavier had told Janine what was supposed to be in that building and about the wards that went off when people like us tried to enter or leave. I can get in fine, then. Janine maintained her pace as the ATC tower loomed higher and higher. It's not like they'll let me visit wherever they have that portal if there's even one in there. I'll just walk around the place like other people do when they're deciding on admitting their family members. It happens all the time. She was right. The ATC tower was open 24 hours, precisely so they could admit supernaturals. I saw several problems with the plan as we passed a clothing store. I said, but you don't have a brother. The people there might recognize you. We were going to ask you to see if you could look around, but that was before we knew Kesio figured out who you were. We're not putting you in danger. Janine had come through for me more than I imagined. Me not having a brother is the point, she said. We slowed down now since she was getting out of breath. Even her soccer playing didn't make her fit enough to match my pace for long. And I'm already in danger. Going in there now will put you in more danger, I said. Okay, Trish. Janine said. My mom's in there. I have to find out where they're keeping the people in that shelter, too. Alyssa's right. Xavier said as he put on his sunglasses. It's too dangerous now for you to go in. Is this just because I'm normal? Too plain and boring? She turned wide-eyed gaze between the two of us. I had never seen this side of my friend. Janine was one of the most normal people I'd ever met. She played soccer. She gossiped. She texted with her friends and went full throttle into the high school lifestyle. It was one reason I hung out with her. But there was a Hannah here too, a longing to step outside of regular life. I had to tell her. Being supernatural is not fun. You don't know what you have when you're normal. We walked down another alley. I was getting sick of alleys and tunnels. It felt like my new prison. That's because certain people make it that way, Janine said. Like I said, it's not fair. I'm not saying I want to change what I am. I just don't want to be the one getting left out when I have someone in that building, too. I want a part. You guys need me. Xavier shrugged and said, she's also right. There's no good way to do this. Leon won't back us up. He's turned into a coward since the last attack went bad. Coward? I asked. That explains his issues. Then I listened as police sirens burst to life and stopped well behind us, where we'd left the random fast food place. We had better hurry. They might have gotten more sense than mine this time. And there might be a way to make us all less obvious. Chapter 13. The ATC building loomed larger and larger as we approached. And the solution to Janine's problem? The hairstylist. Janine still had some money left in her pockets, so we stopped in a hair salon that was still open. We waited while a flamboyant guy dyed Janine's hair hot purple. Xavier had thankfully re-illusioned the sword into a meter stick this time, which no one really stared at. If asked, I could lie and say that it was for a school project. Or I was about to dress up as a mean nun and hit people with it. I couldn't believe it. We were sitting in a hair salon, about to break into the ATC building. It was the ultimate forbidden territory, the headquarters of the company doing horrible things to thousands of supernaturals. By time the guy finished with Janine, her hair was a candy-colored, alien purple that might work in the late 80s, if she were to walk into a dance club. Isn't that obvious? I asked. Janine smiled. It's unexpected. She'd go in looking as if she wasn't trying to hide a thing. That was genius. Then it was my turn for the 80s torture treatment. I sat in the chair and Janine smiled as she ordered me some pigtails, each one hot pink. The guy went to work, and Xavier sat there, smiling more and more as my dark hair shifted to bleached and finally to bubble gum. The chemical smells overtook me, and I couldn't detect anything else. The result was just what I expected. I looked like I belonged in that dance club right beside Janine. I got out of the chair and flicked one of the pink pigtails. This isn't so bad, I said, careful to keep my mouth most of the way shut. My teeth had come back. Xavier burst out laughing. Now it's your turn. She pointed at him with the fake meter stick. Get up. In the chair. Right now. Her eyes followed Xavier as a look of horror came over his face. He crept over and sat in the chair. He whimpered and closed his eyes. We both laughed. The guy wasn't too bad on Xavier, even though he did cut most of his awesome long hair off. It was sad to see his locks fall to the floor and gather in little piles. But I couldn't resist picking one up and twirling it in his face. Xavier just closed his eyes and batted it away. In the end, he got off with a shorter haircut, with hair going almost down to his ears instead of to his shoulders. The guy didn't dye it or anything. The change was drastic enough for me to not realize it was even Xavier at first. I like it, I said when he got up and looked in the mirror. It's not bad. Heat flushed his cheeks. I said, no. Really? I like it. Behind us in the mirror, Janine watched with great interest. Why were we having so much fun now that the end might be near? The three of us left the salon and Janine guided us to an outdoor mall that was still open this early in the night. People walked in and out with shopping bags as we entered. The ATC building was very close now, so close that if there were cameras mounted in the place, they might pick us up. There was one more thing we had to take care of before we tried going in, and that was our clothes. We're going to save our parents by shopping for clothes, Janine said as she looked at me in confusion. I don't know if this is heaven or hell. Mom's going to kill me for doing this to my hair. And for using her credit card. You what? I asked. Janine said, I had to. Mom always said I could use it for emergencies. She's kidnapped, and if we don't disguise ourselves, we're not getting her out. I grabbed it when the mayor wasn't looking, so that I'd have money if I got out of there or had to run. I planned to get bus fare with it, or maybe an airplane ticket, but this works, too. Xavier gave her a reassuring smile. I'm sure she'll understand. And you think fast. We can use people like that. Janine led us to a store that sold jeans with holes in the knees and shirts with knots tied on the sides. I picked out a ripped pair with pink flowers on the pockets. I had to match my hair, after all. Xavier chose a baggy pair that hit his feet when he walked and threatened to trip him along with a much looser t-shirt with a brand name across the front. Janine stuck with purple and black. Half an hour later, since time was not on our side, the three of us looked like new people. Why can't we do this when we aren't in danger? I asked. Janine looked at me as if I were insane. Because Mom would kill me. If she doesn't kill me when we get her out. We stood at the mouth of the outdoor mall. Traffic rolled past, dogs barked, and people had normal phone conversations as they walked. The night was deepening and there was no trace of evening light anymore. The red letters ATC hung almost overhead. I tensed. This was it. I made sure I still held the fake meter stick. Check. We were silent as we walked closer to the skyscraper, taking our time crossing streets. Xavier linked his hand with mine and Janine walked ahead, even skipping at one of the crosswalks. We looked like three teenagers just having a good time in the city as we approached. I wish things could be like this all the time, I said. This is what normal people get to do. Xavier paused before he spoke. Well, not all of them. Not all of them have it great. I know. But still, I said. Yeah. We were getting closer. Xavier did something I didn't expect. He leaned close to me. You know. We might have a bond, but it's not as strong as it can be yet. What do you mean? I asked as we reached the other side of the street. We were 1 block from the ATC building now. I sniffed the air but caught no whiff of cologne. At least I'd be able to smell Kesio from a mile away. He couldn't quit wearing that stuff if he didn't want to reek like a sewer in front of every other supernatural with a better than normal nose. He said, never mind. It wouldn't work in battle, anyway. Janine hadn't heard us talking. We turned a corner and my stomach lurched as the glass doors to the ATC building loomed large. A red awning flapped in the breeze. 20 stories towered overhead. I'd never been this close to the ATC building before, and it was a lot scarier so close. The lights were on inside the lobby and a list of companies were on the front windows, along with the address. A single woman worked the counter, waiting for people to come in. I'd forgotten that there was more than just the ATC in the building. Other normal companies rented it out, too. The campaign office. Some life insurance place. The city council. Janine stopped and we caught up to her on the sidewalk. Then she said, I'll go in and ask about getting help for my brother. I'm sure that woman will point me to the right floor or tell me where to go. Alyssa, can you read that list of places that are in there? I squinted. My vision was excellent, but there were no floor numbers on the front of the building. I said, no. They want people to go in and ask for a map. Xavier says there are magical wards that go off when supernaturals walk into the building. Janine said, then I'm going in. Don't worry. If something seems off, I'll get out. The only person allowed to kill me is my mom. I laughed but got serious. We don't know where Kesio is. I don't smell him, but that doesn't mean much. I hadn't smelled him when we first entered Janine's building. Scent didn't travel through solid walls. She's right. Xavier said as he released my hand. He could be anywhere, including his office. If he detects us, we're probably done. Even me, I said. I was supposed to be this dark pentagram, and I did not know what that meant or why Kesio tried to kill me with fire if I was so wanted. Nothing made sense here. Do you smell him? Xavier asked me, leaning close. I sniffed the air. There was the usual scent of coffee-infused blood and some donuts, but nothing else. Kesio's cologne would show up. Unless he'd washed it off, he didn't seem to be in the area and the wind was coming from that way to boot. I said, I think we're good. I'll keep checking the air. We crossed one last street before we stood at the mouth of the ATC building. Even standing next to the awning and just out of the receptionist woman's sight, I could feel a low thrumming in my bones, like some energy was at work here. Xavier rubbed his arms, wrinkling his long sleeves that hid his mark. He asked, you feel that? It's the wards. We're not close enough to trip them, but we're feet away. I tensed and faced Janine. Can you feel them? I asked. She shook her head. Everything's normal on my end. It must be something that doesn't bother normals. We stood kitty corner from the ATC tower. We were close, but not at the front doors. The sliding doors opened, and a couple of businessmen left the building. An air-conditioned breeze wafted out, and I caught more of the coffee smells, along with microwave dinners for people working late. No cologne. Kesio wasn't in the vicinity. I'd know. Those ventilation systems blew scents through the entire building. I gave Janine a thumbs up and said, don't stay in there long. And by the way, your name's something different. Come up with something cool. Got it, she said as she walked inside, vanishing into the building. We waited. Xavier suggested we pace around a bit to not look suspicious, so we did. Janine took 5, then 10, then 15 minutes inside the building. I checked and she was no longer in the front lobby. But then, after about 20 minutes, she emerged from the sliding doors with a bunch of brochures in hand. She skipped across the street towards us with a big smile on her face. Janine said, they bought it. The lady told me the treatment center is on the top floor. Xavier and I looked at each other in horror. We hadn't told Janine what Alana sensed was on the top floor. The portal to the infernal dimension. What else did you see in there? Xavier asked. Janine said, well, I got to ride the elevator up to the 20th floor. A lady on the way up said the shelter for people who lost their apartments in the fire was on the 19th and she was helping to serve soup there. I got to the top floor and there was another receptionist there. A lady with a lot of perfume. She wouldn't let me back to see anything, but she handed me a bunch of brochures. She told me to call them when he was home. You're such a great fake sister, I said. You get gold. And they were trying to sell your fake brother's treatment to you. Those brochures are for normals. I eyed the shiny foldouts in her hands. Of course, smiling people and bright colors covered the brochures. They reminded me of our introduction to law books back in school. Instead of being honest and showing a couple screaming at each other and playing tug-of-war with the dog, those showed smiling people, too. Did you see your mom? Xavier asked. I couldn't ask about her. And I didn't feel safe, stopping at the shelter. Janine's tone dropped. And the top floor. You'll see the desk with some closed doors behind it. It was as far as I could get.
I don't know what's happening to my mother in there. If she's in there, we'll get her out, I said. You shouldn't go in with us. We're going to run into some bad things. Like magic fires and blood and guts, Xavier added. We'll have to get up the elevator as fast as we can. The receptionist lady might not know what we are when we go in, but someone in that building will. He was right. An entire division of supernaturals had gone in there and not come out, and I had a feeling it had to do with the portal on the top floor. There might not be a treatment center after all. Maybe all captive supernaturals went to the infernal dimension until they agreed to work for Kesio. Xavier and I might have to go in to get our people out. Can you transpose us in? I asked. He shook his head. I can't transpose through magical wards. Within them, maybe, but not through them. I'd been afraid of that. Janine trembled. Find my mother. Please. I don't want her to turn into one of those shadow things. I had to calm her nerves, so I said, I don't think Kesio will do that to her. If she goes missing from the mayor's office, that's going to look bad for him. He's all about looks. But if you went missing, he could say you ran away or set the apartment on fire. He set it on fire. I know he did. Well, if he's a demon, I guess my mom will breathe fire too as soon as she sees my hair. We laughed. It might be our last laugh together. Dragons could breathe fire, Xavier said. Demons don't really breathe it, but they can create it. Okay, Xavier said. We run in, and we take the elevator. If I transpose us to the top floor, I'll drain my magic too much for you to use. Makes sense. I shuddered and tightened my grasp on the meter stick. There was too much chance for something to go wrong. We would have to walk in like normal people. It was going to be fun. Not. Xavier and I each took a breath and linked hands. We might not come out of there. If our parents hadn't, then maybe we couldn't either. We crossed the street, waiting for the signal like normal people. Without a word, we walked up the sidewalk like normal people. The magical wards pulsed in my bones as we approached the sliding doors. We each gave each other a look and then crossed into the ATC building like normal people. That was the last ordinary thing we did that night. Chapter 14. The magical wards made my body tingle as we entered the lobby of the ATC building. It looked like any other lobby I'd ever seen. The place had plastic plants, a water fountain, chairs, 2 elevators on the other side of the room. The normal woman behind the counter smiled at us like everything was cool. She must not know about the wards and the magical things going on here. Hello? Can I help you? I scrambled for an excuse to get to the top floor and found one. Where's the shelter? I asked, aware that someone had detected us, and we had to move. Where they're keeping the people from the Marsh building? Yes, that was Janine's apartment, right? She answered, 19th floor. Are you relatives? I said, my cousin is up there. I wanted to tell her she could come to my house for the night. She answered. The Chamber of Human Services will be up there. Talk to them first, and then you'll be able to get through. They've got to keep the media out, you know. You can take the elevator. Yeah. She was clueless. We thanked her and moved to the elevator. Every muscle tensed. Xavier took short, shallow breaths. The one on the left hummed. Someone was coming down. I tensed and eyed the fake meter stick. It was still a meter stick. The wards hadn't stripped the illusion like I feared. Xavier and I took the right elevator. We climbed in just as the left ones opened. Aggie. Did someone just come in? A man asked. He sounded deadly serious, like a guard. Or one of those uniformed ATC agents they send out to round up most supernaturals. Up. I mouthed, slamming my finger into the button for the right floor. The door's already closed, though. We were already on our way up. The elevator dinged up through the floors, and I prayed it didn't stop to let anyone else on. Whoever had entered the lobby would have to wait a few minutes to come back up this way. That must have been a guard, Xavier said. They're already sending people to look for us. At least there's no camera here. He eyed the ceiling of the elevator. We just bought ourselves a few minutes, I said. I wonder who the Chamber of Human Services is, Xavier said. I said, they don't sound too bad. Maybe they're just bound normals like the assistant mayor. We can handle them. And why aren't we going to the 20th floor to start with? I had just realized my error. In my desperation to get away from the guard, I'd pressed the wrong button. Xavier took a breath and answered. Her mother could be there. Why else would Kesio say that on the news? She's a normal. They won't put her in the treatment center. I said, it's not a treatment center. It's a portal. And I doubt he cares if she's a normal. Kesio wouldn't care about anyone. Any cologne? Xavier asked. I sniffed. No. There was no sewage smell either. I caught a whiff of more TV dinners, more coffee, and even some popcorn, but nothing else. It was looking less likely Kesio was in the building. But then I caught another smell. Sewage. And I tensed. There's at least one demon in the building. Great. Xavier said as he wrung out his wrists. I've never killed one. But if we get our kill, we're free to go back to the underground. We passed the 10th floor. The smell faded the higher we got. We were leaving the demon behind. I hoped Kesio hadn't washed off his cologne. The number 19 glowed above the doors, and the elevator dinged, then opened. Janine hadn't visited this floor, but it was simple enough. There was a long hall in front of us with a desk at the end. Xavier and I marched off the elevator. Right away, it got called back down and hummed as it left us. Xavier leaned close. I think they're coming after us. We don't have time to be nice here. Yes. The guard would have talked to Aggie and figured out where we were heading. He might have radioed for backup. I knew what we'd do. We'd free the people trapped in the fake shelter and tell them to get down the emergency steps or something. I could smell the cold of concrete stairs somewhere. I passed a door marked with a red exit sign with a picture of stairs on the front. I pushed on it to make sure it could open. Check. A man sat at the desk at the end of the hall now. He smelled like adrenaline as we approached. He was nervous. Young, maybe even some kind of intern. His name tag said that his name was Travis. The shelter is closed for the night, he said. I said, Bull. What's really going on here? You're hiding something. I'm not hiding anything. He answered. I forced a smile at him. Then why are you so nervous? I'm not. How did you know I am? Xavier reached down and grabbed Travis's wrinkled business shirt. You know something. Then he raised one fist and magenta lightning spiraled around it, fizzling and lighting the hall behind him. What the? Travis started. Talk, I said, shaking out my meter stick. But it had already dropped the illusion, as if it had sensed a coming fight. Travis was not brave. We had that going. He babbled. The people in the shelter are being drained and then Marissa's going to make them and me forget afterwards. They're not letting the people out until someone named Janine gets here. He faced me, pleading. Are you Janine? She'd been right to avoid this floor. And we'd been right to try the shelter first. At least the people hadn't gone through the portal. Drained? I asked. Yeah, of blood. They're going to drain me too if I say anything and then make me forget it even happened.
Xavier dropped Travis back into his chair and lowered his fist, but the magenta fire remained. "Which door?" I asked. Travis sank into his chair and thumbed to the right. We didn't hesitate. We left poor Travis, who Kesio had probably tricked into this, and headed through the door next to his desk. There was another hall on the other side that curved to the left, and farther the hall went, the dimmer the lights got. And I smelled it. Blood. Plenty of it. Someone was crying further down. "Stop it! This is illegal." A man cursed someone out. "You won't remember this," a woman said in a creepy, crooning voice. "Why do you care?" Xavier let his jaw drop. "I don't think the guards will follow us in here. They've got us right where they want us." "Ouch!" Another woman shouted. "Stop!" I had never met Janine's mother, but their voices were so similar that I broke into a run. We left Travis behind and bolted down the hall. There was a single closed door at the end with a camera hanging above it, but it was too late anyway for us. I kicked the door, and the lock broke. I only designed it to keep normals in. We had not stumbled into a shelter. This place was worse. The room beyond was dim and lit with candles. We found ourselves in a round chamber with a red swirl pattern on the floor. Dark marble pillars held up the ceiling, and torches hung next to carved demonic faces. People, normals, sat along the walls and between the pillars, trying to stay out of sight. There must be 36 of them, including children, old people, and entire displaced families. I smelled more blood. Tears. Adrenaline. And in the middle of the room stood a suited man with combed-back white hair, pale skin, and reddish eyes the same color as mine when I took out my contacts. He looked up at me and withdrew his fangs from the neck of a dark-skinned, tall woman who looked so much like Janine that I knew she was the one we were looking for. As he did, Janine's mother seethed with pain. She was still alive. But tortured. "Leave her alone!" I pointed my sword right at the suited vampire. Why was he working for Kesio? Kesio would throw him under the bus at the first chance. He let go of Janine's mother, who groaned in pain and staggered away from him, holding her bloodied neck. People muttered. "Who are you?" He smiled as he spoke. "You've come to the wrong place if you wanted me to share. Unless you're with Kesio, you don't belong here. You had better." He didn't get the rest out because Xavier threw the magic charge, hitting him in the chest and throwing him back against one pillar. People screamed as his back crunched and he cursed in pain. "Everyone! Run!" I yelled, holding the door open. "Get down the emergency exit and take the stairs!" People got up and stampeded for the door, tripping over each other. Kids cried. Old people, including the man we'd seen earlier, rushed as well. The adrenaline was intoxicating. I smelled every food I could imagine. If I were hungry, this would drive me crazy, but I wasn't. Janine's mother leaned against a pillar, breathing in pain. Her blood smelled like pasta and bread. Her lunch. Kesio had brought these people here just to have his minions feed on them. And to make them forget about it afterwards. Janine's mother peeled herself from the pillar as a man wrapped an arm around her and helped her to the door. They were the last people out. Footfalls stampeded down the hall and the emergency door opened. I listened as people made their way down and parents ordered children to hurry as if they needed convincing. That left the vampire man. And one other person. A woman in a low-cut black dress emerged from the shadows. She was human. Maybe in her 30s with dark hair and a necklace right off a gothic album cover. But she paid no attention to the vampire still leaning against the pillar as she faced us. Her eyes were green with black flecks. They were as deep as the most distant regions of space. She was a mage, but not the same type as Xavier. A dark mage. Xavier whispered. Quietness settled. I hoped for two things, that the prisoners would escape, and that we'd get out of here without seeing what the infernal dimension looked like. You took Mr. Colton's meal away from him. She spoke as if we'd just yanked a dinner plate away. That was rude. Would you like that? The elevator dinged in the distance. Whoever had been searching for us was coming up and almost here. Travis wasn't going to stop them. And then I caught the sewer smell. And now I'm going to have a harder time tracking down those people and making them forget. The mage said as she glared at us. I tugged on Xavier's sleeve and said, demon incoming. He turned to the door and held one palm up. A transparent, magical wall formed in the doorway right when a figure on the other side rounded the curve and stopped. The wall flickered with fire, blocking the demon from view. Such an amateur, the dark mage said. The black flecks in her eyes got deeper and filled with hate. I can't believe there are supernaturals who still stand against Kesio. Don't you realize he's trying to help us? Behind her, the man struggled to get up. He would heal fast. He had just fed. I knew I should strike, but there was something about this woman that told me not to. I'd never met a dark mage before. I thought war mages were as bad as it got. Clearly, I'd been wrong. He's not trying to help us, Xavier said. You're just as bad as he is. She gave us a mock frown and said, we let the normals go after we're done with them, and we erase their memories. No one gets hurt. And the supernaturals who stay with us find a cause. Kesio is building an army. He wants the best of the best. The normals outside think they're getting rid of us. They're bringing us all together, and that's how it should be. Even some of them have joined our ranks. Then where is this army? Xavier asked, voice rising as the purple fire kept raging in the doorway. Where are my parents? It depends on how willing they were to join, the dark mage said as she paced in front of us. I raised the sword and pointed it at her. Behind her, the man pushed himself up. I wondered if he was the head of human services. He had the clothes for it. How ironic. What do you mean by that? Xavier took one step forward. She smiled and said, those who enter Kesio's service willingly get to stay intact. Others serve in different ways. Have you ever seen a shadow wraith? I work well with them. It was bait. She was pushing him into making the first move. I reached out for him. Xavier let out a war cry and brought his fist back. At the same time, magenta fire roared around the blade of my sword. The dark mage moved to the side, and the man lunged forward, blurring and going for Xavier. But Xavier focused on the woman. He threw his magic charge as the man pulled him by the other arm and bit into his shoulder. I let all my fury rise to the surface. Xavier's wood smoke scent filled the air. His magic sputtered as the man drained his blood. Get away from him! I moved to the side and stabbed. My sword caught the man right in his ribs, penetrating his lungs. He released Xavier. Blood drops flew. Xavier staggered away, clutching the area between his shoulder and his neck. He was bleeding. The smell was driving me crazy. The man grabbed the sword and tried to pull it from his chest. I screamed and lunged again, driving it in deeper, and then I retracted it. The man staggered against another pillar, barely missing the torch. Fire. I seized the torch and slammed it into his chest as he slumped against the wall. He screamed as orange flames spread across his clothing. Smoke filled the air. I turned back to Xavier, but he had dropped his hand from his wound and raised his other. More magenta fire danced around it as the dark mage stood in the middle of the room, her eyes darker than ever. A cloud of blackness rose from the floor and around her like 100 little snakes, seething and crackling. I had never seen black light before, but this was the closest I could think of. Xavier threw the fire charge, but the black snakes deflected it and magenta light scattered in all directions like sparks from an explosion. Xavier fell to his knees as the dark mage smiled. I didn't give her time to finish Xavier off. Already I felt a bit weaker. Our bond was acting up. His strength draining meant that mine was going, too. I charged. The dark mage hadn't been expecting this. The fire died around my sword as Xavier crawled back, but it still penetrated the snake shield and sliced into her shoulder. The shield died, and the dark mage backed up, fresh blood bubbling from the wound. It smelled like burning leaves. Like ashes. Maybe like Halloween. Alyssa. Xavier yelled. The doors, I glanced to the side as the dark mage held her hand over her fresh wound. He was right. The force field Xavier had placed in the door was now gone. And it was who was standing there that made my Chapter 15. He was the first to step into the room. Russell looked no different from that horrible night. It was as if my worst memory had jumped out of my mind and manifested. He flashed me a smile, like he was trying to be warm. Hello, Alyssa. You've really grown. Shut it. I raised the sword. It was dripping with so much blood now. And a horrifying thought hit me. The authorities had never caught Russell Fox, though they'd caught most of his vampire gang members. I'd just been one of his countless victims, right along with my parents. The thought haunted me every time I tried to sleep. And now I knew the truth. He was working for Kesio, and might have been on that horrible night, too. Kesio might have shielded him the entire time. Russell maintained that smile. How did you like my gift? You were one of the lucky ones, you know. Alana? Xavier asked next to me. This was news to him, too. Slowly, his mouth fell open at the sight of her, and I had to slap his arm to break him out of it. Lucky? I asked. I wouldn't be standing here if I weren't so lucky. I should attack, but Xavier was still getting off the floor. The dark mage was behind me, and the other guy was still batting the flames out of his suit and seething. Did I do well? Alana asked. She slid her hand up Kesio's suit and smiled. Whoa. I hadn't expected that development. Or this level of gross. She had betrayed us. Kesio ignored her like she wasn't trying to come on to him. Perhaps male demons couldn't fall to her charms either. He said, we will see about breaking your bond with that mortal in the coming months. She repeated the motion, stopping when her hand was under Kesio's chin. She said, it needs to be soon. Leon will die and take me with him. Alana was trying to save her own life. She had switched sides again to do that, and she might have betrayed Supernatural's underground. Hatred burned, but I didn't move. The dark mage still stood behind me, waiting for orders. Kesio turned his sunglasses down to face her. He flashed her an evil smile. I'll think about it. You betrayed your kind once. You paired with Leon when you knew it would eventually kill you. Then she said. We demons always think of ourselves. You know that. True. Kesio said as he pushed her away. You tried to get revenge on me. It might have been 100 years ago, but my memory is old. But cutting the bond will kill Leon. Alana said, her voice a hiss. You must do it. His body won't be able to take it. Then the mayor turned his gaze on us and looked over our shoulders. He said, Marissa. Donovan. Find the people you let escape. Make sure they forget everything. The threat hung in his words. How could I stall whatever was to come next? Alana had somehow gotten us here. That had been her plan the whole time. And now we were 19 stories up, with Kesio. Xavier and I exchanged horrified glances. He had no ideas. I watched as the two of them gathered themselves and ran to the other side of the circular chamber. I searched the room as Kesio watched them go. The torch was still burning on the marble floor, sputtering. There was a set of narrow stairs cut into the wall that I hadn't noticed before, like some weird optical illusion. The two of them vanished up the steps and went up to what I assumed was the top floor. I gulped. Xavier stood next to me now. He shot me a glance and none of it had to do with his grandfather. Neither one of us cared about Leon. The real danger was Alana. She knew about Supernatural's underground. Every second we stood here increased the danger to everyone there. If we didn't get out, nobody down there would know that Kesio had found a new pool of slaves. And that included Xavier's sister, Elzina, and Trish. Once the footsteps of the dark mage and the other man had vanished, Kesio took a step into the room while Alana and Russell Fox stood against either side of the doorway, forming a wall. We had to face the music unless we wanted to take a trip to the infernal dimension. Alyssa. Xavier. I'm so glad that you made it. Kesio shot us a confident smile. Alana made sure that the two of you would venture up here. It's why we made it so easy for you to arrive. You arranged the rigged fight. Xavier glared at Alana. It was you who wanted to get us banished, so that we'd have no choice but to surface. I might have convinced Leon, she said. For the last several years, I have been working to bring you and Alyssa here. We all have. I told Leon how he could redeem his honor in front of the other war mages, and that was by banishing you. He fell for it. It was why I let slip to you so many months ago that there was a portal to the infernal dimension up here and that the way to restore lost honor would be to slay a demon. I made sure you'd come up here with Alyssa, trying to save your parents. I've been molding you forever, Xavier. His face flushed and more adrenaline filled his blood. I had no words. I even lowered the sword a little. Without a surge of Xavier's magic, I was no good against these two demons, as much as I wanted to destroy them and Russell. What else did you do? Xavier asked. You helped plan that first attack. You were the only one to come back. I might have given some faulty directions. She picked at her fingernail. Her neck scales glittered in the light like a bunch of sharp blades. Well, where are my parents? Xavier roared. He trembled and his arm lit with energy again, but he was struggling now. Are they alive? Dead? Shadow wraiths or what? Kesio stepped in front of Alana and spoke in the voice he reserved for TV. That looked good one. They are alive, and they are not shadow wraiths. I am holding them safe in the infernal dimension. You'll see them again if you go through with the one simple task that I have for the two of you today. You're lying, Xavier said. Don't make any deals with demons. I seized his arm. I am not, Kesio said. I am an expert liar, true, you must be to work in politics, but this time, that's not what I'm giving you. What bargaining chip would I have if I killed your parents or made them shadow wraiths? Marissa put them in a deep sleep, and they've remained in one since their capture. Kesio snapped his fingers. Everything roared. The room went dark as a shock passed through my body and a vision took up everything. There were cots upon cots lined in a row on top of reddish rock and hardened lava. I could feel the heat of the room, enough to make me uncomfortable. Fires flickered from holes in the wall. People occupied every bed, unconscious. Some were normal. Others were hairy like Les. I glimpsed a pale woman who might be a vampire and a man who looked like a dwarf, a sort of fae, maybe. I couldn't tell which ones were Xavier's parents, the woman in the purple robe, maybe, and the long-haired man lying in the cot next to her. Yes. That must be them. Reddish light bathed everyone. And then I saw him. A single pale man was lying on the other side of the purple-robed woman, also in the same trance. His dark hair and tie had ruffled, and his skin was pale even in the dim light. My father. Kesio had him, too. They were lying somewhere in the infernal dimension. The vision snapped away as fast as it came, and we stood there in the chamber again with Kesio smiling at us. I have your loved ones. The way to free them from their unfortunate state is to follow some simple tasks I have for you. This is especially important for you, Alyssa. He turned to me, and I gulped. What are you going to do to my father? I asked. Next to me, Xavier remained silent. I could tell by the way he faced me he'd seen the same vision. I couldn't be sure Kesio was telling the truth about that either, but we had to keep some hope up. Of course, the mayor had to add some spin. I've waited centuries for you. Longer, even. Marissa is the best dark mage in the world, and it took her a long, long time to find you. You are a rare genetic type with extreme potential. And that's not just because you have the gene that allowed you to turn when my friend Russell here bit you. Your family came from different sides of the world, bringing rare genes together. You are the first person in all of history to have what I'm looking for. A sense of dread rose inside of me beyond the normal impending doom I felt when Kesio was around. There were shadow wraiths nearby. I pulled closer to Xavier, who trembled. If I'm so valuable, why did you try to torch me back there? I asked. He could do it again, any time. I faced Russell Fox. Did you find me on purpose just to bite me? He nodded. You're a bit smarter than you look with those pigtails. I remembered his words. This is the one? Kesio had ruined my whole life because of what his dark mage told him. He'd sent Russell and his friends to bite my family and destroy us. Rage built inside. I trembled and raised the sword. Alyssa. Xavier's eyes widened as he faced me. I charged. I couldn't stop. Kesio remained still, but my sword refused to light. It bounced off Kesio's stony chest and a force slammed into me, throwing me back against the wall while Xavier moved to stand in front of me. My vision flashed with the impact. Mr. Colton had weakened us. There won't be any of that, Kesio said as he paced around the room. At least, not yet. You're not strong enough. Alyssa, you have the rare gene that allowed you to turn, but that's not the only reason Russell bit you. There are, let's say, other little pieces inside of you, just waiting to be activated. 5 in total. That's why Golga, my banshee, referred to you as the Dark Pentagram. You already have 2 of the needed pieces active. Your current condition, and your access to war magic, thanks to Xavier. But there are 3 more. I set that up. Alana said as she remained near the door. I gave all our demons a piece of her blood so they could track her. The swords. Trish had taken them, but Alana could have easily gotten access to them afterwards. I stood, and Xavier rushed over to stand next to me. I chose Alyssa. You had nothing to do with it. He kept his fist clenched, but no magic flared around it. She smiled and said, that's because I got you to. Who do you think sold out your last battle partner to the Shadow Wraiths? Why didn't I just kill her instead? Having you dead would have done us no good. I faced Xavier. You had another battle partner? Kesio folded his arms. Why don't you tell her what happened, Xavier? He gulped. Her name was Lisa. She was a pixie. Tougher than you'd think. I chose her. And then the Shadow Wraiths turned her 5 months ago, okay? We were on patrol around, and 3 Shadow Wraiths got her. Our bond broke when she turned. I hated seeing Xavier in so much pain. And I hated Alana even more. You're a monster. The color all drained from Xavier's face, and it wasn't all because of the wound still oozing blood from his shoulder. He was in shock. Our lives were both lies that converged. We were pawns in some game. Can we get on to business? Kesio asked. You're sick. I wanted to shield Xavier from this humiliation.
Xavier's not a failure. Does Leon know what you've been doing?
My battle partner's gaze went to the floor. Pain overtook his features. He might have seen Lisa turn into some ugly, billowing shadow thing, thinking that it was all his fault. Then he'd heard his grandfather reject him. It was no wonder he'd freaked out after my encounter with the shadow wraith. Alana smiled at me. Of course not. His use to me is waning like the moon. They would not let us out of here. That was obvious. I eyed the stairs, but I had the feeling that was a trap. We will complete the dark pentagram tonight. Kesio folded his fingers between each other, slowly. His voice deepened into a low growl. Your bond with the war mage is not as strong as it could be. I'd like to work on that first. Your bond is weak. There is always a way to strengthen it. It depends on the species. You will begin by biting Xavier here. Only then will you make your bond as strong as it can be. I'm not doing that, I said. Every scream from Hannah rose in my mind again. Oh, you won't kill him, Kesio said. If he has the rare gene that will make him turn, you won't make a difference. He's already bitten. Keep each other safe, the way he could not keep Lisa safe. Xavier faced me. He mouthed, stall. I asked. You want to make your enemies stronger? What do you get out of this? The mayor said, the dark pentagram. Well, 2 out of 5 parts of it. We'll take care of the other 3 later. And what are the other 3? I asked. Kesio smiled. I hated that. You will find out. I'm not biting until you talk. I said. Xavier and I could run up the stairs, but Kesio's gaze shifted to them and back to us. He didn't seem too worried about that. Or maybe he wanted us to do it. Xavier slipped his hand into mine. He was shaking. Just do it, Alyssa. What is this dark pentagram? I asked. Do your supervillain speech, already. Kesio said, just the key to my dominion over this world. Well, you will be the key. The powerful being who will tear down the barrier between my world and this. Just imagine. We can rule over the normals and finally get the respect we deserve. They will be the ones on the bottom of the ladder instead of us. An explosion of magenta light exploded around Xavier's hand and his energy surged through my body. He was still strong. Until now, he'd hidden his magic. His weakness after getting bitten was a bluff. My sword burst into magic flames. We charged together, releasing each other. I jabbed my sword into Kesio's stomach and he staggered back. I withdrew the sword and Alana took his place, growling and clawing at me with long fingernails. Pain flared across my face as she scratched me. The air stank of sewage. Demon blood. I slashed. Alana recoiled and grabbed at her arm, then lifted it to scratch again. Xavier stepped in front of me, taking the blow, but instead of recoiling, he punched with one flaming fist. His rage shielded him from her influence. Or maybe she was just ugly when angry. Alana gasped and reached for the nearest pillar, holding on as Xavier sent another blow and another. He was here for the kill. Revenge burned in his eyes. He was beating the succubus to a pulp, and I would have helped, but Kesio was advancing on me again. The mayor clutched his stomach. But slowly, he reached up and removed his sunglasses. It was the most horrifying thing I'd seen. I expected blackness like the banshees and Alana's eyes. Instead, I saw twin pits of fire. They spiraled downwards into an abyss, and I felt like I was going to fall into them. This was a demon baron, all right.
The surrounding air heated, and it had nothing to do with Xavier. This wasn't the fake war magic heat. This was something not of this world. I lunged and stabbed again, but Kesio stepped to the side. Smoke rose from the floor around my feet. It felt the same as it had before the wave of fire ripped through that apartment basement. So, I must not be that valuable, I said. Oh, you are. You'll see why, the mayor said. Flames rose around me. Heat blasted against my face and Kesio and I stood in the ring together while the flames tried to lap at my shoes, my jeans. I was on the inside of an oven. It was erupting outside of me, inside of me. I closed my eyes. And I heard something I never had. A loud growl filled my head and got louder, louder, until it was worse than the banshee's scream. I dropped my sword and covered my ears, but it was all inside and impossible to escape. The heat grew until I was sure my skin would melt. And then, with a whoosh, it all vanished. I opened my eyes. No fire. No smoke and no heat remained. I was alive. Unhurt. Kesio stood feet away. He had put his sunglasses back on and was staring at me while Xavier stood over the still form of Alana. She was lying in a pool of black liquid, and I could tell by the lack of stench that she was dead. Russell Fox had stepped a few feet from the doorway. Xavier had killed his first demon. Kesio frowned at the sight. Sad. I sort of liked her. She was my longtime lover once, you know. Turned away from me and joined Leon when I moved on to another woman. Then he faced Xavier and asked, "Are you proud? You get your first stripe. Too bad your grandfather won't see it." Xavier scowled as the magenta light remained around his closed fists. But then he turned his gaze to me, and he came back to the world. His jaw fell open. I shook my head and let out a breath. What had happened? I didn't understand why I was still alive or what exactly Kesio had done. The fire should have roasted me. It had to be bad. Xavier struggled to speak, but nothing came out. He had just killed his own grandfather, who didn't know what Alana was up to. It was something he could never leave behind. Leave him alone. I fished my sword off the floor. The only two left in the room were Kesio and Russell Fox. Russell smiled. It really is an impressive feat, but it won't work against me, I'm afraid. Now let's get to completing this. The mayor clapped. He had already done something. And the party was just getting started. The despair and the dread, which had lurked in the background since the mayor arrived, filled the room before I saw them. The shadow wraiths bled from the walls of the chamber like ink and grew into large, billowing figures. Even Russell Fox recoiled from them, pulling closer to Kesio. They formed a ring around us and threatened to pull me down to the floor with sadness. There must be 36 of them. They formed a ring. We couldn't get through while touching none of them. Give up. Kesio has caught you. You must have nothing but darkness in you, waiting to awaken. And among them could be Xavier's last battle partner, reduced to nothing more than a dead soul. The torment on his face was obvious. This was hell for him. All his worst moments were waiting for him here. Xavier sank to his knees. Kesio smiled and faced me, unfazed by the shadow wraiths. Of course. They didn't bother demons. Would you prefer to bite Xavier first, or be the guest of my friends first? It's your pick. I clutched my sword harder. The blade and handle felt warm, as if a trace of Xavier's magic remained. But this time, he wasn't bluffing. The shadow wraiths made me want to drop my weapon, too. There was nowhere to run. Kesio had us trapped. We might get up the stairs if we could cut through the wraiths, but Russell was already moving to stand in front of those. He shifted with discomfort as he stood right in front of two wraiths, but those two stood a few feet apart.
Kesio hadn't called quite enough to make a complete ring. We'd have to go through him. Fine. I forced my voice into a chipper one in a last-ditch battle to fight all my worst thoughts. I thought shadow wraiths just turned you into one of them. I wanted to sink to the floor with Xavier and feel horrible right along with him. I was a monster, too. I'd bit Hannah and chased my mother away. Kesio nodded and said, in most cases, yes. They bring out the darkest parts of you as well. Why wouldn't he just tell me what was supposed to happen to me? What was lurking inside me that would merge the infernal with earth? But I understood one thing. If Kesio wanted his wraiths to turn us, they would have already. He had something else in mind for me. He wanted me to have Xavier's magic. And if Xavier turned, I'd lose it. I grabbed Xavier's arm, pulled him up, and shouted. Fight! Alyssa? Xavier said. He stared at if seeing me for the first time. I raised the sword, released him, screamed, and charged at Russell Fox. The one who had done this to me. The one who had ruined my life. He had no time to move. His eyes opened with shock as I plowed the blade into his heart. Russell backed into two shadow wraiths, who billowed and moved out of the way for him. I could tell by the sudden despair in his eyes that the damage had already happened. They had touched him. He would turn if he didn't die first. We stared at each other and I drew the sword out. Russell sank to his knees and looked up at me. I'm useless. His other hand splayed out on the floor and I caught something new on his forearm. A black mark, shaped like a drop of ink. Kesio. Help me. Please. What? The mayor started. Embers spread across Russell, and he screamed from the pain. He was burning from the inside. I had impaled him in the heart. Even without the wraiths, he was a goner. This must be how vampires died. I could die that way. I should have, just from the flames. But I hadn't. Come on. Xavier grabbed my arm and dragged me through the opening while Russell Fox continued to sizzle and burn. We bolted up the stairs while black shadows and cloth swished towards us and Kesio shouted a command in some language I couldn't guess. The stairs were narrow, and we passed torch after torch lit on the marble walls. The 20th floor. It and the 19th were connected. The portal floor. Kesio thundered up after us. I yanked Xavier up the stairs and into another, much larger marble chamber surrounded by large glass windows. Some were partly open on a catwalk, and all had a tint, dimming Cumberland's lights beyond. And in the middle of the room was a round pool of water. Red glyphs surrounded it on the rim, and a golden star shimmered in the middle, shining in the torchlight. Xavier said, "That's the portal. It's not active. There's no time to start it. I have to get you out of here." Protectiveness filled his words. Xavier wanted to protect me. Did he care about me more than his honor? Where's the exit? I asked. The room was completely closed. If there was a door, Kesio had hidden it. The only way out was through the windows. We didn't have to say anything. It was time to flee. Watch. Xavier threw another fire charge, though a weaker one than what he'd used on Marissa. The window cracked, glowed magenta, and then shattered. Together, we jumped through the picture opening. The shadow wraiths billowed their way up the stairs and spread out towards us. Kesio roared behind them. Russell Fox screamed. There was no fighting this. The stiff night wind blasted against us. Cars moved on the streets far below. Dizziness washed over me, and Xavier cursed. The two of us stood on a narrow catwalk and there was nowhere else to go. This was meant for someone to wash windows, not to escape. My vision sharpened. No ladders. I wasn't sure if I could survive a fall like this, and Xavier couldn't. We were both about to die. But wouldn't that be better than letting Kesio have his way? I fought the despair pulling me down and looked at Xavier. Is this it? He swallowed.
It's the wraiths. They're making me want to jump. I can't transpose us out of the wards.
Wait, I said. He widened his eyes. The first of the shadow wraiths reached the window. I stabbed, and my sword impaled a body that might not be there. The wraith drew back, only to allow two more to squeeze through in its place, hoods first. They could get through anything. I would not hold them back for over 30 seconds. I backed away and seized Xavier's hand.
Idea?
Xavier asked.
If we jump, we'll be out of the wards.
I could feel that invisible magic thrumming under my skin. Already, we were on the border.
While we're falling, transpose us to the ground.
He leaned close.
I might only have enough magic left to do that. I hope.
The wraiths closed in. I was done living the way Kesio wanted. If that meant jumping off a building, so be it. Xavier and I climbed over the railing together. The city spread out below for one terrifying moment, and we jumped. I screamed as the ground spun, then surged closer. Wind blasted against my face, and Xavier tightened his grip on me. I hoped it would be fast. He pulled me closer. Time seemed to slow. I could make out the people walking below, some men coming out of a fancy bar. Ambulances parked around the block, lights flashing. These could be the last sights for me. I gave one final thought to Janine. I hoped she would be all right, and that she had found. Magenta fire exploded around us, and we were falling again, through purple heat and light, and then we landed. My feet hit the ground, and I stayed upright. The sidewalk. We were standing on it now as the light faded, catching our breaths. I was dizzy. Xavier still had his hand in mine, squeezing so much I might never feel it again. The ATC tower stood just feet away, its glass doors closed. He had transposed us to the ground. We were alive. Run, he said. We're too close. A few cars slowed down to gawk at us, at the people who had materialized out of magic fire. We ran. I carried Xavier again, it was my turn, and bolted around the corner and across the street, weaving around the moving cars. He bled from his bite again, right onto my arm. His blood still smelled like wood smoke and something more exotic, but if Kesio wanted to complete the darkness inside of me, it was something I could never taste. Chapter 16. We found Janine and her mother 2 streets over. Her mother was sitting in an ambulance while a paramedic dressed her wound and told her she'd need to have her blood tested to make sure she didn't have the gene that would make her turn. The paramedic also told her that the chances were only 1 in 500, which helped her mother calm down and stop babbling.
Kesio is a vile man.
Her mother clamped her hand on the bandage over her neck.
Tell everyone what he really is. He's not trying to get rid of the supernaturals like everyone thinks. He likes them. He's a supernatural lover.
The paramedic faced us while we stood there, watching her seethe from the pain. He was just one of many checking people out up and down the street. Apparently, the prisoners had all run together, coming to this strip of stores that were still open. We'll give you some pain meds. That was all the poor guy could say as she continued to rant. Now I understood why Janine had told no one about her cousin getting bitten by a werewolf. Everyone who got that treatment turned. Janine shot us a warning look. Xavier and I backed away. It was clear where Janine's mom stood. Janine followed and led us to the corner and into a nearby clothing store. We stood surrounded by expensive tops and jeans, but at least there was no perfume. No demon was trying to cloak their presence here. You guys might not want to meet my mom after all. She didn't kill me too badly, but I'm going to have to tell her the truth, eventually. Xavier swallowed. We have to hide your mother. She will not like the underground, but she needs it. Kesio will go after her just like the rest of us. Then he eyed the ATC tower. He sent 2 people out to find the prisoners and erase their memories. But I don't see them anywhere. I suppose even dark mages don't want to get seen in public, doing magic. And the mayor would have too hard of a time containing that story. I smelled no cologne in the air. Kesio couldn't hide a thing if he came after us now. People swarmed the street. Paramedics. Police. Even a news van had showed up. The mayor had a weakness, and that was his image. I'd remember that. I faced Janine. You can't tell your mother the full truth. Make up a story. Okay, she said. I take that back. She really will kill me all the way. I haven't even told her about my cousin yet. Don't. Ever, I said to her. I knew too well what would happen. Did you see your parents? Janine asked. I felt as if another shadow wraith had punched me in the gut. I shook my head. We saw the portal, though. Xavier said it wasn't active. And it didn't look active. We found a round pool of water with magical symbols around it. Xavier, how do you turn on portals? He shrugged. Kesio would know. Maybe we need a demon to open it. Getting back up there, though. He let the silence hang. Another ambulance arrived outside to check out the people who had fled the ATC building. I wondered how Kesio was going to cover this up. Marissa hadn't found everyone yet. I said, we'll figure it out. Did you see the fire? Around me? Xavier swallowed. It was on you. Not around you. On me? I asked. Yeah, Kesio summoned it, and I thought you were dead. You should have died in seconds. That's how I killed Alana. I'd heard a strange growl in my head, as if something else were awakening. What if something else had, and that was why Kesio sent fire my way so many times? He hadn't meant to kill me, but to bring something else to the surface. Xavier continued. I guess Leon's dead too. I'll have to head down and explain that to the underground. I couldn't let her live. She was going to sell them out if she hadn't already. You did the right thing. I swallowed, understanding his torment. And then I did something I never thought I'd do. I hugged Xavier. He was warm and so alive and full of freedom. Whoa. Janine's voice filled with awe, as well as a dose of tell me all about this later. What's this? He asked. I said, it's called a hug. It's what people do when they're showing affection for each other. Oh, he said. Of course, I know that. Behind him, Janine smiled. And Xavier hugged me back. Thanks. Really? Is it true that I have to bite you to strengthen our bond? I asked. Xavier nodded against my shoulder and said, yes. It would make us both more powerful. Maybe you shouldn't. At least, not right now. We don't want to help Kesio more. I'm not sure what that fire around you did, but I have a feeling it might have brought you closer to whatever he wants you to be. We separated. Do you feel any different? No. I feel fine. You're saying Kesio might have changed me somehow? I asked. Xavier said, I don't know. But how the guy you stabbed started dying was not normal. I thought of Russell Fox. He was the one who turned me. Of course, I was going to stab him. Catch me up on all this, Janine said. Xavier ignored her and said, vampires just crumble into dust when they die. They don't burn like everyone thinks. My magic doesn't cause actual fires, so it wasn't me. I shuddered. So, I might have done that? I could set people on fire now, too? Xavier said, or Kesio put him out of his misery, but I doubt that. The mayor shows no mercy to anyone. Russell's life had ended either way. What happened up there? Janine asked. I swallowed. We'll give you all the juicy details later. Right now, we need to go find some answers. And we need to get your mother to the underground. You'll love it down there, Janine. Later, after we had convinced Janine's mother to follow us underground, gotten a chew-out session from Trish and wound up back in her infirmary for a checkup, Xavier, Janine and I stood before Elsina's little booth in the torchlight. Elsina first took Xavier's arm and rolled up his sleeve. He had a magenta slash on his skin right above the crossed swords. It was his trophy for killing his first demon. Very good. I'm so proud of you, Xavier. Your power has grown stronger. Then the old woman took my arm and rubbed her thumb up and down over my mark. You have not solidified your bond yet. And there is something burning inside of you. Something I have never felt before. Elsina raised her eyes to mine. She had blue flecks in them, blue like the deepest summer sky. I do not know what it is. We will need to seek out the oldest libraries if we are to have any hope of finding out. I was a freak. Awesome. Xavier slipped his hand back into mine. I don't care what it is, he told me. Leon's gone and we're free to stay here. Do you want to stay? I nodded. Yes. I do. And the three of us walked down the corridor, towards where our quarters were waiting.